Welcome back to the Minutemen Initiative. We've got an awesome episode today. We are going to be getting into cold climate combat considerations, the old quadruple C. No, but we've got a really good episode. We're really excited about it. Talking about a lot of different things. And to help us do that, we brought on MooseRider6 on Instagram. He's going to, with his background and experience, in the United States Army, and specifically being stationed in a cold weather area up here in Alaska. We are going to get into some specifics regarding how to stay alive, how to stay operational, and how to sustain in these cold weather environments. There's a ton that goes into this, and really we just kind of scratch the surface here, but I think we cover a lot of bases and really get into the nitty-gritty on how to get at least a good foundation and get a good start into this. If you live in a cold climate and operate in a cold climate as a modern Minuteman, you got to understand this stuff and you got to be prepared. So we're going to do our best to kind of break that down for you. Hope you enjoy the episode, and we'll see you on the other side. We're going to jump right into this thing. We've got actually a topic that I've wanted to get into for a long time, and I think it's super important, especially for all those people out there that live in more northern climate areas, and we'll kind of break that down and talk about that in a little bit. But as we are in Alaska, the final frontier, or wait, that's space. That's the last frontier.
Yeah, you're right.
Dude, I just butchered it. It's probably the final frontier too. No, but to help us with this conversation, we have MooseRider with us. Thanks for coming on, and welcome to the podcast.
Thanks for having me here. A sweet setup you guys got here.
Yeah, dude, appreciate it. Here in person. MooseRider's here in person because he also is in Alaska.
Yeah.
And has been here for a while, actually.
Yeah, a couple
and
years.
Do you want to get a little bit into your background and
totally
what got you here today?
Yeah, what got me here? Well, back in 1883. Grew up in the Midwest, cold weather region, and went to college, did ROTC while I was in college, commissioned in the Army in the infantry, went down to Georgia for some training, and then did Ranger School, then spent most of my time up here in Alaska, basically straight from Georgia up to Alaska, and then was there up until my service term finished. So been here now about 4 years. Recently separated from the Army and living up here full time now. Moved down to from Anchorage down to around where we're at here, and like it a lot better here. And
yeah.
And then my fiance and I just run a homestead, totally off the grid, and just do seasonal work now, working for a guided hunting outfit on the bush. So we get a lot of time outside, a lot of time in these cold weather environments, and yeah, it's a good time. We like it up here. Awesome.
And you're fellow Geronimo, right?
Oh yeah, 3G except you're 1G, right?
Yeah. Yep. Sick, dude. The Arctic Warriors.
Did you guys have there was the Arctic song? I think it's called the Arctic song.
Oh, dude. I don't know what it is.
We're gonna turn this into a recording studio right now.
Man, dude, I haven't heard anybody bring up the Arctic song in a long time. That's hilarious.
Oh, man.
I completely forgot about the Arctic song. I don't remember it at all.
Oh, dude, I don't. I never learned a bit, but it was just like a running. Yeah. It was like one of those running jokes, you know. It was just like people would start yelling out like random lines from it. It's like no.
I remember you'd get like a high-speed battalion commander change out, and he'd be like, "The Arctic song," and we're all like, "What?" Like, seriously? We just got back from Afghanistan. Oh, dude, that's hilarious. I'm so glad you brought up the Arctic song. Yeah, man. Crazy. I think it'll be cool though, because it's obviously been a while since I was in. I got out back in 2013, so it's been a minute.
Oh yeah.
But you got out recently, so but yeah, you did a lot of cold weather training and stuff, and did you go to CWLC and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah. While I was up here, went to CWLC, which was, if I remember correctly, it was about a 10-day course, the cold weather leadership course, and where you kind of just get, they show you just basically how to operate and survive and thrive, being the biggest part, thrive in the Arctic environment. But then on top of that, like, I think CWLC is a great base, but I really think I learned way more from the field training exercises that we did after the fact. We were spending, 20 something days or whatever out in the field, really just being exposed to these climates. And, at CWLC, you're kind of like somewhat in and out of like a heated buildings and stuff like that. Versus like when you're on the field, you're there, you got to thrive in it. So,
yeah, I would agree. I would say like when I went through CWLC, it was a lot more based on like how to keep guys from getting cold weather injuries. Like that's,
absolutely.
It's cold weather leadership course is what CWLC stands for. So, it's got a lot of academic focus, which is all important stuff that you learn. But I would agree, man, like when you're forced to go up to Donnelly training area in Fort Greely and do a bunch of crappy training in negative 40 degrees, that's where you really start learning stuff.
Yeah.
So, but hugely important, especially because actually a giant chunk of the United States does deal with very cold weathers, very cold temperatures. Whoa, weathers. Obviously we're in Alaska, which is subarctic, which we'll get more into that in a little bit. But a huge part of the northern continental U.S. and New England and different parts in the United States, parts of Canada, and a litany of other countries definitely fall into what you could consider cold and extreme cold climates. So huge consideration to have and very important to understand, especially from that modern Minuteman perspective. And it's very historical. It doesn't take a lot of research to look back and see warfare that took place in extreme cold climates, how deadly that could be, even for the defensive side or the side that was kind of protecting their land. And I think it's an area that needs to be heavily understood because it can be a massive advantage to you if it's done right.
Which is what I was going to say. Like, you can look back at history and see how much of an advantage it is too for people who understood their climates.
Absolutely.
But
we'll touch on the old winter war with the Finns and the Russians a little bit, and I mean that's like a prime example. I mean that's probably even to this day there's still a lot of practices they were using in that conflict that we still use today. And because I mean it was just, you look at that, you're like, wow, that's pretty incredible what they did there.
Yeah, even during World War II and the Battle of Attu and island invasions and stuff. And
a lot of people don't know about those.
I know. Great historical examples of just classic cold weather area denial. Just like, you will not get any farther and we'll let the weather have you.
Yeah. Were you also aware of that? That's like one of the greatest what's the scenarios of fratricide actually in like U.S. history in one of those battles? Yeah. It was
really?
Because you know how those clouds come in on all those, that Aleutian Island change and just like that crazy weather. And there was they were doing like not like an ambush, but it was a large conflict going on, and then this cloud came in and just this heavy fog, and dude, a lot of American on American fratricide.
Dang,
crazy!
I didn't know that it was crazy there. I didn't know that.
It was pretty wild.
Not surprised.
Yeah, they keep that whole conflict there on the Aleutian Island chain real low key.
It's weird.
All right.
It's also like the Japanese successfully sent over a few balloon bombs that made it to the West Coast, and that's something else that people just don't know about.
Really low key, yep.
And it's kind of weird.
It's kind of funny, but
well, before we get too far into it, I meant to ask this earlier, but what got you into the whole Instagram kind of spreading the education kind of vibes that you do now?
Totally, yeah. Honestly, it was when you commission as an officer, and especially as an infantry officer, so you finish your training or whatever down at Fort Benning, and then you go to your duty station, get to your duty station, and then you eventually become a platoon leader. And then that stint usually lasts anywhere between 8 to 16 months. And so I was a platoon leader for about 16 months and really enjoyed my time doing that. I got a lot of good training in, learned a lot of lessons. And then it was as I was like finishing that off, that I was like, I was just kind of looking for another outlet to just kind of like hold myself accountable to retain and keep training on these skills. And so I was like, I'll just like start a little Instagram for fun and kind of just post things on there, never expecting it to like, become really anything, just like a place where I just upload photos and just kind of have fun for myself.
Yeah.
And that's basically what it was. And then posted about Overwhites once, and it was like, whoa, after that.
Is that what got you going?
Literally, I just made a post about overweights, and then all of a sudden, I think it was actually Lucas Bakken put it on his story. He
man,
he posted on his story. I was like, oh,
you're like, whoa, I got a bunch of followers now. I mean, I think that's the key. Is it seems like you just post like basic, solid stuff that's like hard to really have a problem with, It's like, this is just true, solid information. And it's a lot of stuff that what I like about your page is it's things that people are overlooking, it's basic fundamental stuff or it's things that should be basic and fundamental. But people are like, oh, I'm over here looking at like, yeah, I need this specific bipod, and it's like very niche and specific and you're like, hey, how about a way to heat your house? Like that might be a good thing.
Yeah, totally. No, it's definitely big picture, and like you guys focus on the same thing as that big picture of the that you kind of focus on. And like I'm absolutely not the like firearms, internal, external ballistics, like expert, like gear guy. Like I like looking at the long term sustainment, operating in austere environments, and I just like to go outside and do these things, but and there obviously like is a huge importance as well in like the firearms aspect and being an expert with your weapon system, and I do enjoy those as well. But yeah, there's a lot of big picture stuff out there that not many people are. I mean, it's getting to be more popular for sure, but like a lot of people are kind of focusing a little bit less on it.
I think it's kind of funny. I think you'll find, at least this has been the experience that I've had and seen others have like close to me, is that you'll find that, a lot of times firearms are the introduction. That's kind of how you get into it. But then, and shooting is super fun, and I love going to the range and practice and stuff. But at some level, I think you'll start to find that like some of these other more sustainment focused type things you can work on or skills are like what are basically level 1 tasks for infantrymen.
Yes. Yep.
They're actually a ton of fun to work on and get good at. So, and I think people are starting to realize that. They're like, oh man, that was kind of cool. Like now I know how to navigate using just a map and a compass, or whatever it is. But, one of those tasks we're going to get into right now, it's cold weather survival and sustainment. And we'll get into some kind of combat considerations that I think are important, some tactics, different things like that. But yeah, do we want to kind of start maybe with breaking down some of the climate regions and talking a little bit about that?
Totally, yeah. Let's lean right into it. So before we get into it too much, just want to kind of preface, like, by no means am I a subject matter expert. I know what I know based on firsthand experience, like going out there, doing the thing, and learning what works for me, and especially in our specific climate, which is like technically a subarctic region. But I mean, like, and also with that, there's really not many people that are subject matter experts in this field. I mean, we're talking about very cutting edge. Like you have the NWTC, the Northern Warfare Training Center. I would say those guys are probably the closest thing to subject matter experts. They are focusing a very specific niche, cold weather warfighting, and that's something that like you aren't. There's more to it than just adding a couple layers and throwing on a pair of overweights and being a cold weather warfighter. There's a lot more to it. And so I mean, if you want to talk about experts, Northern Warfare Training Center is one. I don't know if they have anything that's like publicly available information. And then also like trappers up in up north, man. Dude, you want to talk about thriving in an Arctic environment. Like, you go learn from those guys. That's crazy. Like, there's a book out there called The Final Frontiersman. It's about this fella named Haimo Korth. He homesteaded in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, and just like, it was like by the time, I think he was like 20 something when he started, and then just lived his whole life out there. And it's like the stories this guy has and stuff, it's just nuts. And so I say that to say that there's a lot of lessons to be learned from different fields, whether it be trappers, mountaineers, alpinists, individuals and organizations like NWTC. So what I've learned was from a couple years operating cold weather environments in a military capacity, and lessons learned from organizations like the NWTC. But again, there's always something to be learned. So I just want to put that out there, take what I say with, this is what works for me, this is what I've learned, and that it's always a learning process. So there's a lot more out there to be learned. But that being said, yeah, let's lean right into it. So
sweet.
I think it's important as we talk about cold weather regions to start off with defining what a cold weather environment is, because the guy who's in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and gets like an inch of snow randomly once a year is not the same as like somebody who lives in Fairbanks, Alaska, and is like suffering.
Yeah.
It sucks up there. And so when we look at a cold weather region, and also we're going to be using the United States Army Northern Warfare Training Center Cold Weather Student Handout. We're going to be operating off the September 2020 version. I don't know if they've updated it since then, and I'm sure that this is probably publicly available information somewhere. But just as like a framework for this, so that we kind of have like a standardization of what we're talking about here, we're going to utilize that, and we're definitely not going to be like reading verbatim doctrine. I'd hate to listen to a podcast of like listening to doctrine for 3 hours.
Section 1.2.7.
Yeah. But it comes back to there's very, very few people that are doing this niche role, cold weather warfighting. So this is a really good framework to be operating for the podcast. And then there's also one more ATP that's definitely publicly available. It's ATP 3-90.97, Mountain Warfare and Cold Weather Operations. And that... So if you're looking for any information, I would highly, highly recommend either of those documents, especially the CWLC handout if you're able to get your hands on one. So defining cold weather regions. For our purposes, we're going to define cold regions are operating environments as any region where cold temperatures and snowfall have a significant effect on military operations for 1 month or more each year. And I think that's a pretty good description. Whether you're in Fairbanks, Alaska, and you're getting a ton of snow, a lot of wind, or you are that guy in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, where it's for a much shorter period of time that you have a winter, but it can definitely affect your combat operations. So under that cold weather umbrella, we have 3 distinct subregions. That's going to be the Arctic environment. And then for our purposes here, the Arctic environment is going to be defined as you have the Arctic Circle, which is kind of an arbitrary line. And in my opinion, I think there's some areas that would fall under like an Arctic environment that aren't within the Arctic Circle.
Yep.
But they can be defined as cold, dry climates with sparse snow cover that lasts up to 9 months a year. They're usually treeless areas with extensive bogs, lakes, and rivers. And then they also have few roads or urban areas. And the winter average temp would be between, and again, this is the average. So like you're stepping outside and like this is what you can expect is like -19 to -26 degrees. So I mean, those are a pretty austere environment.
Oh yeah.
The next sub region that we have is going to be the subarctic, which is where we find ourselves. The subarctic, if you're looking at geographically, is going to be between the Arctic Circle and then south down to the 50-degree north latitude. So if you're like me and you didn't know what the 50-degree north latitude was until recently, it basically encompasses all of Alaska, all of Russia, all of Norway, and like those other Finnish countries around that Norway area, all of Greenland, and all of Canada. And I know some guys, like might live in an area in like the lower 48 where it's like it gets really cold, and they're like, surely this is subarctic region. No. Subarctic elitists over here.
Put your shorts back on. Just kidding.
No, yeah, it's actually, there's no other North American states fall into that equatorial line. And the subarctic region is characterized by dense boreal forests, which I'll get into in a little bit, limited urban areas, significant snow depth, extensive lakes and rivers, and winter ranges from 15 degrees above zero to -19 degrees Fahrenheit. And they also tend to be more mountainous terrain. And then lastly, we have the temperate zones. So, I mean, this is basically what I'd say majority of guys would fall into is a temperate winter area. And it is between the 50-degree north latitude and the 20-degree north latitude. It varies greatly between heavily forested areas, mountain ranges, plains, and actually even deserts. And we know that like some of those desert areas actually can experience some pretty cold weathers. The cold weather effects are generally short term in these areas, but can be catastrophic if the unit or individual is unprepared. And then just a couple attributes that you usually find in these cold weather environments are going to be mountainous terrain. We're going to get into the mountains in a little bit, but the boreal forests and the taiga, I just want to talk about that real quick. So the taiga is actually the northernmost forest biome that occurs in the world, and it spreads mostly across like 2/3 of Russia, all of like Norway and that Finnish area. There's none in Greenland, and then about like 2/3 of Canada and about 2/3 of Alaska. and it goes by. It's all like it's considered both taiga and boreal forest. They're one and the same. You also tend to find tundra. Tundra is characterized by permafrost, and so permafrost can I mean it's basically in the name. It's basically areas where the mean temperature never comes above 32 degrees Fahrenheit, and so the ground is permanently frozen, and that permafrost can be like 2 feet deep. It could be thousands of feet deep.
Yep.
And it's honestly a pretty incredible phenomenon, because you think about how extensive and like how incredible the soil is, and like what it does, and then you're thinking about this soil is literally frozen for like thousands of feet, and so what is tundra in the wintertime then becomes muskeg in the summer months. And I'm sure, have you experienced like walking across muskeg and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, I mean,
it's the worst.
Literally a nightmare. Yeah, and that happens because muskeg for the listeners is basically there's vegetation that just never has an opportunity to grow. And then what happens in the summertime when the snow melts is that all this moisture that is on the surface from like rain, whatever else, basically is trapped on the surface because of the permafrost. It has nowhere to go. It can't sink into the soil because of the permafrost. So it basically just creates this bog, like basically a swamp. And I mean, it's a nightmare if you're on foot. And then you talk about trying to do vehicle movements through that, and it's like you're almost guaranteed to lose
impossible.
it. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's even instances of aerial vehicles, like helicopters coming and landing on an area that they think is like pretty solid and good to go, and they may like leave it for an hour, come back, and like that helicopter is literally sunk. And it's it's crazy.
Guys have literally been lost. Like it is common for people to lose their lives in muskeg. If you're thinking of like the swamp in between on Frodo's journey to Mordor with the ring, that swamp they had to go through, it's kind of like that. And it does have the dead bodies in it as well. So no, I'm just kidding, but no, it's rough. It's
maybe some dead moose. So
what?
I said maybe some dead moose.
Yeah,
for
wildlife
sure.
gets caught in it, and
yeah,
it's a serious thing for sure.
Yeah, and then the other thing in that tundra is that because the conditions are just so hostile to growth, is that they often, most of the time, basically always, they don't have trees, and then you'll see as you go further north in those like boreal forest areas that you'll notice the trees getting smaller and thinner because it's such a hostile environment for growth and such a short growing season that they're just smaller, and usually you're not seeing any large trees unless it's in like close to the river bottom, stuff like that. So that's kind of, we'll talk about it a little bit later, but it's just something to keep in mind as you are operating in a Arctic environment versus like a subarctic or temperate area, especially when you're considering like using fire for heat or other things like that. So, but yeah, we'll talk about that a little later. So yeah, the tundra, and then we got glaciers, and actually it's kind of crazy. 10%, a whole 10% of the world's landmass is covered in glaciers, which is kind of crazy to think about. Like 10% of our whole,
that's a lot,
is iceberg, like ice.
Yeah,
that's wild.
It's kind of crazy. Yeah. And then Alaska actually has 2% of that 10%, which is, like, you think about it, that's quite a bit.
Whoa.
Yeah, right. So
kind of makes sense though. I feel like
definitely.
I mean in a way it doesn't, because you would think, like, living here, you'd think that like most northern climates maybe have that many glaciers like throughout the world, but yeah, I mean, you can find a glacier pretty much anywhere up there.
Right.
I mean, we're pretty far up there on
Yeah.
the globe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yep.
I'm
Yeah.
on top of the world. No. The worst. Sorry.
So glaciers are important, a very important terrain feature, because if you know what you're doing, and this is the key here, if you know what you're doing, they can be a highway to the mountains. I mean, that can basically circumvent your route plan. Like, if you're trying to avoid the road system, or if you're trying to traverse a mountain range specifically, and you're looking for the easiest route, glaciers are basically a highway through the mountains. And I say it if you know what you're doing, because you really need to have a very good understanding of crevasse rescue. You need to have a really good understanding of avalanche terrain. You need to have a really good understanding of ice movements. All of which I am absolutely not a subject matter expert on. That I know just enough to easily get myself killed, and so I won't spend a ton of time talking about that today, especially because it's only 10% of the world. I'd say that again, because most of our listeners are in those temperate areas, they're probably not running into glaciers in their backyard.
Right.
But it's definitely something super interesting, and that I personally think is super cool because of the accessibility that it affords. And when we look at like cold weather regions and kind of jumping back to like the attributes of cold weather environments, those mountainous regions, if you have a very well trained, very capable and self-sustaining small team, they can absolutely thrive in these environments, utilizing like mountains, utilizing glaciers. It's pretty awesome. And then the last attribute of a cold weather environment is going to be rivers. And it may sound kind of like funny mentioning like rivers are kind of everywhere, but with most true cold weather environments, especially the Arctic and subarctic subregions, rivers are way more plentiful. And I guess it's because those Arctic and subarctic regions also coincide with non-industrialized regions. So versus if like you're in the lower 48 and like the Mississippi River, for example, is like a major terrain feature. And you think about it and it's like, there's who knows how many crossings across the Mississippi River, like dozens of crossings. It's not really something you think about. Versus up here in a non-industrialized area, a river crossing can be a significant either hazard or a significant benefit. And that's because they're just so common, whether you're talking about for water sources, you're talking about for travel, and we'll get into travel in a little bit. But just for various reasons, in the Arctic and subarctic region, rivers are far more commonplace and something that you really need to think about a lot in your route plan. I think just way more than you would in the lower 48 in a more industrialized area.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of glacier melt off and stuff that you have. I mean, here we literally have huge river systems that are source fed by nothing but glacier melt, and that's huge. So the more Arctic conditions, I think, just are going to have a lot more river systems anyways, and some of them may primarily just be from snow melt basically. So but that's a huge one. Another term you may hear kind of talking about the climate zones is NOAA has oh man, I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's become like a widely used kind of newer standard as far as climate zones. And it's funny because it's actually more convoluted, but it's very specific. I think it's it's some German word. Are you familiar with it's like the Kruger climate map or something? I'm probably saying that wrong. I'll look it up in a second to make sure I'm saying the right thing, but NOAA uses it, which is the National Weather Observation Association, whatever that acronym is, but NOAA, NOAA. Yeah. But they call a lot of the temperate regions, specifically in the U.S., the humid continental zone. And that's going to encompass a lot of your like typical 4 distinct seasons, but you do have a very cold weather based winter season. So that's going to include places like South Dakota, upper Midwest. Basically, if you're just like MooseRider said, if you're in that temperate region, that might be a term that you'll run into if you're doing some of your own research. But I definitely think this is something to do a little continued education on, figure out specifically your region, where it's classified, really understand your seasons because they're very important, especially when you start getting into things like, even just individual sustainment and logistical planning. These are things that you're going to have to pretty healthily understand. It's easy to kind of see the seasons bypass when we're in our air conditioned and heated houses. But start kind of considering, what does it look like if I don't have those luxuries?
Absolutely.
So you need to understand your seasons.
Yeah. Sure. And even if you're in like a warmer climate, I feel like a lot of people that are like in the South and whatnot, or they just kind of overlook the colder seasons.
Yeah.
I mean, even when I was stationed in North Carolina. But there was plenty of training ops that I was like literally freezing my tail off, and I'm from Alaska. So it's not like, oh, I'm just not used to the cold weather. No, I'm from Alaska. Like I know what cold weather is. And there was times where I literally thought like, I'm going to die. I didn't pack the right, cold weather gear or whatever. So yeah, the season's shorter, but it's still there. Yeah. So you got to be able to perform within that, shorter season.
Absolutely. Yeah. I was actually just about to say, I mean, even if you are in those southern climates and you think like, oh, this kind of doesn't exactly relate to me. I mean, like you look at there was that winter storm, I want to say it was like maybe 2018, 2019 down in Texas, that like total blackout. And then there was a bunch of people that died because of it. And I mean, it's like, it's in Texas, dude. I mean, like these, even right now, it's they're calling it El Nino year. It's just like a different wind from like the Pacific or Atlantic Ocean, one of those two, that just like causes different weather disturbances, throughout the year. And it's like these things, as climate, does what climate does, and things just change. Like you should be prepared, and people who may think like, oh, this doesn't particularly relate to me, like it obviously does, and we can see it. I mean, and again, even in New York's like a cold weather state, but then like just the other year is like, how many people? What was it, like 2 years ago when all those people died?
Yeah, super recent.
Crazy.
I think it was last winter. Yeah, last winter.
Wild, man. I mean, in a cold weather, like a state that experiences that kind of weather.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that is just first world, people used to having everything accommodated, perfect, temperature, control, stuff like that. And then once the grid goes down where that's not available anymore, people are left unprepared, and it can be deadly. There's also just a lot of global considerations that come into play. Like this is one of the weirdest things that I recently learned about, but that Tonga volcano that blew up, it evaporated, I think 38 billion gallons of water immediately into the atmosphere. And they estimate that we're going to have a 20% global rise on precipitation for the next 2 to 5 years is the estimate. Just from that. So that's just crazy. A random volcano in the Pacific Ocean that blows up underwater. Yeah, right. And explains our winters that we've had, our 2 winters of way more snowfall than normal. Yeah. And that's kind of across the board. Everyone's reporting like record numbers of rain, and I think a lot of it has to do with things like that Tonga volcano. I mean, that's a random thing, but my point bringing that up is that things can happen that can make your standard climate zone become very different.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Yep.
But so, I mean, with all that said, let's talk about thriving in a cold weather environment. So, I mean, kind of to set a little tone here, I mean, when the Winter War happened between the Finns and the Soviet Union back in the day, the Soviets... what's that guy's name? Simohanya?
Yeah.
Dude.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
What a sniper.
The Soviet Union, dude, sent in 26 motorized divisions. I mean, I think it's hard to like kind of really fathom those kind of numbers today. When you talk about like what the armed forces is kind of made up of now. 26 motorized divisions, dude, that's a lot. that's pretty gnarly, actually. Dude. And out of those 26 divisions, man, they took some pretty heavy tolls. The Russians ended up prevailing later on, but it was like a famous remark from one of the Russian commanders that they gained just enough ground to bury our dead. And that's because the Finns, I mean, a number of things. They understood the area they are operating in. Mm-hmm. They understood how to thrive in a cold weather environment because they lived there. It was their home. So, I mean, you can say like they had like the home field advantage, but I mean, they really understood how to thrive. And a lot of the stuff they were doing was all dismounted against motorized divisions that really just had such a massive disadvantage. And being dismounted, I feel like it's just kind of overlooked, like the importance, maybe just a little bit overlooked, the importance of dismounted operations and that individual proficiency and individual capability, dude. And so that's what we're going to get into, man, thriving in the cold weather environment. So to do that, we're going to start with the layering system because that's on an individual level. If you don't understand your layers, if you don't understand your layering system, if you don't know how to layer on, layer off for different environmental considerations, you're going to become a cold weather injury and a cold weather casualty for sure. And so staying comfortably warm in these environments is probably like the key to thriving in these environments. So we're not going to spend too much time on the layering system. I'm going to kind of go over utilizing the framework of the Army seven level EQUIX system. Kind of go over what I use and what I think works for me, and also there's some parts of the 7 level system that I think could be improved upon. And so when I talk about what I use, it's some improvements that I made upon the EQUIX system that I was using while I was in the Army. But you guys did a really awesome podcast with Ed, you guys where you really got in depth into the layering system. And so I would highly recommend any listeners that if you haven't listened to that, if you want a really good understanding of the layering system and kind of like, the down goose versus synthetic down and versus merino wools and grains and all that stuff, it's a really, really good podcast. I highly recommend. So
Yeah, there's also some really good, honestly, it's kind of funny because it, excuse me, kind of came out around the same time, but Spirit of Systems actually has a pretty good video series on layering. It's pretty solid. It's very basic, but the guy running that gets into some good stuff. So kind of shows some examples. So if you're more of a visual learner, that would be an option as well. But yeah, I mean, I would kind of double down on this and say that if you operate in any kind of austere kind of climate zone where you're dealing with extreme temperature swings, maybe not even just freezing temperatures, but understanding layering is super important, especially for like sweat management and moisture and keeping yourself dry, which is generally important across the board. So yeah, this is huge, and you can't talk about cold weather considerations without talking about layering. So we're going to definitely spend a little bit of time on it and make sure that it makes sense. So.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. And so to get right into it, when I'm looking at the layering system, I like to utilize the COLD acronym, COLD. And so what that stands for is C, keep it clean. Your clothing keeps you warm by trapping warm air against your body and in the pores of the clothing itself. So if it gets filled with dirt or sweat or grime, it's not going to be able to efficiently do its job. So you want to keep your clothes clean to the best of your ability. And I know when you're, obviously I know that when you're in the field, it gets to be a little bit more difficult to keep your clothes clean. And there's certain fabrics that you can use to definitely help with that. You know, of course, you got some wool blends out there that are really good at kind of naturally being, what do you call that? Like macro or bio. They keep it clean.
Yeah. What is that called?
I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember what it's called.
Big words.
I'll look it up. Keep cruising.
Yeah. So you know, but there's ways you can get around that, especially if you're using, like, for sustainment, if you're using some sort of heated tent where you have the opportunity to just lightly get the fabric wet, and you have the opportunity, like if you're staying in one area for a sustained period of time, to dry it out. So, or you can just hand rub these things. There's various options that we won't get into, but you want to try your very best to keep things clean, even if that means maybe carrying one extra pair of base layers on you. Whatever you need to do. The O in cold is for avoid overheating. The key here, and we'll talk about it a little bit more later on, is to be comfortably cool. If you're cold, I mean, there's also, and I say this with like a little bit of hesitancy, because you need to be comfortable with being cold. You know, like part of being in a cold weather environment is being cold. Yeah. Like, you know, it's pretty straightforward. You're not looking for, I think, and it comes back to what you're saying about some first world things. We're not looking for comfort out here. You're talking about war fighting. So you're not looking to be comfy, cozy, wrapped up, nice and warm. Like, you're going to be a little bit cold. It's about understanding the difference between cold, where you're at risk of getting a cold weather injury. And yeah, basically like just looking for that. But ideally you just want to be comfortably cool. If at any time you're sweating, you're definitely obviously too hot, and that your body is looking to cool down. So that's where the layering system comes into play, and yeah, just avoid overheating. The L is going to be wear clothing loose and in layers. And you guys talked about this in the podcast. And if you are reading the CWLC handout, they'll say to wear your level 1 base layer loose. That's the only layer that I disagree with.
Yeah.
And not just me. That's like a well accepted idea. Like, you should not wear your base layer loose. It needs to be skin tight to be moisture wicking. But for the remainder of your layers, you do want them to be loose, and obviously, again, wear them in layers. And that looseness, you know, we're not talking 90s hip hop loose. You know, we're really wearing like triple XL, like. But we're also not talking like Lucas Botkin skinny jeans tight.
Yo.
Shots fired. No. But yeah, you know, wear them loose. That allows that warm air to circulate. And we'll talk about it in a little bit. But there's certain garments that you kind of should ideally go for when you're looking at your cold weather layering system that facilitate that loose wear for that air to really move through there. And then lastly, the D in cold is for keeping dry. This is probably like number one, dude. If you get wet,
it's bad.
You're done.
Yep.
Not totally done, but yeah, you're really gonna have a bad time. And this includes both inside your system, talking about like your own perspiration. Like, if you're sweating, that's gonna be really bad. That's probably like the one that you have to watch out for the most, because it's the most common. And then also outside, and that goes for like precipitation, whether it be rain or snow, ice, frost in the morning that happens, or like, I had a recent experience also with actually getting condensation inside my bivy because I was trying out a new bivy, and so those are things that you want to keep in mind. Condensation, whether it be on your tent, on your bivy or sleep system, you need to stay dry on the outside, and that's like, again, comes back to the layering system, what you choose to use to keep yourself dry.
Yeah, really quick, I was going to say that merino wool is antimicrobial. That's the word we're looking for, and that's nice. A natural benefit or byproduct of merino wool. So
nice.
But yeah, I would concur that those base layers absolutely need to be skin tight, and the more surface area contact you have with the skin, the better it's going to wick your sweat. A lot of people get confused, and we've had conversations with people before, actually after the layering podcast. A lot of people are like, man, I've got like really thick base layers on and I'm just still cold. And it's like, well, you're probably sweating. You're probably overheating, and you've maxed out the amount of wicking that base layer is going to be able to do, because there is a line, and that's why you have to have that consideration, and you may have to change layers often. And there's a lot of just basic clothing maintenance that goes into staying warm. But the key, and I think the biggest mistake people make, especially with their base layers, is that they're treating them like an insulating layer, and it is not an insulating layer.
Yes.
It is a sweat wicking layer, and it's keeping you dry so you can better stay warm. And then you have your outer layers, which are going to do more insulating, which I'm sure we'll get into. But you nailed it. And I say it often to people, like, you got to be comfortably cold. Like, you don't want to be freezing, but you're going to be a little bit cold. Yep. And that's okay. If you're just right on the edge of shivering all the time, that's about kind of where you want to be. Like, you're not freezing, but like, man, it's kind of uncomfortable. It's like, guess what? It's an uncomfortable world. And that's just,
God bless.
It's,
That's it,
we're going to be a little uncomfortable out here, and that's okay.
Yep. There was a post just the other day from oh man, we just
Blakewater.
mentioned. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Where he's talking about that. And dude, I mean, it's spot on, like, you can't, the goal here is not to buy your way out of being uncomfortable. Like, dude, you're going to be uncomfortable. Like, that's literally what we're doing here. And you just got to accept that, that's where it comes to mental, and but that's a whole nother thing. So with that being said, let's dive right into the layering system that I like to use. And again, this comes, I want to hammer here. This is we are operating in a subarctic region. With temperatures between, if we're talking winter, fall, we'll stick to winter temperatures. We're talking anywhere between 30 degrees when you step out your door to negative 20. It could be anywhere between there during the winter months. And for what I like to do, that includes hunting, tactical stuff, a lot of backpacking, winter backpacking. So, and I would say that this system, like, if you were on the market looking for a really quality layering system to use, and you live kind of in a similar region and you're looking to do these similar kind of things, this is really this is something I've put together over a lot of years of, like, definitely lessons learned, and so just take that if you are listening and you're like, okay, this looks sweet. Just, again, remember, this is for where I live and what I do, and it's what works for me. So with that being said, we're going to go through the tops and bottoms, like your torso layers and bottom layers, and then I'm going to cover neck and head, and then hands, and then feet. And the neck and head is one that I really want to hammer in, because that's something that people kind of overlook often. So to start off, we'll start with the base layers. So for base layers, I am using the OR, which also OR, awesome, make really awesome stuff. We were issued a couple of things later on in my service time, and most of it was like experimental stuff that they have since released, which is really cool, because it kind of comes back to, like, how cutting edge the cold weather warfighting environment is. That conventional units we're getting issued experimental stuff from brands like ours is really awesome. But I got the opportunity to use it, and it really worked out really well. So I highly recommend OR. So anyways, Outdoor Research Alpine Onset Merino 150 grain or gram tops and bottoms, and these are a merino wool blend. And I'm not going to get into the weeds of, like, this blend and this, and like this retains like 30 hydro decibels of heat versus like, you're a nerd, go outside.
+5 skill bump to warming.
Yeah,
that's what we do.
No, yeah, this is what I would, if you're looking at base layers, whatever the blend is merino wool. That's almost like a non-negotiable, to be totally honest. You know, I've tried cotton, I've tried like strictly performance polyesters. Merino wool blends is 100% the way to go, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're kind of getting the best of both worlds. And it's
Absolutely.
actually, I was really curious to see what kind of layers you were going to bring down. And it's awesome because so far we're on the same page.
Nice.
So Steven and I both run the exact same base layer system.
Love it.
And basically with merino wools, you have so many natural properties that are really important. Like you have the antimicrobial that like we just talked about. So germs and stuff are good. So can be less stinky, different things like that.
Yeah.
But can retain moisture a little bit more than like your polyesters or your synthetics. So when you blend them, which I believe this specific blend is 47% merino wool, 47% polyester, and then you have a 6% elastic, which just gives you your stretch and stuff like that.
I'm glad that you know it.
Epic. I can't tell you why, but no. So basically it's a 50-50 blend.
Yep. Yeah. And I definitely would agree that those definitely work the best. Like you said it, you're getting the best between the performance and that moisture wicking, and wool is nature's performance material, like 100%. Even when we're out during the hunting season, and all the stuff that we're doing is off horseback, so it's way less what do you call that? Way less physically intensive, I guess. So I'm able to get away with like wearing much heavier layers, but my layering system still consists of wool. I'll usually actually go with 100% wool out there just because it is way warmer, and like I said, we're not doing as like physically aggressive things. But yeah, wool really can't beat it. So that's what I'm using for base layers, and with that 150, that would be considered a light base layer, which is what you're looking for. And there, like you said, it's not supposed to be insulating. It's supposed to be moisture wicking, tight to skin. So I also use the Outdoor Research Alpine Onset Merino. So same kind of like class of garment, I guess there, except they're 240 grain, and it's just I only use the top, not their bottom. And that's their midweight base layer. I'm actually wearing that right now. But Ed mentioned it actually in your guys' podcast with him having this like zip. It's like a half zip, so it goes down pretty low, and he was like spot on with his explanation of kind of the benefits of that you're able to air out if you are wearing it quite a bit, because the mid-weight can definitely get a lot warmer. And usually I don't wear mine on top of the base layer. I'll usually keep it on hand as an extra if somehow I have sweated too much and I want to trade out my 150 base layer, or if I somehow get wet, or just something like that. So yeah, but having a midweight base layer to kind of just work in conjunction, or to have it as an extra, I think it's pretty important. And as we look at this layering system, one thing I forgot to mention at the beginning here was that like there's a ton of videos and stuff out there about layering, and I hear kind of people describe it a little bit differently between like. You have like some people just say it's just 3 layers, like it's just your base, your warming layer, and like an outer layer, and then you have like the Equix system, which I think is ideal, which is like a 7 level. But anyways, there's kind of different ideas out there for what layering is, and for maybe if you do live in a really temperate area, maybe 3 layers is all you need. But if you do live in an Arctic, especially in Arctic, if you live in Arctic, if you live in a subarctic, or if you live in one of the northern areas that is considered temperate, like you're talking about your Dakotas, Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, any of those. Minnesota. Yeah, all of it, honestly. Yeah, even out to the East Coast, like your Maine, all that. You need to have a robust layering system. If you just got 3 garments, that's. I don't want to say it's like not enough, but I just don't really think that's really going to cut it. You need to have a pretty robust system that allows you to operate in various different cold weather environments. And the system here can cover me from anything down from like 30 degrees down to really honestly lower than -20. I'd be very comfortable in this system. So it's important to have a robust system, and then having even all these layers, I think altogether maybe that weighs, I'd be surprised if it's over 4 pounds. So having all this, like you're talking about, literally 4 pounds can cover you in those kind of cold weather extremes, and those differences, you can't beat it. So that was just something I forgot to preface with there.
It's cool because you've got, when you're talking about austere environments, you have a lot of cultures that are blending together to kind of spearhead a lot of this technology. It's like mountaineering. You have some Olympic athletes and stuff. Then you've got a whole warfighting section that's putting information into this. And then, so those kind of blend together and learn from each other. And so, like you said before, it really is cutting edge. I mean, the layering system, especially the 7-layer system, is pretty new. It hasn't been around very long, but the benefits from it have just been immense. But in the grand scheme, I mean, I want to say not that long ago, maybe a little over a decade ago, you know, it was just all like heavy wool, you know, layers and stuff, and more of the 3-layer system or something that's close to it. It wasn't even really that. So, but yeah, it's cool because it's such harsh environments. You have a lot of these, I guess, hardcore perspectives that are really looking at it, that are kind of blending together and really coming up with some really good stuff. So if you're following along in like using that Equix 7-level layering system, we've covered the base layer, aka level 1s. That's a level 1 top and bottom, and then that mid-weight base layer I was talking about would still be considered a level 1. Moving on to the level 2. I like to use the OR Vigor Grid Fleece pullover, and the level 2. If I was to say that, if I were to like say any levels or layers that should be your workhorses, your level 1s, your outer layer, and your level 2. Yep.
Without a doubt, or should be your workhorses. Like you should, you know, if you get cold, you're not reaching. The whole point of layering system is that you're not reaching for your level 7 off rip. You know, like
marshmallow suit.
Right. And so the level 2 is what you're going to be reaching for basically every time. This should be your workhorse. And based on my experiences in the military, I was like, I love the level 2 that I was issued. Like almost in every condition, especially if I were moving. That always kept me warm. I was like, I basically am looking for the exact same thing, except with a couple improvements. One of the improvements I was looking for that the OR Grid Fleece has is zippered chest pocket. And this is something that NWTC, the Northern Warfare Training Center, they'll actually recommend you do, because you can do it yourself if you have like a issued Army level 2, is kind of like sewing on just a little pouch on your chest pocket to put in batteries or other like small electronic devices that are pretty key in there. And OR has one built in, and that's not by accident. That right there shows like people getting out there and testing it and using it, be like, we need this. And so that was something I really liked and was really looking for, because batteries are powering a lot of our stuff that we're using, obviously. And it's pretty incredible how fast batteries die when they are exposed to the cold environment. It's like mind-boggling. And then the other thing that I was looking for on my level 2 is a balaclava, and we'll talk about head and neck later, but built-in balaclava on that level 2. So that's a level 2. Level 3, I'm using the Black Diamond Vision Hybrid Hoodie. This is a synthetic down. The reason I go with synthetic down is because of the water just durability in general, and slightly water resistant. Now, with that being said, there really shouldn't ever be a time though where you are wearing like your level 2, your level 3, your level really there's just those, or like a puffy equivalent without wearing your outer layer. So like when you kind of talk about pros and cons between like goose down and synthetic down, and like kind of durability or waterproofness being in there, for me that's not really a consideration, because you should always be wearing the outer layer. That outer layer is like your armor for your more tear resistant tear susceptible layers, like your downs. But I do like the synthetic down for a level 3, just because it is a little bit more durable when I do wear underneath other layers, and then it's rubbing up against like my LBE or flick or body armor and stuff like that. It's just as you rub up on stuff and conduct movements, like it's just much more durable, and it provides quite a bit of warmth. The warmth to weight ratio that you get from down and synthetic down, unbelievable. Yeah, absolutely unbelievable.
It is.
Yeah, and like the level 3 in the Equix system, they also actually just switched to a synthetic down, which is really awesome.
Really?
But yeah, they did. Yeah, it was part of their experimental stuff they were issuing out, and then now it's everybody gets issued it because it was just so good. And it has a hood included as well, which is huge. But before they were using, the classic level 3 fleece,
the old polar fleece, the Polar Tech fleece, dude.
And people maybe other people have different other opinions. Personally, there's probably two things in the Army Equix system that I think are just total no-goes. One is the level 4, the windbreaker. It's stupid. The other one is the level 3, being a fleece. I don't like it.
Yeah. It breaks Steven's heart. He loves the fleece.
You love it.
It's so soft.
So sorry, dude. No, it just when you look at it, it just you can't weigh it against down and be like, this is fleece it doesn't even stand in comparison. There's no comparison for warmth to weight ratio. It doesn't like if you, dude, if there's a slight breeze, it's going through the fleece. If it rains, it's going through the fleece.
Yeah.
If it sprinkles, it's going through the fleece. You know, it just doesn't compare to, especially some of the synthetic downs that are out there now and what they can do. And again, just the biggest thing is that warmth to weight ratio. Like the fleece takes up a lot of space. It doesn't compress. You can get goose down. Synthetic down doesn't compress as much as goose down, but you can get goose down that is like the one that I have. I'll pull out in a second here is like, dude, it's grams. I mean, it's like it feels like I'm holding a piece of paper in my hand.
Yep.
And how tight it compresses down, and it's 1,000 fill. So it uses least amount for the warmth that it gives, and I mean that thing. I'll touch on it in a second, but anyways. Yeah, I don't like fleeces. And so for the level 3 there. And if you are, building your own system, I definitely would just implore you to compare the pros and cons from fleece to synthetic down and goose down. So yeah, Black Diamond Vision hybrid hoodie for that level 3. And also like the kind of stuff that you should be wearing this for. I'll never wear this on a movement. You should never be wearing down to like negative, like some pretty harsh negative temperatures, like -10, -20. I'm still only wearing the level 2 for movements if I have a ruck on my back. I mean, dude, if we're being honest, the warmest layering system you have in your system is your freaking ruck, dude. You start, they always talk about something keeping you warm, man. That'll keep you warm.
If that's on, you're probably staying warm.
Oh yeah,
that means you're working. Dude.
Yep. And so if I'm moving with ruck, with a weapon system, whatever, I'm never gonna be ever wearing anything more than the level 2. If you're wearing something more than that, dude, like you're gonna be sweating big time. Like really, really bad. So the level 3, if I were to like kind of equate it to like an activity level, I would probably say like shoveling the driveway, depending on how big your driveway is, would be like the activity level that you would want to wear a level 3 for. Is like, okay, I'm moving around some, but I'm not like doing 300 yard sprints. I'm not doing like a 5-mile movement with a ruck on my back. It's like I'm moving around, but I'm kind of stagnant, but it's pretty cold out. So that's where I would place the level 3 in there. Like if you're maybe pulling security, something like that, at a little bit of a short halt, any of those kind of things. So then moving on to the level 4, if you're following the Equix system, the level 4 is something that I just don't use at all. The windbreakers, again, this kind of comes back to your outer layer. Your outer layer is your windbreaker. Your outer layer is like is your waterproof. It's your hard shell. It's your soft shell. It's your windproof. It's all of those. It's all in one. So, the windproof, I just don't use it. It's no reason to carry that when you have another outer layer.
Yep.
And then getting into the level 5. The level 5.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
So for the level 5, I use the Mountain Hardwear Ghost Whisperer. Oh, sorry. The Mountain Hardwear Route Finder Gore-Tex Pro. And this I recently switched to. I had my eye on it for quite a while. It's pretty expensive. It's actually like a $700 jacket that actually was on sale for $200. So if there's I had my eye on this for a while, and it went on crazy sale. I was like, dude, thank God.
Dude, I thought I got a good deal. I got the Outdoor Research Hemisphere.
Oh, nice.
Hard shell. It's a 3-layer Gore-Tex, and it was 50% off. It was like $700, and I got it it was like $698 or something, and I got it for like 50% off of that.
Yep, that's awesome, man. That's so awesome.
But it's a good jacket.
Yep, absolutely. If there were any layers that I would say kind of ball out on as you're building your system, I'd definitely say outer layer. Like there is, when you're talking because you can, dude, for the longest time, most of this stuff is, it takes time to build, whether you're talking about building out a weapon system or you're talking about building out your layering system, you're talking about building out your sustainment, all this stuff takes time and it takes investments.
Yep.
And so most of this stuff is relatively new. And so for the longest time, I was just running the Army level 2s I was issued. Level 3, I just had like a cheaper Patagonia, more affordable Patagonia puffy.
Dude, I was hoping you were gonna say the smoker's jacket. Dude.
Oh, dude, I wish if there was a way to like zip it up. I know like you can get like buttons sewn in. Yeah, but I was just like,
that's how mine is.
Man, that's nice.
Yeah, I know you were talking fleece. I don't actually rock fleece though. If I'm actually having to pack it out.
True. Yeah.
I was about to say.
You just wear your fleece
I
around
always rock synthetic down if I'm gonna have to pack something because it's too heavy.
He took it personally, dude. He's like, can't have these people out here thinking I rock fleece.
Dude. No, I rock
Steven's
fleece at the house.
Steven's got nice stuff.
But yeah, so I mean, you can for other layers, like you can really get away, like not get away with it. You can have cheap options that really will take you quite a ways. But if there were anything to ball out on, dude, your outer layer, man, your level 5. If it's and for us here in Alaska, we're kind of like in a way lucky because of our year-round temperature. I can use this. And this is kind of where I say like your outer layer is your hard shell. It's also your soft shell. It's your windproof, is because they're making outer layers now that it used to be like if you wanted something waterproof, it had to be a hard shell. It had to be noisy. And it was, and it was like only a hard shell was your only option. Now they're making with the 3-layer systems like you mentioned, they have soft shell waterproofs, which is pretty new and really pretty awesome. And it does everything that you need to do, especially kind of where we're at, like because it's never going to be like 90 degrees here, where I put on like a 3-layer outer layer and I'm like too hot. I could wear this in the summertime with just a base layer or a short sleeve underneath, and I'm going to be cool. I'm going to be good to go. And so that's pretty awesome. So in that sense, we're pretty lucky, but in also other more temperate regions, you can also do the same thing. So I really love what the technology has done with the 3-layer systems, allowing it to be basically a soft shell or hard shell. They also make hard shell 3 layers on the outside, and then like extra waterproof protection as those layers go down, and it enhances breathability, which is like the huge thing. I know we all remember like walk around, you're like your level 6 is your waterproofs in the military, and you're like, dude, just Swamp City in there, man.
Yep.
Swamp City, dude. And it sucks.
Might as well be in a mop suit, dude.
Yeah. And whereas now, man, the stuff they got coming out, it's just sweet. And again, it comes back, it's well thought out. So something else I'm looking for in my outer layers, and this one has it, is the pit zips, dude.
Yep.
Yes.
I can't have an outer layer without the pit zips, man. You need that breathability.
Yep.
And it's very well thought out in the areas that they're creating these vents where the most moisture is going to be produced. So you got your pit vents, of course, and then there's also ones, this one has them with the chest vents that allow breathability throughout the chest as well. It's definitely hard. I haven't seen any that have like a back vent, but especially if you're most outdoor sports, whether it be like backcountry skiing or like if you have a ruck on or any of those things, you have a backpack on. So like a back vent wouldn't even really help or make sense because it's going to be compressed anyways. So, but anyways, yeah, I mean, very well thought out things that are coming out now these days. And yeah, again, something I look for is just ventilation systems that allow that breathability. Another really good one that's out there is the Everly Stock Trinity Peak 2.0. And I was using that also before I got this and had absolutely no complaints. They use a proprietary 30K, it's like they call it their 30K. It's like their waterproofing system, like just like Gore-Tex, of course, or obviously is like a waterproofing system. They use 30K. It's like 30K breathability, 30K waterproofing, and it's also a 3-layer, and that one's a soft shell. And that one works really, really well. Very well thought out. Chest zips, pit zips. What else? Oh, and then they also have gaiters actually around the wrists. So like
nice.
If you ever run those such scenarios where it's like rain is like running down your hands and then going up your arms or whatever, like they eliminate that with those gaiters. Cool. So that's another one that I'd highly recommend. And then the last one here is going to be the this one I kind of was wondering where I wanted to throw it in the layering system, but it is the Mountain Hardwear Ghost Whisper Ultralight Hoodie. So this is 1,000 fill, and this is a goose down. So this is goose down instead of synthetic down. And this one I actually almost use as like a level 7. The warmth to weight ratio here is unbelievable. Like I said, the stuff that's coming out now, it's 1,000 fill down, unbelievably light. And when you're talking about fill down numbers, the higher you go up in numbers is like the less down they actually had to use to get that warmth. So the ultralight, the only kind of ultralight items, because it's kind of a niche, when we like to put in a lot of mileage, so I like to cut out weight in most places that I can. And down's like it doesn't need to be ultralight. Like down's lightweight really no matter what. But anyways, the only con to ultralight garments is that, especially as it comes to down, is that it tends to be a little bit less durable because it's just so lightweight. And downs are already not super durable. So that's just something to keep in mind if you are looking into ultralight options. Just keep in mind that you are definitely giving up a little bit of that durability for the warmth and for that for that lightness of the material.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it can't withstand as many compression amounts, right, as synthetic down.
I honestly I don't know
heard
about
that
the
about
compression.
sleeping bags, so I assume that would translate over.
I'm sure it
to,
does probably actually. Yeah.
That it eventually it loses its loft quicker
makes
than
sense.
like a synthetic down would.
That
But it
makes
does
sense.
compress more, so it's kind of like
Yeah, makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, when I use this, it's like, dude, I mean, it's got to be frigid for me to pull this out.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, in terms of like, whenever I wear level 7s, I literally equate this to what the level of warmth that the level 7s would give me in the Equix system, and that's like a whole parka. So the cool thing about being in the civilian market, when we're talking about like the cold weather layering system from a Minuteman civilian standpoint, is that you have the option to use whatever you want.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Absolutely.
It's awesome. It's huge. So yeah, if it's crazy cold, I'll wear this underneath my outer layer. I would never wear this over my outer layer. I want to clarify that. You should never wear a level 7 over your outer layer. If you're ever wearing a level 7, it goes over like your level 2 or level 3 or whatever you're wearing underneath, and then your outer layer usually just
Gets put back
exactly.
over top.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you're
because you would tear this. Like,
yeah. Super easy, yeah.
Yeah, the layers are not in order of put on.
Yeah.
It's based on temperature,
Exactly.
basically. So
Yep.
like if you need that level 7, that means that it's super cold and you're probably static.
Yep.
And a lot of variables there. But yeah, no, your
It would
outer
still be
layer
considered
should
an
always
insulation layer, so it's going to be like in your middle.
Yep.
And then with the level, I mean, I won't go deep into the Equix system. There's already people out there talking about that, and there's videos out there if you want to look at that. But yeah, the level 7 parka, I just kind of want to, like, people should really understand their layering system and the capabilities of it. With the Equix system, when I was issued it, not a joke, I literally never used the level 7. Even when we were up at like Donnelly training area in those I think the coldest I ever operated in was -70. That was like only for a couple seconds though, as we like jumped out the plane. You got that prop blast coming at you, and it's like crazy cold for a second there.
Yeah.
But the ambient temperature was -50. In -50, never used level 7. I used the layering system as it should have been. I was getting in. I wasn't moving even a lot. I was just moving a moderate amount, kind of like that shoveling the driveway amount that we talked about, and I was totally warm. And part of that's kind of like a mental thing as well. Like I didn't want to like put on the level 7 because it's kind of like mentally it's like, oh no, this is my last layer. Like it's,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of a weird mental thing, but your system's really just kind of saying this, just like use your system, understand it, and understand that it's layering it's people do it for a reason. Like it really, really works really well. You really don't need to, you could be in some pretty crazy, gnarly temperatures and you really might not need that level 7.
Yep.
So just something to think about. And that's kind of why I went with this down instead of carrying like a large parka, because I found myself, I packed it every time. Just like in my mind, I was like, just in case, what if it gets really cold? I just never used it. Never ever pulled it out. Never threw it on. I was like, what I have already on me is plenty.
Yep.
So just something to think about. So I'll move this out of the way real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say too that in my whole career as well, never used the level 7, other than I can remember a couple times when it was just like I'm over it, I'm on guard, and I just want to be super warm. Like I remember like one time in a Humvee when it was like negative 50 something degrees up in Donnelly training area, and I was like, I'm gonna be here for 2 hours, so I'm putting the old marshmallow suit on, dude.
Yep.
But you're just sitting in a truck not doing anything, manning the radio. So
Yep.
that's like the only time I really ever used it. I can't think of a single time that anybody, not only just me, but anybody within my unit actually like operationally put one on
Yep.
when you're doing anything. Because if
Exactly.
you're just doing a little bit, again, you got to have that mentality of being okay with being cold.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd go farther to say I try to maintain that. So going back to like ventilation, when you were talking about like having pit zips and different things like that,
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of like my internal tell. If I start getting like kind of warm, like if I'm out moving around and I feel like that, man, I'm like pretty warm right. I'm super warm right now. I'll usually ventilate at that point because I want to try to manage do some sweat mitigation and keep myself from sweating, because as soon as you start sweating, it's like it's kind of a domino effect. Now you got to change layers, and then that means you got to strip down, and it's this constant. You start getting wet, you start getting moisture involved, and it's a spiral.
And that's the funny part, is that guys will start sweating, and they and they acknowledge the fact that, like, oh man, like I got a little bit wet. If I want to change this, I'm going to need to like change out my clothing. Yeah. So like that means I'll take off all my stuff, like you said, and so they'll like be like, no, like I really don't want to do that. Yeah. So they just won't.
That's a mistake.
And then and like you said, domino effect. And the next thing you know, you're like, you got this guy who's shivering during a security hall, and you're like, dude, what's going on? And you take a look at him, you go feel his collar, and he's soaked, dude, soaked. And you're like, what are you doing? Why didn't you like stop and change like an hour ago, man?
Yeah.
But yeah. So moving into the neck and head. And so this is one that, man, dude, it almost frustrates me when you see videos out there of people talking about layering and stuff like that. They talk about, of course, you talk about your layer, the remainder of your body, and then they'll talk about feet a little bit and talk about gloves. Nobody talks about the head and the neck, and you need to be in like a headspace of your layering system is full body, everything. The data shows like how much heat that you lose through the neck and through the head, dude. You lose a lot. And so you need, like I said, you just need to look at it in the same way that you look at the remainder of your body. So when I look at my level 1s and my level 2s, the reason why I specifically was looking for a balaclava, which again, OR, dude, they're not doing this stuff by accident, very well thought out. Not only is it a hood that comes up on the level 1s and level 2s, it's a whole balaclava. So for my headgear, again, I want to layer in the same way my neck and head as I would the remainder of my body. So level 1 has a whole balaclava attached to it. So that's giving me neck coverage, is giving me head coverage. And that's something that I appreciate for numerous reasons. I mean, one being that like you almost always start a movement with like a little beanie on or something like that. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't take very long for like, okay, I'm too hot, I need to take this beanie off. And so now it's like you're stuffing in your pocket, which isn't the end of the world, but it's like you're stuffing in your pocket, you're taking your pack off to stuff it in there. It's like these hoods, I either put it on, or if I get too hot, I just pop it right off.
Yeah.
And that's it, man. That's it. And so I have a hood balaclava on the level 1 that's attached, one attached to the level 2, the level 3, the Black Diamond Vision hoodie that has a hood. So that's we're now on 3 layers for my head and neck. The Ghost Whisperer Ultralight that has a hood, so now that's 4 layers for my neck and head. And then the Route Finder, the outer layer, has a hood, so that's 5 layers for my neck and head. And that's like the neck and head. You need to look at it as you do the remainder of your body, because you lose a lot of heat out of there, and your neck and head's going to get warm and cold just like the remainder of your body while you're out moving. And so that's just something I wanted to harp on a little bit. Regular balaclavas are fine. It's just like super difficult to layer multiple balaclavas on top of each other, or multiple like fleece caps on top of each other. That wouldn't be comfortable whatsoever. So yeah, the OR does this though, and then I also know companies like Stone Glacier, which is more of a hunting company, but they make really, really, really awesome equipment. They also have hoods and balaclavas on a couple of their items. So if you're looking for something, look at them. And then also one more thing with the balaclavas is that you want to be careful. If you're doing something that is extremely strenuous, that you're sweating a lot, say you start a movement with your balaclava up, you're sweating a lot, you get a lot of sweat on your forehead and on your face, you want to leave that balaclava up until you can get to an area where you can come back to like a whether it be a warming shelter or whatever it be, where you can kind of regulate your body temperature again in a safe environment. Because if you sweat a lot on that face and forehead and that whole area, and then you take your balaclava off and you're still exposed in that cold weather environment, all that sweat is going to lead you to a cold weather injury. That's a lot. Like most of the cases of frostbite are all on cheeks and nose and that facial area, because it just happens. You just can't feel it and don't pay attention. So just a little TTP there to consider and remember. For hands, I usually just go with 3 layers. You can kind of carry a lot of different gloves, and I think 3 for most all scenarios I find myself in works good. So base layer here is going to be, I usually like to use just a merino wool, again, some sort of merino wool blend as the base. Your hand's going to get sweaty while you're doing stuff. These wick moisture and keep them away from your mid-layer glove, which is really important. You want that mid-layer glove to stay really dry, no matter what. So the base gloves I'll usually carry for sure one, at least if not two. They're super lightweight, and then oftentimes like they get holes in them super easily at the fingertips and stuff. So
don't you hate that?
Yeah, I know, right?
It happens so fast.
So
You're
annoying,
just like,
dude.
oh,
Yeah.
gotta get more.
But yeah, smart wool, pretty good. So I use those as a base. And then on top of that, my mid layer. So I've used quite a few, and I was showing you guys these earlier, but the Temres, I don't even know how to pronounce it, but TEMRES, they're a waterproof glove that was shown to me by one of the guys that I work with. And most waterproof gloves I've ever used, the dexterity is just like none. These are unbelievably cheap. First of all, it's kind of crazy how cheap they are. They're like $30, and then they actually have a fleece liner, so they offer a little bit of extra warmth in there, and the durability is just through the roof. Like the whole day that we were at the range this other day, was manipulating my weapon system the whole time while using these outer gloves. And on gloves, you need to practice with your weapon system. Like,
yeah,
like it's just like, oh, I'll just take my gloves off when I get into a firefight, and like it's no big deal. Like, no, that is not the answer at all. You're gonna become a cold weather injury if you do that. Like, you need to understand how to manipulate and utilize your weapon system while wearing your layers, and that includes your gloves. So merino wool base layers, that mid layer. Like I said, the Temres, waterproof gloves, dexterity is amazing. And you want some sort of, it doesn't have to be waterproof for the wintertime, because if it is, that's pretty ideal, especially while you're doing like water collection for filtering and stuff like that. It's just nice to be able to get your hands in there. Otherwise, like, you need to take all your gloves off and expose your hands, which isn't ideal, but it's better than getting your gloves wet. So, but some sort of waterproof or water resistant glove that you can just dig around in the snow, do all those things that you need to do without it getting soaking wet. That is what you're looking for out of that mid layer glove. And then that's what I use basically all the time. Like, for basically everything I'm doing, that base layer and that mid layer is going to get me through everything I need to do. The dexterity is on point. If there's something that takes like an extreme amount of dexterity, maybe you're like inputting channels or something into a radio, would be probably the only time I take off that mid layer and just use the base layer glove. But there is literally like no scenario where you should take off your base layer glove. You need to be able to do everything you need to do with these gloves on. I mean, the amount of instances that I saw of guys took off their glove for like 10 seconds, dude, to like grab something that was metal, whether it was like to do something with gasoline or to do something with a radio, like the what's the I can't remember, I'm forgetting the name of that radio, that big block one.
The ASIP.
Yes, thank you. The ASIP, which, you know, it's a metal radio. It's like freezing. You touch that thing, dude, it's freezing cold, man. And
big metal block.
Yeah, literally.
Yep.
And my RTO on one of our training exercises, freaking he like, dude, I told him, like, don't take your gloves off, and he went, grabbed his radio, he was doing something with it, and like 10 minutes later comes back to me, he's like, hey, I think I'm in a bad spot. I'm like, dude. And
I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
Yeah. And he ended up having to get taken out of there because he took his gloves off to utilize his radio. You know, it's like, dude, you literally you can't let up for a second, man. Like, you gotta really pay attention to some of the details in the cold weather environment.
Yeah, and we'll talk about cold weather injuries, but it's amazing to me. I mean, if you listen to the podcast, you know that Stephen and I's company, we do a lot of first aid training and stuff like that. It's amazing how many people here in Alaska, we do that in Alaska in a super cold environment. We're subarctic here. So many people don't know about contact frostbite. Contact frostbite is extremely prevalent here, and anytime you're talking sub-zero temperatures, you got to talk about contact frostbite, which we'll get into. I don't want to get too ahead, but that's what's happening when you have someone that bare hand touches something that's dense metal or fuels take on the ambient temperature of what's around them, different things like that. So you can literally, it's not like a prolonged, I'm continuously in the cold weather. It's like, no, on contact, you can grab a rifle, saw it a lot with rifles, guys grabbing. I tell a story in our class about you know how it was in the Army. You'd stage all your rifles outside, and then they'd get signed back into the arms room, which was always so weird. But so basically, all these rifles are laying outside. We'd get done with an airborne operation, a few days or whatever, and then you stage them out in front of the company, and then you got privates running them in and out, and then you literally got guys with Picatinny rails frostbite burnt into their hands from contact frostbite. And you can literally see like the individual Picatinny rail from the rail, or marks from the rail. So yeah, it's a real thing, and you should absolutely have at least a base layer on. can't stress that enough.
Yeah.
I've seen it a ton.
Seriously. Yep. Yeah, you're spot on. And then the last level that I'll use for my hands is some sort of over mitten. So if you have the Arctic mittens, dude, those things are awesome, lifesavers. These are the OR. I believe they're called the Firebrand mittens. Maybe I'm getting that wrong.
I like how they have Velcro on there.
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, for like wiping off your face and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. And then they have another little inner insert. So, and then actually the kind of cool thing about these is that I got to poke the finger out here, but it's actually a trigger finger right there.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah. So it's and it's kind of it has definitely more dexterity in it than like the classic like that old school trigger finger mitten. But
Yeah.
I still don't like trigger finger mittens, but we'll talk about that in a second. But
I'm
yeah,
with you.
yeah. But yeah, and if you're utilizing, I want to be clear on this, is that if you're utilizing your outer layer, like your Arctic mitten or something like a Firebrand, whatever like large mitten that you have, that's like your go-to if like your hands are, because in all scenarios between your base layer and your mid layer mitten, your hands should be good to go. And this kind of comes back to, you're going to be cold. Your hands are going to be cold before anything else. You're just like your toes. So that's something you kind of have to just understand and learn your body with, of like what is like cold versus what is, oh, I'm like on the verge of getting like frostbite or something like that, or I'm a cold that's not safe, but your hands are gonna be cold. So in most scenarios, your base layer, mid layer, you're 100% good to go. In the circumstance where you do need to use your Arctic mitten or something like that, you only wear you leave your base layers on and then you insert them. Like you're not wearing your base layers with like your waterproof or water resistant mid layer and then put them in the glove. That's gonna that's not gonna work out really well, and it's gonna like counteract each other. It's just so base layers right into your over mitten. Something I wanted to touch on was muffs, also known as hand warmers, like the little
Yes.
the quote unquote tactical hand warmer.
Yes, destroy them. I'm so glad you're bringing this up. Stop being dumb. You're not on the football field, dude.
Dude, those are a no-go,
Yeah,
brother.
stupid.
They are a no-go, man. Those
So many feelings are getting hurt. I've got those Velcroed under my chest rig. No.
dude, if I see if I see anybody with those, dude, I'm like, okay, you obviously do not go to the field, because like, dude, if you
Go ahead.
dude, because just for so many reasons. One, you're taking up space on your LB plate carrier, whatever you have attached it to, that can be used for war fighting capabilities, whether it's like, I don't know, another tourniquet, another magazine, map resources, like whatever. You're taking up space.
Yeah.
Number two, they literally don't even provide warmth. Like, like let's talk about these hand warmers versus your pockets, dude. I once heard a great motto from a friend of mine. If I see it, the motto is, if there's a paratrooper with two pockets and cold hands, it's a dumb paratrooper.
Nice.
You got pockets, brother. Just if your hands are that cold, just put them in your pockets. Like if your gloves aren't working out, like you're always a go-to would be put your hands in your pants. Like it's always that's always going to be a number one place to warm them up at, man. So the hand like the hand warmers, again, they don't really provide enough warmth. There's not enough insulation there. There's too much airflow. And then number three, like if you're actually conducting warfighting operations, if you're bounding, if you're building shelters, if you're moving through adverse terrain, like those things are getting flooded with snow and everything else. Like there's just various reasons why they don't work. So those are a no-go. And they were actually established in like, it was like 1930 something, I think, for women to warm their hands. So they just don't work, dude.
Take that for what it is, dude. I think the modern versions, the only scenario I can think of, because I've been asked about them a bunch, and I'm like, it's a waste. Like you can literally put an entire IFAC there instead. Literally. Something that makes way more sense. Yeah. Or just have like a little admin pouch that you keep like your gloves in.
Yeah, literally.
To manage it. But anyways, the only time I think it might make sense is if you are a police officer and you spend a lot of time in and out of a vehicle. Yeah. And so upgrading and downgrading constantly and trying to manage sweat, you're at a traffic stop or something, you need to quickly warm your hands.
Totally.
Environments like that operationally might make sense. I don't like the idea of your hands being tucked away when you're dealing with an unknown.
That's the other thing. Yep, exactly.
So,
Yep.
which is also why, hands in the pockets is frowned upon in operational environments, but it's also why you can just wear gloves.
Yeah.
So that's like what gloves are for. They'll
Yep.
keep your hands warm. And these mittens that MooseRider's talking about, these over mittens, dude, they will keep you so warm, especially if you've got like a good base layer on your
it's
gloves
literally what
on.
I rock. I don't rock this exact pair, but it's pretty close.
And a lot of people are like, well, how do you run your gun with that? And it's like, well, if it's a good, well thought out system, it's going to have wrist lanyards on it. And
Yep.
that's exactly what they're for. So you can literally ditch them off your hands, and then you have full dexterity. You can do what you need to do.
And you
then
don't
can
lose
pop
your
them back
gloves
on.
either.
Yep. And with that being said, on the Arctic mittens or on like some of these big over mittens, if they do have like lanyards on them and rope, some of them come with like ropes attached. Like I know the Arctic mittens that the Army issues out, if I remember correctly, has rope. If they don't, easily attach some 550 to it. And it's something that like I would usually keep when I use like the conventional Equic system level 7. They have these big interior pockets. I would put my Arctic mittens inside there because if I'm using my Arctic mittens, again, those are another thing that I don't think I ever put on actually. But if I was using them, like I'd probably have my level 7 on too, because it's probably something crazy. So I would keep them in there, keep them a little bit extra warm. And then the other thing is that you can, the reason for the 550 is that you can throw it over your head, over your neck, around your neck. And when they're not in use, you can just tuck them back into the level 7, zipper up, and they'll stay in there, and that'll keep snow from like getting into them as you're going through snow or going through terrain and stuff like that. So that's just a little TTP right there.
Keeps them warm too.
Yep, exactly.
Pull them out, and it's like, it's like clothes out of the dryer, man. It's just like, ooh, that's cozy.
Yep. And that's something you want to really be looking out for, is getting snow as you're carrying gloves. However you choose to carry your glove layering system. Some people like them a little bit more quick access. Some others don't. It's up to you. But however you choose to carry them, if you do carry them externally, make sure they are maybe oriented downwards, or just I personally would just like put them in a pack where they're fully protected. But whatever you do, just make sure you don't get snow in them as you're going through that terrain where it's always falling over you and you like brush up against a tree or something like that. So if you get snow in there, they become pretty useless. It's hard to get that snow out, or it melts, and then you got a wet glove when you're looking for something really warm. And then the trigger fingers. So the trigger finger mitten idea sounds awesome. Sounds really good. And in certain circumstances, it may work. The couple things I don't like about it is that one, the scenario where it's so cold that you have on your Arctic mittens and your level 7s is probably a scenario where you'd be hard pressed to see like a enemy opposing force operating in that environment. So one, it just be like the chances of you coming into conflict in that cold of environment kind of low. Number two, though, kind of more important is just that if you're in a warfighting circumstance, what's more important, like your hands being cozy warm or you being able to properly utilize your weapon system? I'm going to say properly utilize your weapon system. And that's not to contradict myself and say take off your gloves and get frostbite to operate your weapon system, but it's like, okay, I can go back down to my mid layer instead of keeping on these big over mittens if I need to utilize my weapon system. If you are for some crazy reason in an environment where like it is just frigid, crazy negative temperatures, and you need to operate your weapon system, the trigger finger mittens are out there. They I don't know when those really old ones were made. Was that Vietnam or World War II or something like that? Those really old ones. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know which ones you're talking about. The ones I'm most familiar with are the yellow palmed ones with M81.
Yeah,
they're a vibe. But
classics.
Yeah, dude, that finger always just gets cold.
Yep.
Like, there's no way around it. I never liked those things. You always end up tucking your finger out and it just turns into a big mitten.
Yeah.
You're not using that finger usually, so.
Yeah, and it's
little mitten.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it takes away a lot of the dexterity to try and utilize. Like, I've tried shooting with them, and it just, I mean, you can practice just like anything and probably get half decent with it, but you can't establish a good grip on your weapon system and pulling and having a good trigger squeeze. I mean, it's nearly impossible. If you did have to do it, though, I would recommend removing the trigger cover so that you can actually get your whole finger in there. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And that's just one TTP. If you found yourself in a scenario where for some reason you had to wear, it was so cold where you needed to wear these big mittens, had a trigger finger mitten, and had to utilize your weapon system, use it that way. Get rid of that trigger guard so you can at least get your finger in there and use it. So
that's actually why the AR-15 was designed with a swivel trigger guard. It was literally for Arctic conditions. That's why it's just a little push pin on that side, and then you can swing the mil-spec trigger guard out of the way.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yep.
That's pretty well thought out then. That's
Old
incredible.
Eugene Stoner, man.
Man.
He was the man. And they make like aftermarket trigger guards that are wider too, that work pretty good.
Yeah.
So
yeah. And then the last thing to round out our layering system here is just going to be the feet. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this because this kind of takes like you understanding your body. For me personally, my feet don't really get cold super easily, so I was issued the Danner Rivet TFX, and they are just 400 gram boots. And again, back to that -50, never had a problem. Never got cold just running those 400 grams. And part of it again comes back to like how much you're moving around, and everything from like just like kind of moving around the patrol base to like doing sustained movements. Yeah, just never had a problem. But again, it comes back to knowing your body. So just for that Rivet TFX, I actually still use those just because like I don't care if it was issued or not, it works, so I'm not gonna. So I still use those. Those are super solid. They also have those in 800 gram options and 1200 grams. So like if your feet do get colder, those are a good option. And I say those are good option because one, they work. Two, they're relatively cheap. And then also something to consider when you're looking at the Arctic environment as it comes to your footwear is, do these work with snowshoes? Because there's boots out there that might be a little bit too big, or depending on what snowshoes you have. So that's just something to keep in mind. And they work great with all the different snowshoes that I've used. So I have no complaints. And then I was also issued kind of like, I should have brought them, but these OR over boots, like the mountaineering over boot. They're almost like moon boots that you step inside of. And
we just saw those at.
Really?
Do you actually have those?
Yeah.
You ended up getting them?
Oh, no, I don't have those.
The ones you and I looked at, and I was like,
yep.
Whoa! So those weren't a thing when I was in.
Yeah, they're very new. Yeah, it was. They were issuing them just experimentally, and this was like 2 years ago max, maybe. Yeah.
Do you like those?
A couple things with them. One, like the idea behind it, like again, it's really awesome because the stuff that they were experimenting with is like stuff that was well thought out. They're not just like tossing stuff out there. And they got it from the mountaineering and alpine community because they use it, and like guys on like Kilimanjaro are using those. And I think it's because they're not using snowshoes out there, they're using mostly crampons, and I don't know what kind of crampons they're using to fit over the over boots, but the in terms of warmth, they're unbelievable. Like with just like that 400 gram Danner boot inside of that over boot, I only wore it once, and it was just to try it out, see what it was about. And my feet were super warm, and then they come up high, so it's like a built-in gaiter. Yeah. So you're good to go on that end. They were great. They kept me super warm. The only thing I didn't like about them is they did not fit into snowshoes. Which is obviously pretty important. So if you're throwing those, but then again, it's like if you're throwing those on, you're probably pretty stagnant. So if I'm wearing snowshoes, I'm probably moving. I'm not gonna be wearing these over boots. But then when you're comparing them to something like VB boots or bunny boots, the same thing for listeners. But I would say that it's pretty dang hard to beat VB boots. I know. The old Alaskan sneaker. Yeah, dude.
Alaskan sneaker. I honestly, I'm kind of to the point. That's why I was asking about the overboot. I didn't know if you thought it'd be if it's an alternative to that.
Dude,
but
it's hard to beat that overboot, man.
I've been telling people forever. I think every Alaskan should own a pair of those.
Oh yeah,
they're just, man.
And then you talk about the waterproof, like, because dude, there's stuff that is out there that will keep it really warm, but being really warm and waterproof like that. Man. Yeah. Like, cause especially if you're like traveling on ice and stuff like that, and you thought it was a little thicker than it was, and there's just circumstances that you could get your feet wet pretty easily in a cold weather environment, and that is like, you're in big trouble. And so having VB boots and that like that water's not permeating that shell is like pretty awesome. And of course you just got to use them in conjunction with gaiters, which I'm not going to go into. Just gaiters are like crucial. That is. Yeah. So but
must.
Yeah, I think most people are familiar with what gaiters are and how they work, and yeah, whatever footwear that you are using, you need to have gaiters. Oh, dude, I totally forgot to talk about the level 5 bottoms.
Go for it.
Yeah, just real quick. Those are level 5 bottoms, basically the exact same thing as your level 5 top. I actually use it's Duluth Trading Company, not a performance brand. Yeah, not performance brand at all. And they have this
naked level 5. No. The flannel level 5 system. No,
that's good, dude. Oh man. Sorry. No, they have this little.
Oh no, I derailed it. Reel it in. Sorry.
No. They have this line. It's their Alaska Hard Gear line, and I have found it. I just saw it. I was like, I'll give that a go. And it's actually been like, dude, I've worn that for like multiple mile winter treks. It's like it's not a performance brand, but it's a performance piece of apparel. And like I've looked at, like I've considered getting like other stuff from like Arc'teryx soft shells or Mountain Hardwear soft shells, and like no, these freaking Duluth Trading Company Alaska Hard Gear, and I can't remember the specific name of the I guess the model or whatever of those pants. I'll have to like look later, but no, they're good, dude, really good. And probably my favorite part about two things when you're looking at your soft shell pants that you want to be looking for, in my opinion, is one, suspenders. You don't want to be wearing a belt in cold weather operations because that's going to be constricting airflow. Suspenders allow you to, for numerous reasons. One, it allows you easier layering, to layer over the suspenders and not have to. They just make it easier, and then they allow the airflow coming from like your lower body up through the top, whereas a belt kind of constricts and will just cause airflow issues. But then the second thing I'm looking for in the cold weather soft shell pants is going to be built-in gaiters that a lot more companies are doing now, and that's something that when I found those Duluth pants, those were at the time one of the only people that I could find that were doing it, and that's just huge. Because when if you need to change out socks, if you need to change out your footwear or something like that, like instead of having like take off gaiters and then take off shoes and then take off socks, it's just take off my shoes, change my socks out real quick, and good to go. So the built-in gaiters, there's a lot of different brands doing that now, and that's something huge. So
that's cool. I'll have to look into that
for sure.
On socks, you didn't really mention that. Do you just rock just merino wool socks?
Merino wool, 100%. Right. Anything touching the body, dude, merino wool, man. Cannot beat it.
Cool.
Yep. And
I figured, but that's what I do. So.
And then I also, when you guys did the podcast with Ed, you guys were talking about like the double socking. I'm actually not. I've never tried. My feet have never gotten that cold to where I've like felt like maybe I should try this, but I've never tried it. You guys want to kind of talk about that?
Dude, it's sweet. Especially if you're running like a very thin, like very lightweight merino wool, or even like usually when I do I think all of my 2-sock configurations are polyester. Or like synthetic liner basically for your foot, and then you wear a wool sock over that.
Sock, yeah.
And so it wicks it off of your feet, because my feet are really warm a lot, and but my feet do sweat. That's like I don't sweat actually a whole lot. My body's pretty genetically. I'm just pretty decent with sweat. Some people sweat all over the place.
Superhuman.
No, I'm just kidding. But my feet though, my feet get clammy, dude. So it's nice because it'll wick it away from your feet, and then that wool, and you have to practice good discipline with your socks, and you got to change socks regularly, but that wool will eventually become too saturated. But your feet stay dry for a super long time, and then it also reduces the chance of blisters a ton, because your foot's not rubbing. It's that that wool and that inner layer are basically like sliding in each other, so it completely takes all of the abrasion or the kind of wear away from your foot. Wow. And kind of transfers it off to that outer layer. So
what kind of temperature range would you recommend that
cold? That would be, for me at least, that's like, if it's like sub 20 degrees and you're going to be out for hours and hours and hours, then
the guy we learned it from, I think, does it pretty much all the time, though.
Wow.
Yeah, you can, because it's so good at wicking sweat and managing.
And was he doing it mostly for warmth, or was he doing mostly for blister prevention?
I think both.
Really? Okay.
I think mainly sweat management.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was kind of his big thing. So he's like, it'll just keep your feet super dry. And then Ed in that layering podcast brought up the
neoprene.
The neoprene socks, which was new to me, and I haven't played with that yet.
Yep.
But I know that's kind of a different direction. It's basically like accepting, because that's going to retain the moisture, but it's going to be warm. Yep. So that's another option, and I think it has its place. I tend to really strive to stay dry with a lot of my systems. But I mean, that's same kind of concept as like VB boots. VB boots are going to retain the moisture, but it'll keep it warm. So, but you will sweat in a VB boot. There's no way around it,
man. Oh yeah.
But anyways.
All right.
Cool. So is that pretty much layering? Is that about all you want to do?
That's it right there, man. Yeah, honestly, that took a little longer than I was thinking it would. But I mean, there's some things there that I think that other, like I said, your layering system should be pretty robust. So there are some things there that I think were important to touch on that other people who are out there talking about layering haven't. Just keep it robust. Oh, real quick, kind of pertaining to the sleep system. Pertaining to the layering system. The last piece of like equipment focused here, but is a sleep system. Just want to touch on that real quick. Is that actually really not much here to say, to be honest. I personally is like, I know there's better for weight purposes out. There's definitely better options out there, but I literally just use the Army modular sleep system, 3-layer system, dude. Things that kept me, I don't want to say it's warm.
Robust.
Yeah, I know. It's robust for sure. Yeah. I don't want to say it's kept me warm at every temperature. Like definitely in that -50, I was like,
this sucks.
Yeah. But like I was able to sleep at least on and off, and I would like didn't die. You know, I wasn't close to dying. I wasn't close to getting frostbite or hypothermia, you know, which is, again, comes back to like, you're not here to be comfy cozy, you know?
Yep.
So it definitely did its job. And then everything, again, you know, spent a lot of time in the backcountry, everything I've ever been in, dude, torrential downpours to crazy cold temperatures. And even at -50, I wasn't doing everything I could to be comfortable. Like, didn't have an air mattress because you can only use the Army issued one, so it's like that thing's useless.
Yeah.
You know? So it didn't have an air mattress. We were using some like spruce bows to try and insulate underneath us, and I was using level 7s I wasn't wearing them. That's another thing I wouldn't recommend. Well, it kind of depends on what you there's some different things to try when it comes to like sleeping in your sleep system, but personally I in my experience, I have found that with the least amount of layers I wear, because your sleep system is down, I'm pretty sure the Army one is synthetic down though. You guys know?
Yeah, it should be
synthetic.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's down. So it's operating off of like the warmth that you provide, basically. So I have found there have been times like I'm super cold and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to throw on as many layers as I can, and then get in my sleep system, I'm going to be super warm. Those have been the coldest nights of sleep that I've had.
Yeah.
Comparatively to like when I freaking go down to like just my base layers. I don't think going down to like less than base layers would be smart, because if you sweat, you want to still be able to wick that moisture so that your sleep system doesn't get wet and can continue to operate as it needs to. But yeah, down to my base layers is when I really, really have been the warmest. And then if maybe what I would recommend is like using level 7s to put underneath your sleep system to just extra insulation and separation from the ground. But yeah. Oh, and then one other thing that I recently learned, huge, is when because you're gonna be boiling water, you know, no matter what, for like your food, which we'll get into in a little bit. But boil water right before you go to sleep. Put it in your canteen or Nalgene. Thank you. Yeah, whatever you're using, dude. Toss it in your sleep system, dude. You get in there, that thing's like an oven for your feet.
Nice.
Man. Oven. Like, I mean, because the feet are the only thing on me that's really ever getting cold in my sleep system. And yeah, I started doing that. It's like so nice, man. And it's like double benefit, because you wake up and you have water to drink. Like, instead of like most of the time, it's like you always want to take your water inside your sleep system with you in a cold weather environment, so it doesn't freeze. But yeah, usually it's like you wake up and it's freezing cold. If you put boiled water in there, and then when you wake up, it's usually still pretty warm, so that you're not drinking freezing cold water first thing in the morning as you're getting out of your sleep system. You got like at least a lukewarm water to drink, which helps a lot.
Another good thing to bring in your sleeping bag with you is, you mentioned batteries.
Boom.
Batteries are smart, and then your fuel canisters.
Boom. Yep.
Fuel canisters. Unless you got white gas. If you got the white gas stuff, it doesn't really care how cold it is.
Is that like that MSR, like that kind of? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's that you got to like pump it up. It's not pressurized like the butane canisters are. But the butane canisters, honestly, from my experience, if you're operating in like polar climates, Arctic climates, then you're going to definitely, and especially mountaineering, any kind of mountaineering or high elevation stuff, you need to do the white gas.
Yeah.
But from most of the time, I've found that the butane canisters for subarctic, and especially for you guys in the temperate climates, it's going to work fine.
Yeah.
It's going to run a little weaker when it's cold, but some guys are like, it won't work at all. And I can tell you, I've used it in negative or like sub-zero temperatures. I had a jet boil in the Army.
And when you say butane, you're talking about like stuff like jet boils, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
Just like the rapid stove,
Yeah. Every temperature I've been in as well, jet boil works every time.
Yep.
So I do. I haven't gone up to those elevations. I haven't been using fuels at those elevations where I would think I would run into those problems, but I definitely could see that being an issue at higher elevations.
Yeah,
for
I think
sure.
if you're
you definitely will.
Alpine stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
But so really quick, I don't know if you've already mentioned some brands. I just wanted to rattle off like some that you really can't go wrong with. Mountain Hardware is something that you've mentioned. They make great stuff. Outdoor Research is continuously coming up.
Oh yeah.
I love their stuff. I have like full layering systems from them. Arc'teryx, if you want to be a gangster and spend big money. Arc'teryx stuff's fantastic. There's a lot, look into the mountaineering kind of like brands and stuff like Patagonia. There's a few other brands that are going to do really well. But if you're on a budget, dude, the Army Equix system is pretty decent, and you can find it really cheap at surplus stores.
Yep.
So if you just need to get started into something, it's hard to go wrong with. I mean, like MooseRider said, there's a few in there that you could
some of that foreign
customize.
Military type stuff's cheap too.
Oh yeah, and then that's what I was leading up to is that Varstalecker or Varstuleka or however on their website it says to say it like where's the liquor, so I think it's like Verstalicker or something, but they have really good gear. It's made in Finland, so obviously referencing back to you talked about the Finnish military, it's a historically Arctic warriors, like those guys really understand how to fight in the cold, and their layering system is actually numbered, and it's sized appropriately. So if you get a size, if you're size medium and you get level 1, the size medium level 7 is going to be appropriately sized to work with that in that layering system.
Yep.
And you can shop by layer. It's really smart, and also it just so happens that their camo patterns are very, very effective for
super sick
for these environments, especially subarctic. We found that I mean, we're in the same climate as they are, so it kind of makes sense. But so take a look at them, and then I think they use blended base layers. It's an 80-20 blend, so 80% merino, 20% polyester, so a little bit more on the merino side, but I've played around with some of their layers and they're cozy, they're super soft and nice. I've been just for a little bit better performance with sweat management, I do prefer the outdoor research stuff so far. I haven't had the outdoor research stuff as long, but yeah, they have great base layer systems as well.
Yeah. No, I'm really glad that you also brought up that the sizing it appropriately is something I totally forgot about. Is at least for me myself, I found that I wear a size for my base layer, size medium top. I'll wear a base layer size medium, level 2 size medium, level 3 size medium, and then once I get to my outer layer or that down that I may wear underneath my outer layer, that's when I bump up to that size large. So if you are looking at size and you're kind of wondering how this should fit, it's around that level 3, in between level 3 and 5 is where I usually bump up a size so it can probably fit underneath the remainder of those layers.
Sweet.
Yeah, and then those are all really good brands, and the hunting brands out there also get a lot of attention for their layering systems. But I think I really agree with what you said. It's like who's been doing this the longest? Like layering came from the mountaineering and alpine community. So those brands like those brands that do mountaineering, those are probably going to be your best go-tos for sure.
Black Diamond too is another great one. But Sitka Gear, Kuiu, like some of those hunting brands honestly have really impressive systems.
Yep.
So
yeah.
And I think you can get better for the money from some of the mountaineering brands personally. But
yeah. Personal preference there a little bit. And just on the sleep system, basically sleep systems are expensive. That's something probably upgrade here maybe in the next year or so. But the modular sleep systems never let me down. So I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna switch up. It's a little bit heavier, but build a strong back, brother.
Yeah, dude. The old have you looked into the Corinthia systems?
I've heard about it. I'm really looking into Stone Glacier's sleep systems. Those things are pretty hardcore. Yeah. I've heard, again, just comes from like the hunting and all that stuff. A lot of people ranting and raving about those.
Yeah. What's yours again?
Dude, putting me on the spot. I don't know off the top of my head.
You've got like the Knight's Armament of sleep systems, dude.
Oh no, I can't think of it. Give me a second.
Country.
Give me a second. Just keep contending.
Okay.
And then also
Snug
Mountain
Pack.
Hardware. I've been looking at their sleep systems too. You can find some pretty sweet deals, and
the old Snug Pack 4-season bag's pretty good.
See, that's the thing. It's like it's
it.
kind of weighing what exactly season that you're looking for. And that you need, because you can get away with depending on your climate and temperature. Like if you're in a subarctic region, the summer here is still pretty cold. Personally, I wouldn't take the whole 3 layers, but most instances I'd probably still take the winter bag. Like probably leave the summer bag at home, take the winter bag, and just have that, and I'd be plenty warm. But if I just had the summer bag, probably would be a little bit nippy.
Yeah.
But anyways, if you live in other places, you can easily get away with just having a Whoopee and a bivy, for sure too. And then like there's 4-season bags that are out there that can work great depending on the environmental conditions that you're operating in, versus like some places like you need a dedicated 3-season and you need a dedicated -40 bag, So
yeah, I'm running the Western Mountaineering sleeping bags.
Nice.
Yeah, they're pricey though.
It's warm though, dude.
Yeah, they're nice, and they pack down. They're super light too.
Nice.
But
and it's important that it's nice, because that's going to keep you from getting those cold weather injuries. All this stuff, like, it might sound like a lot, and to some people it's like, oh man, like really, all these layers. It's like, dude, this stuff serves an absolute purpose all the way down to your sleep system. Basic stuff like your socks and all that kind of stuff. It's like, this is what's going to keep you from getting hurt, and cold weather injuries are no joke. So I think that's a pretty good spot to just dive right into that. Would you concur?
Heck yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, we're talking about thriving in the cold weather environment, and part of that is knowing what you're at risk of. What are your threats in a cold weather environment? And some of the ones like mobility and like the threats that are larger to your combat operations, we'll get into in just a second. But at an individual level, and probably way more of a risk that you're just facing it. Because I mean, if you're in a hostile environment, like, it's not going to be hostile 24/7. There are going to be lulls, and there's going to be times where you're like, okay, but in a cold weather environment, you are 24/7 at risk of being cold weather casualty. That's something that you always got to keep in your mind. So we're going to go over probably the most common cold weather injuries, as well as some individual factors that can make you more or less susceptible to cold weather injuries. So I'll start off with those real quick. Some individual factors that are going to make you more or less susceptible is going to be your body composition. So this is kind of one of those things where it's like, maybe me personally, my feet don't get super cold super easily, or I kind of I just run warm, versus like Steven, possibly maybe he just like, man, step outside and it's 30 degrees out and he's shivering. He can't stand the cold. And that's kind of something that kind of comes down to body composition. There's definitely some truth to having like a more fat layer on you, then you probably tend to be warmer. I think that's pretty common. Most people would agree. And yeah, another one's gonna be age. Age, I'm not gonna get down to like the science and health aspects of it, but as you age, you just become more susceptible to the cold, and that's pretty common. Like something you can just see regularly, like elderly folks, or actually, I mean, once you get over the age of 35 is when you start to suffer more effects. Gender and race actually plays a role. They actually make sleep systems specific for women. Because they just
really,
yep. It's
I did not know that at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, women just get colder way easier than men. It's just like don't really know what goes into it, but yeah, literally twice the number of peripheral cold injuries than men. Yep. And then in terms of race, African American males and females sustain 2 to 4 times the number of cold weather injuries, which just makes sense a little bit, just because of like different biomes that those ethnicities kind of usually hail from. But another big one is fitness. Of course, like, can't hammer fitness enough. It always comes back to fitness. It really directly correlates to the ability of the individual to handle the cold in the way that they're able to sustain work for longer periods of time. And that's everything from like how long you can go without sweating, how long you can go with like regulating. Really, that internal body regulation is highly correlated to your fitness level. Experience is a very obvious one. Like somebody who grew up in a cold region and spent a lot of time outside is going to be far less susceptible to cold weather injuries than somebody who grew up in Miami, Florida. Your level of training also falls in with that experience. Drugs and alcohol is a big one. Tobacco and alcohol use is a huge contributing factor to cold weather injuries, because tobacco is a vasoconstrictor and therefore increases the likelihood of cold injuries to the extremities. Another one's diseases or injuries. Like if you have like circulation diseases like Raynaud's syndrome or diabetes, just general poor circulation, that increases your likelihood. And then last, if you've had prior cold weather injuries,
that's a huge one.
You're obviously, totally way more susceptible to cold weather injuries. So we've talked all about them and how individual factors make you more or less susceptible. So now let's talk about them. We've got the big ones is going to be chilblain, superficial and deep frostbite, and immersion syndrome, which is also known as trench foot, and then finally hypothermia, which has mild, moderate, and severe cases. So To start off with chilblain, it's a non-freezing cold injury that usually occurs after a couple hours in cold, wet conditions at temperatures below 50 degrees Fahrenheit. And it appears as like small lesions on the skin, usually on the top of the fingers or the ears and the face. Really, any exposed skin can also be involved. And then once you rewarm it, the skin usually becomes inflamed and red and hot. And that can continue for several hours after exposure. But there's no like long-term effects. Eventually, all the symptoms subside. Chilblain is usually the precursor to frostbite. I've gotten chilblain in my fingers before. It was like after numerous hours. It was actually in dry, cold conditions, but got it, recognized it, did the procedure I needed to like not get frostbite, which is you just need to rewarm the affected part of that skin, which usually is like we kind of talked about earlier. Easy go-to, hand in the pockets or hand in the pants, put it in the warmest region that you got available to you. You don't want to really rub or massage the affected area. And then don't place it too close to a heat source. So like if you're on the verge of getting some sort of cold weather injury, whether it be chilblain or especially frostbite, you don't want to like immediately put them like next to a super hot fire or something like that.
Yeah, definitely not. Especially with frostbite. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Anything you want to add on chilblain at all?
I was just going to say that it's more common than people think it is. I would say that the majority of people that live, especially in the Arctic regions and beyond, have probably had chilblains before.
Yep.
I've had it before. It was very common in the military, especially when you're dealing with like wind chill and stuff like that. It was very prevalent, but it is very manageable. But it's good to catch early because it absolutely can be a precursor to more serious injuries like frostbite. So, yeah, that's all I'd add.
So next, talking about frostbite. Frostbite's up next. So you got superficial and deep frostbite, and it's kind of interesting. So within the Northern Warfare Training Center handbook here, they actually have a graphic that shows how quickly you can get frostbite, and it's a graph that's in like green zones, yellow zones, or red zones. And the green zone, like you're usually not at super high risk. The yellow zone is like areas, and it's based upon temperature and a wind speed if there's a wind where you're at. The yellow zone, if you fall in there, you can get frostbite on any exposed skin within 45 minutes. And then you fall into that red zone, you can get frostbite on any exposed skin within 5 minutes, which is like, that's how fast.
Holy cow.
And which is just, pretty crazy. And that red zone is some pretty extreme temperature. You're talking about like it's the ambient temperature is like -30, and then you have like a 15-mile-an-hour wind, which honestly isn't, you head up north and that could be pretty common in the wintertime. So, but frostbite occurs when you freeze your body tissue, like your body, like your skin, your tissue's literally frozen, which is kind of hard to think about, like how cold that would be. The ambient air temperature must be below 32 degrees Fahrenheit. And if the ambient temperature is above 32 degrees, but is below 32 degrees with wind chill, frostbite cannot occur. It generally occurs in exposed skin or extremities, such as the nose, ears, cheeks, and hands and feet. And that's going to be a theme of like areas where we tend to see frostbite and chilblain occurs, those exposed areas and those extremities. And then contact frostbite, which is probably way more common than like frostbite occurring just from ambient temperature, because that would take like your hands would get chilblain, they'd be super cold, and you'd kind of recognize it over the term of 45 minutes or so. A contact frostbite is way more common, which can happen just like we talked about earlier with easy mistakes. Contact frostbite occurs when bare skin is cooled quickly from contact with an extremely cold object. It can also occur instantaneously when skin comes in contact with super cold liquids that do not freeze at 32 degrees, such as gasoline and petroleum products. And that was probably one of the most common things that I saw during my time in the military was like our Akio systems would have JP8 as fuel, and then also with like our maintenance individuals, they would be getting frostbite way more than I would see like other infantry individuals, just because they were messing around with those kinds of fuels all the time. And it'd be like one of them was just a little bit too lazy to put on their JP8 gloves or whatever at that point in time, and boom, just like that's all it takes. So contact frostbite is probably what you're most at danger of when you're utilizing your equipment in super cold weather environments. So superficial frostbite presents itself as white, waxy, and pale in lighter skin types, and red and pale in darker skin types. includes numbness, and it'll usually form a bleb. And these blebs, like when you touch them, the skin will move over the underlying tissue. And when it's pressed upon, the dented skin will usually rebound to like that bleb form. First aid for this includes rewarm. Most of all cold weather injuries is pretty common sense. Rewarm it. Get into a warm area if it's available. So you want to rewarm the affected area, usually using skin to skin contact. Again, you don't want to just like if your hand's got frostbite or blebs on them, you don't want to just put them in front of fire. You want to use your groin area, use your armpits, use a warm belly, and the same goes for whether it's your face or your ears or your nose. If you get on the feet, you obviously want to remove the injured individual's boots and socks, and try to warm them up as best as possible. And usually, it's upon the rewarming that the blebs form, and that's a normal part of the healing process. You definitely don't want to pop them like you would like a blister, like you would a blister or something else like that would cause some serious issues.
Yeah, really quick, I was going to say too that most of your rewarming for treatment for cold weather injuries should be happening in the core. We want to be rewarming the core if possible. That's the absolute best way to do it because, like MooseRider mentioned earlier, this is literally frozen tissue, and you very literally have ice crystals formed inside your tissue, and that's why we don't want to agitate it or anything like that, and why direct heat can be a problem. We can actually cause major tissue damage and actually bleeding. So traumatic injury inside the underlying tissues. So yeah, a lot of people's first instinct is like, I'll put them over a fire or like get direct heat. And it's like, no, we got to warm the core of the patient, not the injured site as best we can.
Yep, absolutely. And if you do choose to rewarm one of these areas, you want to make sure that you're going to be able to consistently. Like it's not like I'm going to warm this up, but we're still in a cold weather environment and we're not going to be able to evacuate this individual for numerous hours. Like if that's the case, you need to kind of just let it be. You only should warm it if you're like, okay, like if you will be able to provide warmth for a sustained period of time for that individual, because if the injury refreezes, then that superficial frostbite is almost surely going to become deep frostbite, and then that's gonna be really bad, really, really bad.
You're gonna lose some fingers.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah. So then deep frostbite, much the same as superficial frostbite. They say the skin coloration presents, it's going to present the same, basically as superficial frostbite. You have no tactile sensation whatsoever, and the individual might describe it as a wooden feeling in that area. The skin does not move over the underlying tissue, and the skin does not rebound if it's like pressed upon or dented in, and it's going to feel like hard to the touch. And then after rewarming, that a layer of dark colored skin may form over the affected area, and that's what's known as necrosis. And if you see that, it's
game over.
Down bad.
Yep.
Down really bad. Yep.
Yeah, there's a kind of a viral clip that's been kind of going around. I keep repeatedly seeing it. It's that guy that is tapping his four fingers, and he's just got these black fingers, and he's like tapping them on a table. And he ended up having to get him amputated, but that would be that deep layer frostbite and complete necrosis. So, all the tissue had frozen and died. So it's not a lot of options after that. They basically have to amputate. Literally. So it's serious.
Yeah. It's and like we said, it's like there's gonna be warning signs. You're not just gonna instantaneously get necrosis. It's gonna be like, oh, my hands are cold. Oh, now they're really, really cold. Oh, now I have like blebs forming and all that. It's like other than the contact frostbite, which is what you really, really should be aware of. Getting frostbite generally is like it's kind of hard to do. So as long as you're paying attention to what you're coming in contact with, you're usually pretty safe from this. And the treatment steps for deep frostbite are pretty much the same as superficial frostbite. And it really comes down to there's really not too much you can do in the field environment, to be honest. It's like you try to rewarm it, and if you can give sustained warming for that affected area, and then if you have follow-on medical facilities, you got to get them there definitely as quick as possible and leave that to a professional, because that's when it comes down to like you said, possibly just saying goodbye to those fingers.
Yep.
So definitely something to look out for sure. Then we've got immersion syndrome, also known as trench foot. This is one that, right? Yeah, this is one that I feel like people don't think too much about in a cold weather environment. When I think about trench foot, I definitely think warm weather, temperate weather environments, being down south. But it kind of comes back to like what we're talking about wearing VB boots, for example, dude. Your foot's a swamp, man.
Yeah,
yeah, and it's easy to get into like it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget about a lot of things when you're operating in a cold weather environment, and foot care is definitely one of them because you're like, oh, it's so cold, I'm not really sweating that much. I don't need to change my socks as often. It's just these things, these small things that are easy to forget about. And no, man, your feet are getting wet the same as they would in a hot weather environment. Maybe not to that same extent, but if you leave them in the same socks for a long period of time, or especially if you're wearing VB boots, it just adds up. So feet care, I mean, everybody knows foot care, so you don't really need to go over like how to combat that too much, but you got to pay attention to it just as much in a cold weather environment as you do everywhere else.
It's because, I mean, you really got to consider the fact, like the risk. Your feet's all you got as far as getting around. Like, if both your feet are down, you're now a liability for your whole team, really, or your whole group or whatever. I mean, the trench foot thing is serious, and I've seen some nasty stuff. Like, I will never forget. I saw a guy with like straight up trench foot, and the whole like natural sole or pad of his foot basically like separated off of his foot. Oh my
gosh!
And several layers of skin, and it was just like, I mean, just so like the worst. Like, when you get pruny if you're in a bathtub or a pool or anything, it's like the worst case of that. And it just was like, I mean, it was gross, but I remember being blown away by it because, you learn all about it. And then when you finally see it, you're like, oh, and it was, I mean, it took forever for him to recover from that. I mean, he was on, what do they call profile? He was on profile for months after that, just trying to tender his feet along. And I think he ended up having to get shipped off somewhere else because it was like frostbite mixed in and stuff too. And it was bad. Which the military is really good about keeping an eye on people's feet. Yeah. But it's something that I don't see a lot of in the civilian space of this. So definitely, like, we harp on it a lot on the podcast, but if your feet feel wet or kind of clammy and you're like, man, my feet are kind of bothering me, but I'm good, I'm going to tough it out. It's like, I can't stress enough, like, make that communication. Yeah. Take that tactical pause, whatever, get in a little hasty patrol base, whatever you got to do, and change your socks. Yeah.
And it also comes back to, especially, I'm sure both of you have seen it before, that the infantry mindset, like you can just kind of tough it out. And we didn't kind of preface this. These, dude, cold weather injuries, dude, you're not toughing this out, dude. No. You are not toughing this out.
It's nothing to do with your toughness level.
You ain't toughing out in the crow's brother.
I'm going to straight up, go back.
Yeah, man, and the same to be said for like your sleep, and we'll kind of get into patrol based stuff later, but like your sleep setup, stuff like that. It's like it's just like a happy medium when it comes to like comfort and combat effectiveness. You can't be combat effective if you're trying to tough out a serious cold weather injury. You can't be combat effective if you're trying to tough out, like, if you're not sleeping, if you're not sleeping right, and especially in a cold weather environment. So yeah, and the feet also, not just for the immersion foot, but also for the frostbite. Personally, I would, when we went out to the field about every 3 days, I would just go personally check every single soldier's feet, just have him pop off his shoe. When he's in like a heated environment, I'm not going to have him stand in snow barefoot, but like when they're in a good environment to like, let me check our feet, brother. And cause their guys will have maybe chilblain on their toes that they're just kind of not really, maybe they don't know how to identify it, or they're trying to tough it out, or same with the immersion foot, like, hey, how come you haven't changed your socks since we started the FTX or something like that? So yeah, on the civilian side, definitely you should incorporate. Look out for your boys. Look out for your boys, man.
Some good leadership right there. Getting eyes on, dude.
Eyes on, dude. Close on them feet, man.
Oh, the sir's coming around to look at feet again. It's so good though. Like, you have to. It's good stuff.
Just exposed me, man. Yeah, no,
it's legit. Absolutely. It sounds weird, but
the stuff that you gotta do, man. When you're tight with the boys in those environments, dude.
Yeah. But we talked about in one of the last podcasts about pooping in MRE bags in close proximity. So
oh man,
The least you can do is look at some.
Dude, my medics were
Look at
always
some
on
pruny
board
feet.
about looking at feet and
Yeah.
just about anything.
Yep.
Tick checks, which isn't a thing up here. I guess you guys don't have to worry
Thank
about
God.
that. But
Thank
know.
God.
dude, my medics
hate
couldn't
ticks.
wait to do tick checks. It's like
Kind of
you guys-
sus.
Yeah, it's definitely sus.
Let's see that grundle, brother. No. Whoa. Yeah, definitely not a part of cold weather stuff. Thank goodness.
God. Thank God.
Yeah, I did not miss the dealing with that.
Dude.
Did people get them a lot down there?
What, ticks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got ticks quite a bit.
Yeah.
Ticks and chiggers on your shins and stuff.
Yeah. No, thank you, dude.
Yep. Well, and then we got finally for last cold weather injury that you're going to be at risk for is going to be hypothermia.
The
And I
big
think,
boy.
yeah, seriously, the big boy, man. And man, every time I hear hypothermia, I just think of like The Revenant with Leonardo DiCaprio. You
I haven't
that?
seen that yet.
Oh man,
I've heard it's
good.
good though.
it's a good
I
one.
mean, it's kind of
Yep.
good. I don't know.
And and this is the one that's really going to stretch out to the guys who are in those temperate areas, like because again, the frostbite is really you're looking at your Arctic and subarctic. I mean, there's also some like region of the Dakotas. You know, you get that wind coming through. Contact frostbite could definitely be a thing. Yeah, yeah. So I shouldn't say that, but hypothermia is where it's really going to stretch out because this you can get hypothermia when your body temperature falls below 95 degrees, and this can happen in whether it's dry cold or almost especially. I'd actually say I venture to say probably the majority of cases happen in the wet cold.
Mhm.
That's when it's brutal, man.
Yeah.
That's when it's brutal.
It does not have to be below freezing at all.
Yep.
So,
Mhm.
and actually, you can get hypothermia from a hot weather injury. So,
Oh yeah.
because that's the thing when you're dealing with temperature, it's affecting your hypothalamus, which is how your body naturally regulates its temperature, and that's why you mentioned earlier if you've had frostbite once, you're more susceptible to get it again.
Mm.
And then, in contrast to that, if you've had a heat stroke or some kind of hot weather injury, you are also more susceptible of getting a cold weather injury and vice versa.
Man.
Yep.
Wow. I hadn't heard that one.
So
before.
it
Yeah, that makes
damages your
sense.
hypothalamus.
That makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense. Man.
It's kind of crazy. That's why if guys got frostbite in the Army, they couldn't ship them off to like Hawaii or something. They had to go to like the perfect temperature, temperate zone or whatever, where it was like not
Don't
too
get any
cold and
bright
not too
ideas.
hot. Yeah. Don't go give yourself frostbite. But yeah, they're unserviceable basically.
Every time I saw that happen, people got chaptered out.
Really?
Yeah, so like one of my and he was a solid dude, like planning on making a career out of the military and everything. And he was a heat casualty, went down on a ruck march, and it was cold that night in North Carolina, ended up going hypothermic. And our process of getting him back to camp.
Yep.
And my medic, when he went to get his temperature, because he was expecting it to be hot, and he's like, oh crap, like his body temperature had plummeted down. So he's like, I need everyone's whoobies. So we all ripped our whoobies out and like started wrapping them up. And he's like, dude, we got to get to the hospital now. Like this guy's going to die. And he like legitimately about died.
Jeez. Man.
no
But yeah,
joke.
he got
Yep.
chaptered out because he couldn't regulate his body temperature anymore.
Jeez.
Dang. Now he's just got to rock and roll through the rest of life like that.
Yeah, he was a good dude too.
That sucks.
VA, not service connected.
Brutal.
Yeah. We have determined that your claim is not service connected. Kick rocks.
Brutal. Well, with that said, yeah. Well, so hypothermia, you can get it falls under 3 categories: mild hypothermia, moderate, and severe hypothermia. With the latter obviously being pretty severe. When you get severe hypothermia, you're kind of like you were just kind of talking about. You're genuinely like on the brink of death, straight up. So
Yeah.
the mild hypothermia symptoms you're looking at is going to be shivering, lack of sound judgment, pale, cool skin, increased heart rate and respiratory rate, and umbles. And that's like, fumbling during speech, fine motor skills going downwards. And I definitely want to kind of distinct here the shivering, because you're going to be shivering, you shiver all the time. Like, not all the time, but like, if you're cold, your body's going to naturally shiver. So this doesn't mean you're mildly hypothermic. This is kind of talking about more uncontrollable.
It's violent, too.
Yeah, it's violent. Yeah. And that's going to be exceptionally uncontrollable in the moderate hypothermia. That's where the symptoms are you're really looking at that violent, uncontrollable shivering, worsening of the umbles, increased confusion, and it should, again, you're not looking at just shivering. It's a myriad of symptoms here that you're gonna be looking at. So that confusion, increased heart rate and respiratory rate, and colder and pale skin. And then when it gets really bad, that severe hypothermia, you're looking at a cessation of shivering. Like that's when you know, like, whoa, this is really bad. Muscle rigidity, stupor progressing to unconsciousness, slow and or non-palpable pulse and respirations, and cold blush skin. And then for mild and moderate hypothermia, the first aid procedure for that's going to be changing the environment the casualty's in. And again, it kind of comes back to like common sense things here for cold weather injuries. Go from being somewhere that's cold to being somewhere that's dry and warm. Try to warm the individual up. You're going to replace all their damp clothing with dry clothing, and add a waterproof layer or windproof layer, or put the casualty in a shelter. And this is kind of for when you're talking about those wet, cold environments, like just get them out of the rain, add extra insulation under and around the casualty. Provide them with food and warm liquids, like you said, warming up that core as much as possible. And then if it's mildly hypothermic, you can kind of solve that with exercise, like just utilizing what you're given to warm up, just moving around, getting your body warm again. And then packaging a moderately hypothermic casualty in a hypothermia wrap. For severe hypothermia, you really want to handle that individual. And I'd love for you guys to chime in here too as well, because I mean, you're gonna just trying to be like you said, they're on the brink of death basically. So you want to be pretty careful with them. Contact medical personnel or follow on medical facilities that you have immediately. You might have to use supplemental oxygen, change the environment they're in again. Of course, get them out the cold, get them out the wet, and replace all their clothing with dry, warm clothing. What else you guys got to add on that one?
I mean, I guess just conveying, like, kind of doubling down on the importance of, once you start rewarming them, you have to be able to maintain that. Yeah. Because with cold weather injuries, especially hypothermia, it's exponential. So if you have someone that you've rewarmed and now their body temperature drops again, it's basically, I mean, this isn't the raw numbers, but you can basically look at it like it'll be twice as hard to get them warm again. It's a continuous spiral down, and the more times someone gets cold over again, the less your chances are of actually saving them. So, you can get to a point that's unrecoverable, and that's more likely the more times that you allow that person to continually get cold. So again, just like he said earlier, if you're in an environment where you think you can warm them up, that has to be maintained. And we're talking like days upon days of time for them to actually recover from that injury. It's not like
overnight.
Oh, you've been warmed for a few hours, let's get back out there, brother. It's not how it works.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of pre-indicators to this, like, and a lot of just basic health things that go in, like hydration is huge for hypothermia management. If you're dehydrated, you're far more susceptible to become hypothermic, especially in any austere environment. You need to be hydrated. And we'll get more into food and water in a little bit, but that's a huge one. We went on forever about layers. That was very intentional because that system, and being smart with it and changing out and doing things appropriately and making sure you're not getting saturated is a huge defense against these cold weather injuries. And then accountability too, like pay attention. I know we've kind of already covered this, but just doubling back down, like really pay attention to your buddies, to your left and your right, your friends that you're out there training with, or God forbid, actually like operating with, if that's where you're at. It's huge. I mean, Mother Nature has the highest kill count out there.
Oh, yeah.
It's like you look at all the conflicts over the years, and it's amazing the casualties that are just due to like weather conditions and sickness and stuff like that. Yep. It's like old Mother Nature's a monster, and when you're talking cold weather in places of the world that I don't really think humans are actually supposed to live,
seriously,
it's pretty wild. So
seriously, man,
yeah.
And then in terms of how to package and evacuate a hypothermic casualty, there's hypo wraps out there. Usually those have like directions attached. I'm not going to go over that, but if you don't have a hypo wrap, you can usually use commonly available items within your team to package the casualty. And so just real quick, that's going to look like laying a poncho on the ground, lay an insulating pad on top of the poncho, lay a closed sleeping bag on top of the insulating pad, lay an open sleeping bag on top of the first one, place the patient inside, add a water bottle, like we talked about earlier, kind of like boiling off some water. It's just a great warming aid to the chest area. Again, targeting that core. You don't want to place it directly against the skin though, and then it's just gonna be probably too hot, and might cause issues. Then you're gonna place a third open sleeping bag on top of the one that he's laying in. And then you're going to fold the poncho around the patient, basically just turn him into a human burrito, and that's something that I probably wouldn't like count on for like long term. But if you're like, evacuation or whatever, your follow-on medical facility is on the way, and that can definitely at least help until you can get them to that follow-on. Anything you guys want to add in on that one? Like any other ways or TTPs, for...
That's solid. You can do a ton with Mylar blankets, good old survival blankets.
Yeah.
They're the tinfoil reflective blankets. If you're not familiar with them, you can do a ton with them. You can use them to reflect heat from a fire, like into a shelter. You can use them inside the shelter, and the weight on those things is nothing. They're basically free. I always have a ton of those things on me, especially in the wintertime.
Yeah.
You've got them in your IFAC and stuff, but I usually keep some loose, like in my pack or whatever, because the little, especially the little tiny, little North American Rescue ones, they're literally, you're talking ounces, if that. Not very durable, but doesn't matter. You're using them to bounce heat around, basically. Not an insulating layer. It's important to understand that you're not using it to insulate, but you're using it to reflect heat. It'll reflect your body heat back at you too. But that can kind of work against you, especially if you're super cold. So just, you need to have some kind of outside heat source, like a fire. Fires aren't always acceptable, or appropriate. Like if you're in a pretty tactical environment, fire's not going to be probably good, but you got to do what you got to do.
Absolutely.
So fires are, there's a reason why they're a staple of, human survival for so long. Have a way to make a quick fire consistently. And that's something that, kind of a side tangent here, sorry, but
no, I like it.
It's something that is, I think, overlooked often in this industry, and everyone has a cool fire kit.
Yep.
Very little people have ever put it to work and tried it. Mm-hmm. Go out and see how quickly you can put a fire together. It should be nearly instant.
Yep.
If you have if you have an actual fire kit, you should be able to make a fire within 30 seconds, really. Yep. But try it in the rain, try it in the snow, try it in all the conditions, and see how you can do it. Also, you're just building experience doing that, but you should be able to hopefully build a fire at will. That sounds crazy. Fire. But you know what I mean?
No, absolutely. Yeah. And there's a lot of those bushcraft guys that are out there that sometimes they're like, it comes back to like different communities that are out there that are overlooked by the firearms community. And we talk about alpinists, we talk about like bushcraft guys that are out there. Like, dude, those guys are practicing some really awesome skills. There's this guy, I believe his handle is the Fieldcraft Farmer, and he, like, guys that are going out and shooting every day, like he goes out and just like doing push-ups every day, he goes out and starts a fire with his knife and like a little flint and steel, you know, and like it's just awesome how, because I think Garrett says in his videos too, it's like in his SEER videos, it's like he's trying to put out the skills that like a 10-year-old kid had in like 1880, of just being able to like start a fire and survive. It's just like, and you're absolutely right. Like, and it's important. It is overlooked. And it's also funny how much, in a tactical environment in the cold weather sphere, like how much tactics we kind of do differently than we would in other areas, and we'll get into that. But like a fire just being a great example. Like if it's between a soldier dying of hypothermia and starting a fire, like you're gonna start a fire. It's like kind of weighing the pros and cons and having that risk management. And now that's not to say like, oh, every time you get chilly, start a fire, and have that huge risk. But there's some things that are going to take precedent in a cold weather environment. So some steps we can take to prevent cold weather injuries during missions or training events is the one we already talked about. Obviously, utilizing your layering system correctly. A huge one is going to be drinking water, dude. It's like, that's like almost for any environment that you're in, dude. Just drink water.
Yeah.
Your hydration that's the foundation of your body. And it's just like, it's so easy in a cold weather environment to not drink water because the water's cold, you're cold, you're like, drinking it, like, oh man, it's just easy to forget about your thirst. You need to be hydrating your body with at least 3.5 to 5 quarts a day. Another huge one is going to be eating 4,500 calories to 6,000 calories a day. You need to eat
Yes.
plenty. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You need to be eating a lot in a cold weather environment. And do you just want to get into right now, like how much expenditure you have of calories in a cold weather environment versus others?
Oh man, I mean, do you know the actual numbers? It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
like I mean, it's at least twice.
Yes.
Easily.
Easily.
Like it's beyond that by a lot. I can't remember the actual numbers on it.
Yeah, it's somewhere in this book. I'm not gonna go searching for right now, but yeah, no, I mean, just from personal firsthand experience, we've all got like, dude, the amount of calories you expend on a snowshoe movement. Say if you're snowshoeing a mile versus if you're walking a mile on paved terrain or regular forested terrain, like it's at least double the calories that you're expending snowshoeing during that movement. And then you add in hills and breaking trail, dude, or you're pulling an Akio or a pulk. I mean, and those are just like all obvious, like physical ways that you're burning calories, but we're not even talking about the amount of calories your body, just because your calories are your warming. It's regulating your body and keeping you warm. So, I mean, the amount of calories you burn just from shivering, like your body just existing in a cold weather environment is burning calories. And so from all those things, like you've got to be eating a lot.
Yeah. I was trying to see if I could find it really quick. I was curious, but it's saying like 48% more.
So basically,
So that's percentages are so stupid.
Yeah, I know. Like, dude, I hate them.
So that's like half again more. Whoa. It's an old school way to say that. That's half again more. Yeah, it's a lot more though.
Yeah, for sure.
And you need the energy, and like eating more calories is going to give you that energy and also keep you warm.
Yeah.
Because it's keeping your body in homeostasis, like its natural balance. And anytime you shift or you demand more out of your body, it requires higher intakes to maintain that balance.
Yep.
So
exactly. Yep. And I guess I was going to put it off till a little later. We might as well, we're already talking about food, the types of foods that you want to eat in a cold weather environment. Might as well just hop in that real quick. So obviously, I mean, everybody's going to be familiar with their MREs. MREs, 100%, they're going to freeze in the cold. They do issue, if you are in the military, cold weather MREs. I think it's like MRW maybe. I don't know what the abbreviation is. We just call them cold weather MREs, but they're
white MREs. Dude.
Yeah, dude, they're so good.
They are so good.
So good, yeah.
I loved them.
Yeah, and they're
I only
awesome.
got them like one time in my whole career.
Really?
Yeah, they just never gave them to. They're like, you don't need them. You just have two of the standard MREs. It's just like, what? Yeah, it's just stupid. They're basically though. I mean, they're honestly pretty packed, which is really awesome. I can't think of the amount of calories that's in one bag off the top of my head, but it was well over 1,000. I think like a regular MRE it's got to be under 1,000 in a regular warm weather MRE, dude. It's not that much. Those meals are so small and stuff, but
I thought they were quite a bit.
Yeah, I think they're a couple thousand.
Because I think it was supposed to cover your breakfast, lunch, and dinner for one day.
Yeah.
Okay, regular MRE is 1,250 calories.
Okay, so it's kind of.
And then
it's like a full day's worth.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah. Sure.
Cold weather, dude.
It's like double that, right?
How many is it?
2,600 calories.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
like a little over double, actually.
And if the Army's willing to like recognize that, you need more calories in a cold weather environment, then yeah, you definitely, you do.
Yeah.
So, but anyways,
time to weigh and tape you.
Yeah.
Been eating too many of them cold weather MREs.
Aside from them being way tastier, they're made for cold weather. So the big things here, if you're not in the Army, and you're looking to build out like a cold weather, like sustainment package, you want freeze dried food. Like cold weather MREs are basically freeze dried food, and then for some reason they do mix in things that freeze, like your freaking first strike bars. They'll mix in some of that stuff, and I've literally seen guys chip their teeth on those because they didn't like put it in their armpit to thaw it or something like that before.
No.
Yeah, dude. And I mean that thing's literally a rock in those cold weather environments. Yeah. So, but other snacks they'll have like your nuts. Nuts aren't going to freeze, stuff like that. But when we build out our food for like long winter backpacking trips, we basically just do a bunch of freeze dried meals, and then just nuts, just really keeping it simple. And you're looking for carbs. Carbs is going to be your go-to, as well as fats. are usually what we try to load up on. But yeah, just be aware that if you do try to bring like regular food out into especially Arctic or subarctic environment, temperate environments, you can kind of play that one by ear, but to Arctic and subarctic environments, food's gonna freeze for sure. So you want to you can't go wrong with freeze dried meals, and then just using your JetBoil or whatever kind of water boiling system you have on hand to heat them up. They're super easy, and it's really nice because they're so light because they are freeze dried, which is can carry quite a few days worth of sustainment for pretty lightweight. But yeah, and then really, and you can get really simple with it because I know freeze dried meals are super expensive, so we'll actually go get like ramens. We're weirdos. We like to get organic ramens and be healthy. Like, I don't know what's up.
That's not weird. It's probably the right answer.
But yeah, regular ramen, it's basically a freeze dried meal itself, and they're crazy cheap, So yeah,
it's so good, too. Ramen's delicious.
Yep, you can't go wrong. And then you can just like supplement your fats and proteins in with like if you get like some beef jerky, and boom, dude, ramen, beef jerky, some nuts, good to go.
Yes. Just
like that. But yeah, just something to be aware of for sure that your food's gonna freeze. So be aware of kind of like what you're taking with you. And eat a lot, graze, eat on the move. It's always better to, you don't want to just crash, it's better to eat on the go and keep that fuel source maintained instead of crashing after a couple hours.
Yep.
So then moving on, conducting personal hygiene in cold weather, man, it's going to be really important. And that kind of it's kind of like from the same vein as drinking water. It's because if you don't conduct your hygiene and then all of a sudden like you're getting something crazy like dysentery, and just pooping your brains out, man, and stuff like you get a bad stomach bug, like that's gonna dehydrate the crap out of you. You're gonna be in a bad way. Yeah. Literally. Yeah, you're gonna be in a really bad way, man. Dehydration leads to, I'd say, the vast majority of injuries, both in temperate, like warmer environments and cold weather environments, man. Dehydration is a easy way to ask for an injury.
Yeah.
So yeah, conduct hygiene so that you're not running into these kind of issues, and make sure your body's maintaining your liquids. Another thing that people don't really know much about is you don't want to wear skin camouflage. Like you're not going to use face paint in temperatures under 32 degrees. And that's because it makes it super, super difficult to identify frostbite on those exposed areas like the face and stuff. And then like if you did get frostbite and now you have face paint on it, so like they're going to have to like, dude, like scrub that off like on the frostbite affected area, dude. Oh man, so
negative.
Yeah, negative for sure. No go.
Some of that stuff I've heard too. I don't know if this is true or not. It's just stuff I always heard in the Army, but that it's like it'll get hyper chill, like super chilled.
Yep.
And then that's like contacted to your skin, so it'll just literally give you frostbite by having it on.
Exactly. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely truth to that for sure. So yeah, that's something people don't know too much about, but yeah, don't use
a Bali, man. Like
seriously.
Yeah, you need to hide your face, just Bali
up, dude. Too easy. And then last one's just going to be feet hygiene, just taking care of your feet like we already talked about earlier. And then one more environmental consideration I want to talk about, it's kind of like I guess it's like could be a cold weather injury, is going to be snow blindness. A lot of people don't really. Yeah, dude.
Dude, I even forgot about that in my little outline here.
Man, yeah,
that's a big one.
Yeah, seriously. And I don't know really how people forget about it, but it's because you just have to spend a little bit of prolonged period of time, and you're really at like this time of year. Well, it also depends on where you're at. If you're up north, they're not getting any sunlight right now, but we're also getting less sunlight. You're really susceptible to it in those February, March, when it starts entering into spring, where that sun's booming and there's already a ton of snow on the ground. And especially once it starts getting that little glaze on the top, because it's like melting just a bit, dude, and it's like blazing your eyes. That's when you really want to be aware of it. And so what snow blindness is, though, is it's basically a sunburn on your eyes, which kind of brutal.
Yeah.
That would suck. Yeah.
It's very similar to, for any of you that's been around welding, it's very similar to flash burn from like looking at the arc. Not quite as concentrated, but it happens. It's the same thing that's basically happening over a longer period of time.
Yep.
Which is, if you've had flash burn, it sucks.
Dude, man. Yeah, that's not cool. Yeah, not cool.
Yeah, good old snow blindness, man. I'm glad you brought that up.
Of course, yeah. And so, you'll kind of feel it coming on. Like your eyes are going to feel like there's sand in them. You're going to have severe eye pain, pink and red. And it's a pretty easy way to negate this is just by wearing sunglasses. So I've only like it was like very, very minimal, and like I was like, oh, and my eyes just kind of started bothering me, and throwing on sunglasses is good to go. And that was after like I was outside for quite a while when that happened. So just take care of your eyes, and then if you really needed to, you could make some like improvised slick glasses, but won't go into that. But yeah.
Yeah, and if you have light colored eyes, like I have blue eyes as an example, so lighter complexion irises are more susceptible to this.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so I have better natural night vision than both of you do, but you have better daytime natural vision than I do. So
nice.
That's why light colored eye people are always squinting. They're always like, it's because they're just getting smashed by too much light coming in. But so like in the wintertime, I like have to have sunglasses. Otherwise, I'd just be like eyes closed driving down just the road, driving my car. So,
heck yeah.
But it works because then I always have sunglasses and never had snow blindness. So
nice.
I've had flash burn though, and flash burn is trash. And it's terrible. Like literally looked at an arc for like, it was completely on the other side of a job site too. And I was just not really paying attention. I was like watching it, and it was like a little while. And then I was like, oh crap, I was just looking at that arc. It wasn't bright. So I'm probably fine. Next day, dude, it literally just tons of just like crusties in my eyes, just pink, red. Exactly what you said. Felt like straight sand in my eyes. Ugh, it was terrible. Don't recommend it.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Completely random tangent there, but it's
no,
similar,
that's good stuff. Absolutely similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I did not know that about the color of your eyes either, too. That's interesting. All right, so we've covered some pretty solid stuff, and what we're about to get into is going to be TTPs for the Arctic environment. I would consider this kind of the meat and potatoes here of operating an Arctic environment. I mean, we've been pretty deep in meat and potatoes already, because there's probably two.
Get your fill.
Yeah,
it's Thanksgiving week, man.
Yeah, heck yeah. There's the two biggest considerations here for a cold weather environment is going to be cold weather injuries, which we just went over, and mobility. Like I think would be there's a ton of stuff that goes into it, but like two biggest considerations, what are going to be huge hindrances to your operations are going to be those two things: cold weather injuries and mobility. And so as we get into these TTPs here, because it's not going to be just mobility, we're going to go into some more tactical stuff as well. But it's just these are really important things to think about. There's more to operating in a cold weather environment than just having a layering system and then throwing on an overweight and being like, heck yeah, I'm freaking Arctic now.
Yeah. Arctic ninjas, dude.
Yeah, no, there's really quite a bit that goes into it. So let's dive right into this mobility. So we're going to go over aviation wheeled snow machine, on foot, and a little bit of one alternative form of mobility, and just a couple pros and cons to each. So we'll start off with aviation. Obviously, you're talking about like helicopters, airplanes, things like that. For the Minuteman consideration, a civilian consideration, I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this because who has I guess here like we said, here in Alaska, there could be a lot of people with bush planes in their backyards, actually.
Yeah.
But
pretty common.
Yeah. But for most individuals, I don't got a freaking helo in my backyard, so we won't talk about it. But the biggest, it's going to be definitely the easiest, for sure. Like just like anywhere else, flying is the easiest way to get from point A to point B. So that's obviously ideal. But just like any other piece of machinery in the cold weather environment, it's the maintenance just causes nightmares. Like it seems like the bigger the machine, the bigger the nightmare when it comes to operating in a cold environment, what it does to electronics and metal and plastics and just everything. So maintenance is probably basically the biggest downfall in a cold weather environment. Next, we're going to talk about wheeled. So this is a big one here. In most cold weather environments, like for example in Alaska, there's only 14,000 miles of road and only 2,500 of those are paved. Pretty crazy stat right there, talking about. Do you know what the percentage of roads in Alaska is even? Like how much of the state it covers? I don't know.
I didn't even know that statistic. That's cool. Yeah. That's good to know.
Dude, I don't know the exact percentage, but it's like for the size of the state, I think it's like less than a quarter of it has roads, which crazy,
Not surprised.
I can imagine because we got like one main highway.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
And so even in the lower 48 though, I mean it's obvious every winter here, but even in the lower 48, you got to think about what are the accessibility of those roads in a cold weather environment. In some sort of combat environment, is my freaking neighborhood snowplow guy going to be coming through? Probably not. Very true. Yeah. So like when we're thinking about wheeled movement techniques in a cold weather operating environment, like they're going to be they're obviously going to be limited to the road. And then you have to think about what's the accessibility of those road conditions. Moving on from there, we're going to get into snow machines. And I feel like, dude, I feel like everybody thinks that snow machines is like the magical wand in cold weather environments. And it almost is. But
they break down so often.
Dude, there's a lot of holes in snow machines, I'm going to be honest. So when we were doing...
we're talking about snowmobiles
for
non-Alaskans. But they're called snow machines. So...
Yeah.
From here on out, you'll hear snow machine, not a machine that makes snow, a machine that drives on snow. It is a snowmobile, snow machine. All right, continue.
Thank you. So
not a snowblower either.
Yeah, not a snowblower. Dude, imagine if you could ride those.
Yeah. I mean,
they make
you can ride it.
Snowblowers.
It's gonna be not make any sense.
Yeah,
man. So like making a smoke screen, dude. Just blasting snow out in front of you. Maneuver.
Yeah. Yep. No, dude. So when we were doing our training exercises, this was when, stuff with Russia is obviously still pretty high, but like this is just a couple years ago when things were, everybody was talking about, we were pulling off from the Middle East and tensions getting high, and the big key word was near peer threat.
Yeah.
And so everybody's now all of a sudden focusing on the Arctic environment. So groups like 10th Group, who focuses on, I don't know exactly what their region is. I think it's like Northern Europe, Eurasia. I might be totally wrong about that, but I know they, so actually don't pay attention to that. But I know they focus on cold regions. That's why I said like Northern Europe, because I was like, what's a cold place in the world? But they focus on cold regions, and they do a lot of cold weather warfare training. And they actually come up here to the NWTC for a lot of their training because, again, they're at the cutting edge, basically. So we're looking at organizations like 10th Group is learning from organizations up here. And during one of the latter exercises I did, they were coming up and they were integrating with our conventional forces, and they were ripping around on snow machines. And even like they were like, dude, it was not successful. They were getting stuck all the time, which people don't really think about. Like snow machines on tracked or groomed trails, amazing. Snow machines in deep powder. If you have a certain snow machine, and if you have the skill,
I was about to say there's a lot of skill behind it. Yeah, like guys who have spent their whole lives riding.
Yeah.
Is a completely different animal than a guy that just is hopping on one for the first time.
They're in Fort Carson, Colorado.
Okay, do you know what? Did you? Oh yeah. Do you know what geographic region they're like responsible for?
I'll find out
totally
if I can.
Topic, sorry.
That might be OPSEC. No, I don't know.
But yeah, no. There's a lot of skill involved. It's definitely a learning curve there. It's not impossible by any means. There's a ton of people that ride snow machines, but like your average soldier or individual on your team who's never had experience with one isn't going to be able to hop on one. Then all of a sudden, like freaking whip in, conduct a raid, and whip out and freaking be like super sick high speed. Like, that's
James
not
Bond.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, that's not how it works. Like you said, they break down. They got maintenance just like everything else. The deeper the powder, usually the more you're gonna get stuck. And then a huge consideration, which I feel like most people are probably pretty aware of, is just how loud they are. You can hear them coming away from a pretty far away. And so 10th Group wasn't even, they were kind of like, they have their place, and it was kind of pretty agreed upon that their place is usually going to be for resupply operations. If for really resupply operations, awesome, they're ideal. You can obviously resupply, like whether it be food, water, ammunition, and you can also skidjor, which we'll get into in a little bit, but that's towing individuals on skis behind you, and depending on what snow machine you have, you can skidjor or tow like 1 to 3 individuals on it. So if it was like we were going to conduct a reconnaissance and it was like a 10-mile movement, and we could cover like 6 of those by getting skidjored on a snow machine and then move on foot the remaining 4 miles, like that's also a pretty good use for snow machines. But definitely not somewhere you're like freaking riding up and 300 meters out you're gonna set up your ORP, and like 300 meters out enemy's gonna hear you from and they're just gonna so
here they come.
Yeah, exactly. So snow machines definitely have their place. I would just say that you got to be paying attention of their cons, like that they're loud and stuff like that. Understand the maintenance on them. Understand the skill curve, the learning curve there. And I would definitely recommend them for resupply operations. What about you guys?
I was going to say kind of a niche consideration for snow machines is I don't know exactly why, but I mean it makes sense for just engine construction and stuff like that. But some of the Yamaha 4-stroke machines are far, far quieter than their two-stroke counterparts. A lot heavier and different things like that. A little bit more complicated. I've heard they're a little bit harder to work on and stuff like that. But I mean, astronomically quieter. Really? We have a guy that we've done some stuff, training and stuff on snow machines. And nice. Two strokes are super common. This one guy's got a 4-stroke, and you literally can't hear it until it's like coming through the wood line. Wow. Like it'll be on top of you, and you'll hear it. Whoa, like it's a lower, doesn't telegraph like a loud 2-stroke, especially like a higher performance 2-stroke will just scream across miles and miles. You can hear them. So that's interesting. It's when I first saw that, I was like, whoa, it's something I never thought of until
Elon Musk
experienced it.
Oh yeah.
And just electric snow machine.
Dude, have you guys seen those like electric not motorcycles, but they got like a track on the back and like a ski on the front? They're like little bikes. They're
what
electric.
Are those things called?
I have no idea, but I saw this. I was like, wow, that's sick. But then you think about like the battery life. I was like, there's no way that 20
minutes of ride time.
Yeah, right.
You were dead on about their operational area. It's like Northern Europe and Soviet.
Nice.
They specialize in like, they were made back in the 60s, so they've specialized in like Soviet Union.
Okay.
I was just doing a really quick historical breeze through of 10th Special Forces Group over here, but trying to find it, I was like, where? But yeah, so Northern Europe and Russia and stuff like that. So definitely cold climate stuff. They train with the Finns a lot, it sounds like. So.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, the maintenance on them is, I don't know. Like, I'm not a huge snow machine rider, but the little amount of times I have, I feel like just spark plugs alone, you end up having issues with them. So it's kind of like carry extra spark plugs if you plan to do that.
Sure, and I think it's kind of it's something you see a lot of too, like wintertime rolls around and you get like in this community, you get guys that are like, it's time for the snow machine tactical content. And you'll see like, multicam alpine like sleds that are wrapped and they're all like romping around, and it's just random people that aren't even from snowy environments, and you're just kind of like, dude, I mean, cool.
That's cool.
You guys look cool, but
you look really cool.
I can tell by how you're driving that thing around that you don't know what you're doing. No offense. I mean, it's not everybody has access to them, but if you have sleds or snow machines, then what goes into it. Yeah. They're a lot of fun. I think they definitely have their place, like you said. Yeah. And I think they're a useful tool, but I think they're over. Like people put too much stock into them, I think.
Yeah, and I'm a little. I don't even want to call it biased. I just personally am not mechanically inclined, and I've just had too many bad experiences, like stuff breaking down on me or letting me down when I needed it, and like snow machines is just one of those things that, especially if you're talking about in a warfighting environment, dude, I don't want to weigh my life on a spark plug or on a belt that breaks, Like there's so many stories out.
Belts breaking too.
Yeah, belts break all the time. And there's so many stories, of like trappers. Oh man, I was freaking like 30 miles out. Snow machine broke down and he's in -20 walking back to his trapper's cabin. It's like, I'm okay on that.
Yeah, I literally actually in high school, I did a cold weather survival course with one of my teachers. And he took us up into the mountains like in January or February timeframe. And we got to ride our snow machines up, and we weren't allowed to bring tents. We had to build our own shelters. Nice. We set snares and like did all the stuff. Sick. I think I was like in 11th grade.
Alaska
probably.
High School, dude.
Dude, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But actually, my belt broke while I was up there, and we ended up, cutting a spruce tree down that was pretty thick. It's probably like a 3-inch diameter spruce tree, and ran it through my skis, and then tied it to another snow machine, and they just drug me out all the way out. But yeah, I mean, it just goes to show, like, if I was up there on my own, like,
dude.
I would have been just walking. I've been walking back. I had to walk all the way down the mountain.
Yeah.
But
and you can carry extra belts and stuff, which is 100%.
Yeah, you can, but
you should do.
Yeah, we're throwing a lot of shade at snow machines. They're awesome.
They're legit.
They're super cool. Yeah, they're super legit for sure. Yeah. Yeah, but
I guess just know the limitations, I guess, a little bit or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, totally. One alternative foreign movement, just I don't even know. It's a SUSV. It's a small unit support vehicle. Those in the cold weather environment, like whether Marines or
start
Armies.
Singing the Arctic Warrior song here. The SUSV,
man, dude. They don't know about the SUSVs. It's basically like I don't even know how you describe it. Like a mini tank with. It's honestly
cool.
If you could somehow as a civilian get your hands on one, they are unbelievable. Other than, again, the maintenance, but like for if you just lived in Barrow, Alaska or something,
Yeah.
like, yeah, that's what I would go with for sure. But yeah, I'd say that would not apply to like most individuals. There's no reason to own one of those, but look them up, check them out. They're kind of cool. They're pretty impressive, and you can schedule like a whole platoon's worth of individuals on them. So,
dude, have you seen the Sherps?
No.
They're like the Russian off-road things.
They're cool too.
Yeah, they're huge
expensive,
tires.
though.
They're just like mostly tire, and they can like drive on water and like.
Whoa.
But yeah.
Are they like gigantic, like Argos almost, or?
Yeah, it's bigger than an Argo. It's like it's like Susvey size, but it's not two. It's not a 2-part. It's just one big thing.
Gotcha.
But yeah, they go over like everything.
Oh, dude, guys in Alaska got those, don't they?
Yeah,
man.
yeah. You guys use them for hunting and whatnot.
That's crazy, man.
They can literally just go anywhere. Like they work really good on our
muskeg and all
yeah,
that.
yep. And they'll just drive right over top of it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Argos are something to consider as well.
For sure.
I've heard they don't work as good in the snow because they can get kind of high centered and stuff like that. But I know they do a good job like over muskeg and stuff like that too. So and they're amphibious, right? So they can turn into like a little, like they can float on water and stuff. And,
Well, that's the same with the Sherps.
yeah. But
It's weird.
Argos, I think, are a lot more attainable than those Sherps.
Oh yeah,
I think those Sherps are like close to $100,000, aren't they?
yeah.
They're
I think
spendy.
they're-
Jeez.
And they only go like 30 miles an hour or something. So it's like, what? But
And then our final means of transportation, my personal favorite, dude. Old reliable, the feet.
yeah.
Old reliable.
Light infantry. Let's go.
Yeah, so for feet, we're looking at snowshoeing and skiing. Straight up. I mean, it's nice. Dude, I still use those, man.
It's like my
they
favorite
work.
snowshoe, dude.
Do you have the fins for them?
Yeah, these are just backups.
Oh, gotcha.
I have
Okay.
the 8-inch extensions for my actual like normal pair.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah,
Yep.
I was sure that you guys definitely did, but I definitely ran into a lot of people who was like, oh yeah, we'll just take the fins off, like that makes it easier or something to walk. It's like, dude, the fin is that's your flotation.
Yeah, good luck. Put a pack on
Yeah,
and
dude,
try it.
literally,
Good luck.
yeah, you kind of need those.
yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah. For those who can't see, because only 3 of us can, they're talking about the MSR, like the
Ascent.
issued.
Denali, MSR Denali Ascent snowshoe.
yeah,
Is this one, I think.
Which
believe.
MSRs, all their snowshoes are pretty
really
solid.
good. Yeah, for sure. So I would consider snowshoeing a minimum skill for any cold weather and like prepared individual. Like that should be a minimum. I mean, and we'll get into skiing in just a sec, but I mean, snowshoeing benefits. It gives you flotation. Unbelievably low learning curve. Like you literally just walk. You just walk with them on. May take a couple steps to get used to them, but you're good to go. They can support quite a bit of weight. I mean, for like their size and basically for their size, like you can put a pack on and be pretty solid. They'll provide flotation for quite a bit of weight. And yeah, they're just, I mean, it's like caters to everybody because again, all you have to do is walk. So at a minimum, for sure, you should have a pair of snowshoes and you should be able to snowshoe with them. And with that being said, I think that it's important to say that in a cold weather environment, I know, everybody understands like your weapon system should always be an arm's length. In a cold weather environment, your weapon system, your layering system should be just as important, and your flotation device should be like your flotation device. You should hold on the same level of like your weapon system. In my opinion, you should do what you need to do to maintain that, not lose them. You lose them, dude. That's like it's kind of crazy, honestly, in a cold weather environment how you lose something. And just like that, dude, that could become a really bad situation. You lose a freaking glove, dude, in a in a cold weather environment, that could turn into a bad situation.
Yeah.
You lose a snowshoe, dude, you could be breaking trail and plowing through snow for who knows how many miles. So,
Yep.
The attention to detail becomes pretty important. And then along with foot movements, we've got skiing. Skiing is awesome. Skiing will streamline your movement efficiency. You will be able to, you have much greater flotation. And when we say flotation, we're talking about, flotation is basically like the area coverage, that whatever, I don't know how best to word it actually, the amount of coverage you have over a snowpack environment on your feet. So like snowshoes, usually like a couple feet long. So that gives you a decent bit of flotation and will support the weight and allow you to not post hole through the snow. And skis are obviously significantly longer, so they provide much more flotation. And there's a lot of different skis out there. I only skied a couple times in the military, and we've gotten into it just recently. My old lady and I, because we were like kind of tired of snowshoes, post holing through different snow packs, and we found that they're way more efficient, and you just glide. It's like almost effortless, which is huge in the cold weather environment, because the less effort you have to put in, the less you're going to sweat, the quicker you're going to move. And I mean, the movement in the cold weather environment, again, it's just a huge consideration. Like you talk about when you're talking about your route planning and being able to tell hire or whoever when you're going to be at the objective, like that movement that would have taken you 2 hours to get to in a regular environment is going to now take you 6 hours to get to in a cold weather environment, depending on the snow and what you're looking at for that terrain there. So that's really important. If you live in an environment where you are getting a pretty decent amount of snow on a consistent yearly basis, I would definitely say to opt for skiing. There's a lot of different types of skis out there, whether you're doing like backcountry downhill skiing, or you're doing resort skiing, or you're doing Nordic skiing. We have backcountry Nordic skis that are basically meant for like almost like backpacking in the wintertime, like rolling hills and flat ground, and we could go up some mountains, but it's not going to provide, and we could also get skins for them that would make it easier, but then on a downhill, they're not made for like freaking shredding downhill. They're mainly made for rolling hills and flatter terrain, which works fine because that's mostly what we got around here.
Yep.
But if you're looking to get into some big time mountaineering, you're gonna want some other like backcountry, more alpine skis. And I definitely don't know enough about all the different kind of skis that are out there. It's a whole world.
Yeah, it is.
So I'm not gonna get into that too much, but because we're just kind of breaking in with the skis now. But I can definitely say that in terms of movement efficiency, huge difference. Just a slightly larger learning curve, but if you have the time, that is absolutely something that you should get into.
Yeah, and I think it's like, again, if you're in one of these environments, it's just something you have to get into.
Yep.
It's the way I've started looking at it. And I haven't, to be completely transparent, I haven't done cross-country ski stuff since the military. Got into it civilian side while in the military, but we did it a lot for PT, and our battalion commander at the time was like obsessed with the Arctic Warrior like perspective.
Nice.
So he was just like, we will do all of the Arctic Warrior things. So
Arctic Warrior song.
Yeah. Sing it now. We were doing we were skiing, we were doing all the stuff, and we had the old school like janky ones that work with your VB boots.
That's what they still have, dude.
Is that what they're still using?
Crazy, man. Yeah.
Those things are dumb. They suck. But yeah, like skijoring, like MooseRider was just talking about, you're just literally getting towed behind a susvey. You know, you put all your rucks in the back and cruise around. Like that is a common thing. And I kind of, to be completely honest, when I got out, I was like, that was dumb. I never want to do that again. And I thought it was retarded, and kind of lame. But recently I'm like, man, like I've really started to consider it more. And before we started recording, we were talking a bunch about it, and you were talking about getting into it and stuff. And it's like, man, I need to get a pair and start messing around again. Cause I think you need both, to be clear. You in this environment, you have to have snowshoes regardless.
Yep.
Like if you're going to just get one, then snowshoes, in my opinion.
Yes, I would
it's
agree.
going to be the workhorse of your mobility in snow-laden environments.
Yep.
But yeah, if the environment's right, then skis, I think, will not only offer more efficiency, but a substantial amount of stealth.
Yes.
Way quieter
So
than
much quieter.
snowshoes.
Yep.
That's something else that I learned being in, was like, you just kind of glide up on an objective, and if you've got like Op 4 or whatever in there, you're like, oh, whoa. But if you snowshoe in there, they'll hear you from a long ways off, just tromping through the snow.
Yep.
Depending on your snow, if you got really good powder, it's pretty quiet. But if you got that kind of crusty top layer, dude, you're crunching through and it's loud. So, and then, the only other thing I'd add in there about the snowshoes is absolutely pay attention to, a lot of manufacturers have it spec'd out pretty good now, especially in today's world with like details and stuff on websites. But when you pick out your snowshoe, make sure you look at how much weight per square, I think it's like square inch or something, that your snowshoe can support the flotation. And if it has an expandable tail, like a modular tail kind of system, then you definitely want to go that route, because as soon as you start adding more weight with like a pack and different things like that, you're going to need to kind of do the math and figure out like my body weight plus an average size ruck, gear, LBE, all that kind of stuff. I mean, sometimes you'll just punch straight through. Like I've been overloaded before where, and we're in like super heavy, Steven's over there nodding because he's like, man, we've been on some trash movements just training where it's like, you're just going through even with like all your longest tail on. And that's just the way it is. Sometimes that's just what it's going to be. And that's just kind of the struggle of, operating in the snow. But if you didn't have snowshoes on, it's going to be 1,000 times worse.
Oh yeah.
So, you got to have the snowshoes. And I've seen, actually got in a conversation with some of the guys, some of the different groups and stuff that are kind of operating in the northwestern U.S., kind of like Oregon, Washington area, some of those guys down there. And they were kind of asking our opinions on snowshoes and stuff and how we do. And they were talking about having some problems. They're like, man, we're just, no matter what we do, like we hate snowshoes. Like we are just punching through the snow. So I'm like, what kind of snowshoes are you running? And basically they're doing exactly what you just said. They all had the MSR style rigid snowshoe, but none of them had extension tails, the flotation tails.
Yeah, dude, you're not going to get anything out of them when you do that, man.
Yep. That's only good for like slick, like groomed trail stuff.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
And I told them,
if you're rolling on a groomed trail, then you're really taking a risk.
Oh yeah, man.
You're trying to get shot.
Yeah.
If you're talking, hostile environments.
That's the other thing, man, is that snowshoeing. I mean, dude, snowshoes help a ton. Skis help a ton. But once you go off groomed trail, like anybody can walk on a groomed trail that has like even a couple feet of snow, dude. But once it's packed, like that's almost like concrete. You're gonna stay on top of that, especially with snowshoes. You really need to understand what your equipment's gonna do in the ungroomed trail, because like you said, you shouldn't be. Everybody's gonna be using the high speed avenue approach to those trails. So like you should be off trail if you're being tactically sound, and you need to understand what your equipment, how exhausting that is. If you like know your equipment, for sure. And sorry, go ahead.
I had one more question for you on the skis. Is there like a good way to break those down and carry them if you need to?
Yeah, actually, yep. The ideal way that we found, and that, well, I shouldn't say like we found, like I did it, but that I learned in the Army was just I guess it also depends on what kind of pack you have though. On the Army issued ruck, you can slide them through the two sustainment pouches on the sides, and
they're downward basically.
Yes. Like the front of the ski would be upward, but they're facing up and down. Yeah. Yeah, and there's really not any other way
to parallel to how you're standing, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
Up and down. Yeah, and so it kind of depends on what kind of pack you have, but I think most packs have some sort of like. I know mine. I use like a Barney's pack, and it has like slots. So I can still do the same thing with them.
Shout out to Barney's.
Oh yeah, dude, Barney's pack, amazing.
It's the ultimate Alaska pack.
It seriously is. Yeah, like I wouldn't recommend like just anybody. It is unbelievable. So well thought out. It's so specific for Alaska. It is amazing. It's an awesome pack. But anyways, yeah, there's really not any awesome way to carry skis. There may be that I just don't know about, but that's really what I've seen, both from like military standpoint and from guys who do like backcountry skiing and stuff like that.
Cool.
Yeah. And then one more thing on the actually a couple of things. One, I really appreciate that you mentioned the it's not like one or the other. You got to have both, and it's going to be super dependent on your route plan, and you need to. That's why route planning is important. If you're going through densely wooded terrain, you're gonna want snowshoes. Can you imagine? Yeah, like going through those with skis. Like, is it possible? Yes. Would it be a nightmare? Also, yes. Like it would. The longer their flotation device, the more difficult it's gonna be to go through. And of course, it kind of depends on what kind of forest you're in. But I'm just thinking about Alaska right now, and the alders and the willows and everything else. Like, nightmare. But then if you're going over mostly like an open terrain, if you're in tundra, dude, skis all day, you'd be flying out there on some skis, man. Yeah. And then also one other thing is trekking poles, brother. Trekking poles. You want those. You want those. I think it's I don't know, maybe people have different opinions on them out there, but it's I first I never used them. I was like, oh, dude, my hands need to be on my weapon system, all times. The
same way.
Yeah, right. And then I saw this major, I hate field grade officers, but I just needed to throw that out there.
Oh yeah, dude. He's out of the Army now.
I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from.
It was suppressed deep inside of you, dude.
Oh, honestly.
Let it out.
Yeah,
How does
thank
that
you.
make you feel?
I appreciate the safe space, Frank. No,
Feel
but-
Yeah, dude. Steven and I are over here lower enlisted, like, good.
Oh man, yeah. So this major once though, he just like freaking breezes by me. He's like using his trekking poles. I was like, oh man, I hate that guy. And and I was like, but why is it so much easier for him to walk than it is for me to walk? And it honestly took me a while to kind of get in on him, because it was just that mindset of like my hands need my own weapon system. But they help so much because it kind of like, I can't even really describe it, but it just sets off your weight. It's another flotation device is all it really comes down to. And it helps support your weight to where all of your weight is not on those two snowshoes. It's now being kind of, not a ton, but it's definitely being dispersed across different areas now, and it gives additional flotation.
Do you use those for your skis and snowshoes then?
Yep, skis and snowshoes. And in Alaska here, I'll use them all year round, just because on uphills, dude, saves your back so much. Especially when you're carrying heavy weight, being able to just lean on them, and it takes so much weight off of your lower spine, like trying to keep your back upright when you're using them. And I'll just keep the little snow bucket, I think is what they're called, on the bottom of those. Yep. I'll just leave those on all year round, just because like you can take them off, but it's like it doesn't affect the way they perform or anything like that.
They don't break or anything.
Yeah, no, they don't break. And then especially with the mountains here, they'll have like snow year round. So like I'll be up there and I'll be like, I'll just keep the snow basket on though the whole time. But yeah, you can use them for skiing, snowshoeing, summertime trekking, especially if you live in a mountainous environment. I cannot, what's that word?
Can't throw it out there?
No,
I don't know what this
I can't.
is.
Recommend.
Okay, recommend.
Jeez, dude, English language, man. I can't recommend them enough. And then, just the whole idea that like you can't simply put down your skis and grab your weapon system in like a split second is like, there's just no argument there for like my hands need to be on my weapon system. No. Yeah, the benefits greatly outweigh the split second it takes.
A lot of that comes from just people not understanding how engagements actually go.
Yes.
Like, let me start with this. Can you just get shot and killed? Yeah. You can. And
you're
99
die regardless.
And that's it. And sometimes you get shot and killed. But most engagements, I mean, and this isn't even just like personal experience, this is just like across the board, especially like talking about projectile based engagements now, like basically from World War II onward, we'll say that. It's like there's generally a period of time where it kind of ramps up. Yeah. And it's not just like Call of Duty level, like, and that stuff does happen. Yeah. I mean, it absolutely does happen. I'm not saying it can't happen, but this whole mentality around like you need to be walking around at the low ready all the time, it's just not realistic. Yeah. And you can't have your rifle slung up appropriately, have it in a position, definitely front of body. Don't get too crazy and throw that thing in the back. Absolutely that doesn't make any sense. But that's also why those trekking sticks have wrist lanyards. Again, it's like, let go if you need. It's jangly. I've had to do it before, and it's always like, oh, I hate this. So we'd usually just drop them, like training. Yep. But yeah, we'd use them too, especially with cross country skis. Like we actually didn't use them much with snowshoes because we just, I don't know, leadership was like, hold your rifle,
Classic.
But again, like I remember the first time I ever did use them, training with snowshoes, I was like, whoa, dude, this is way easier. Kind of the same thing. But with skis, like, you really need them. It keeps you balanced, especially if you're skiing with like a ruck on. It's like easy to lose your balance. And if you fall, that's one thing I just want to make clear. Like if you fall in deep snow, it can be detrimental. Yeah. Like if you're on your own, dude, people have literally died and I'm not even joking. Yep. People have literally died falling face first in the snow with their pack on, and they never could get up, and they just die in the snow with their face in the snow. And that sounds so horrible, and it is. And what a crappy way to go. But having simple trekking poles like that keep you balanced. Also, like if your buddy falls in the snow, like go over and grab his ruck and help him up, because it is hard. If you're pushing down into deep snow and it's just powder, like your arms just go down, and there's if you're just headlong into the ground and all the weight of your ruck's just holding your head down, you can literally just suffocate in the snow. Yeah. It's kind of scary. I've only had it happen a couple times where I was like, dude, I'm in trouble. And you have that moment of like, like you're just starting to kind of freak out a little bit, and then thankfully a buddy comes along and grabs you and rips you up, and you're like, dude, you were down there, and you come up all packed with snow, and you're just like, blowing it out of your face.
Yeah.
I literally had a buddy almost drown in 2 inches of water that way, but it wasn't in the snow. It was like in a swamp. He had gotten a moose, and he was trying to, like, basically he like rolled instead of just like standing, like he was like ruck flop pretty much. And he rolled over to his like front side to like do a push up to get up. Well, his hands just sunk straight through the like this marsh that he was in. Oof. And his face just went face in, and he said, I was trying to push up off the thing, and there was just nothing there to grab onto. My arms were just through, and he's like, my face was underwater. He's like, if his dad wasn't there on the hunt with him, he's like, I would have just drowned there. He's like, I couldn't move, I couldn't do anything.
So yeah, I think it's really important. I like that you brought that up. And if you do that, I would just do. If you do that, sorry,
no, dude.
just practice deploying your firearm in that configuration. Like hit the range, put all your gear on,
just like everything else. Freaking practice, dude.
Yep. Throw your trekking poles down, or keep them slung up on your wrists, on the lanyards if you need to, and deploy your firearm. You got some sticks hanging down off your wrists,
and then the other thing is that there's such a benefit as well in terms of a fighting position. Huge benefit, dude.
You're gonna say for fighting, like, I just melee mode, dude. Sorry, that's where my brain immediately went. I was like, whoa, where are we going here?
Nice. No, for establishing a firing position.
Yeah.
Because it's another consideration, dude. You're not gonna like just dive right into the prone and have like in a like a warmer environment where you can use all this micro terrain to have a good firing position, dude. Not gonna happen in an Arctic environment or in a cold weather environment where there's tons of snow, dude. You go prone, you got a face full, muzzle full of snow. That's what you're looking at. So you're most of the time your best firing positions are going to be in, and this is just my experience at least, are going to be from a kneeling position. And so if you have your trekking poles, that's just absolutely class firing position, just perfect firing position to help set up with.
The old V, dude.
Old V, man. Yep. Man, I had something else though on that too. And actually talking about kneeling and kind of firing positions in the Arctic environment. One other thing is, because we're kind of talking about like misconceptions that occur in other environments that are definitely not carry. Like you can't practice those in the cold weather environments. Another one is going to be pulling security is a big one. Actually, dude, when you stop for a security halt and after like however many seconds or whatever you're supposed to go into the prone. Different people out there may have different opinions, and it also could depend on like just the level of like the hostility in whatever environment you're operating in. But we always practiced you didn't go prone, you went into the knee, and it depended on like the ambient temperature for sure as well. But the reason being, if you just we've all been pulling security for like hours, and you're just laying there, dude. You do that in the Arctic, in the cold weather environment, you're gonna get that freaking your warmth zipped out of you really quick. So everything that I've seen up here has always been you take a knee, you don't go prone. And again, if it's like super high hostility environment or like just other things in consideration, maybe go prone. But even for my freaking like far left and right security guys or freaking OP teams, like it's always just take a knee, dude. You don't want to just lay your whole body in that snow. It's going to take minutes before you are shivering. So just another consideration out there that people don't really think too much about.
Plus, if you're just going to sink into the snow anyways, it's
exactly, what are you going to see?
You're not going to be able to see anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Take a knee and face out.
No, for real.
And just stay there. Don't ever go prone. About that.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. Yeah. Unless you're in a packed area, like you got that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that wasn't like just me. That was like all the way up to like higher leadership, having to learn like hard lessons of like, sergeant major run around like, why aren't you in the prone? And then like a guy goes prone, and then like 5 minutes later he's getting sent to the roll 1 because he freaking went hypothermic or something like that, or he's a cold weather injury. It's like, oh, I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
And it's like, and those are like the hard lessons learned. I'd also say the same thing for even like wearing plate carriers. I mean, everybody knows there's a time and place for plate carriers, but when you're doing long movements in a cold weather environment, dude, you're gonna first of all, it's gonna compress all your layering, so you're gonna be cold. 2, you're gonna sweat a storm, dude. And those are like lessons that like unfortunately the Army has to learn on a recurring basis because it's always rotational leadership that has to learn the same lesson over and over at the detriment of the individuals underneath them. But thankfully for the Minuteman, for the civilian, you only got to learn that lesson once, dude.
Yep.
You know, so that's just another thing to consider. You know, I wouldn't, but yeah,
dude, it's so true too. It's like you get a new command change out, and you're just like, whoa, what?
Why are we doing this again?
Why are we doing this?
Yep.
The old brag boys, dude. I'm just kidding.
Dude, we had a sergeant major when we were who was new, and like we were pulling. You're obviously familiar with the Akios. You know what they are?
Yep.
Like those Akios and those big sleds. They weigh like.
I've told you about them before. They're the 10-person man
tent.
It's basically a squad's like sustainment system for going out into the field. It's a big sled. You pull your Arctic tent, your Arctic stove, a bunch of like a bunch of field tools.
Yeah, a bunch of field tools, axes, and all types of stuff. It weighs a crazy amount, but it takes like a bunch of guys to pull it. But it's super. I bring it up because it's super, super physically strenuous to pull. Mm-hmm. And like we had a sergeant major who had just came from Ranger Battalion. He's like freaking super Johnny hardcore, and he's like, "Why are you guys moving so slow? This is like the freaking silliest thing I've ever seen." And he's like, "Let me pull that." And he like gets on it for like 5 minutes with some of my guys. He's like pulling it with them, and he's like, "You guys, like, look, this is so easy, all this stuff." Dude, he was drenched. I mean, just drenched in sweat. And it was like not even 10 minutes later, he had to get taken out in a civilian vehicle to get taken to a warm area. And it's like, dude, doesn't fly, dude. It does not fly, man. You can't just be doing that out here.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, no, they are no joke. You definitely have to bear down deep for those.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Did you guys ever go up like Arctic Valley?
Oh, yeah.
Dude. Just doing that stuff.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
The old spiral road, man.
Oh, man. So, talking about some route planning considerations, what we're looking for in a cold weather environment, a lot of the stuff that you would use for route planning in any other environment. But they present kind of a new set of challenges, whether it be open terrain, hills and mountains, your water routes and water crossings. So we'll start with open terrain. When you're probably the biggest thing when you're in a cold weather environment, when there's snow on the ground, that you need to be pay attention to is that you leave tracks everywhere you go. You know, like combat tracking obviously is a thing in any environment, but in the snow environment, it's like kind of a whole different ballgame because it's very distinct that you've been there, and you can see how many people, what you're bringing with you. Sometimes a lot of things can be shown from your tracks, and it's just literally like a Google Maps right to wherever your patrol base is at, you know?
Yeah.
So you really got to think about that. So if you're moving, if your route plan is taking you through open terrain, you only want to break one set of tracks. It's going to be harder to see one set of tracks than it is going to be multiple tracks, especially from like an aerial view or from like a mountainside enemy OP. And then you want to follow the tree line as much as possible to like, you know, so that it hides the tracks that you're making. With that, if you do just have to go through an open area, if there's any low brush like some alders on the ground or some willows or stuff like that, you should purposely walk through them to break up those tracks just as much as possible, and that helps. And then something kind of specific to Alaska. Well, I guess not specific to Alaska, but if there's like caribou trails, you know, they're gigantic herds, just follow those tracks. If it happens to be, you know, where you're going, follow those tracks, and that helps a lot with hiding it. And then with the mountains around here, those south-facing mountains are going to cast a pretty big shadow, so it's easier to see tracks when they're getting like hit directly by the sun. So if you can travel in the shadow of said mountain, that also helps a little bit in concealing them from an aerial view. But yeah, traveling in open terrain, just be wary of the tracks that you're leaving, and yeah, pay attention to that. Anything you want to add on that one?
No, dude, you nailed it. That's solid.
You just
That's
hope
good
that's
stuff.
snowing heavy.
Seriously, yeah, seriously, for real.
That helps a ton. I mean, if it's it sounds weird because it sounds like a time you wouldn't want to move, but it's kind of like when it's raining. Like
exactly,
when it's raining, it's the perfect time to move. Yeah, you're going to get a little bit wet, but it masks your noise. It's harder to see, visibility is lower. Same thing in the snow. It is really hard to see movement at distance.
Thermals are definitely affected.
Heavily affected.
Big time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Night vision as well if you're moving at night. But
Yep. Next we got hills and mountains, and I mean this is a huge one. This is personally where my heart is. I love getting in the mountains. Love the opportunity that it presents, because it can be either like a huge hindrance to your operations, or it can be a huge benefit depending on, like we kind of talked about earlier, having that specialized small unit that's self-sustainable out there. So a massive key when you're operating in the mountains, I mean, we want to pay attention to those same things, like the fact that you're leaving tracks, and that they're going to be, I'd probably say, a little bit more visible because of the fact they're on a mountainside.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a little bit hard to, and there's not gonna be, depending on your elevation, there's not gonna be any vegetation to hide them. So there's not much you can do there. But when you talk about mountain operations, this is where that fitness aspect really, really comes into play. I mean, it's hard enough hiking a mountain in the summertime with a heavy pack. You throw in feet of snow and you're using snowshoes or skis, dude. Man, I mean, you got to be in really good shape for that. And that's where I definitely think like lessons can be learned from like the alpine mountaineering community, because those guys are awesome. Yeah, in terms of like your route plan, you want to consider how you're traversing it. So you want to be utilizing switchbacks is going to be obviously way easier than just like hard charging straight up a mountain. That'd be crazy. Because your unit needs to be able to fight once you get to the objective, and that's going to be a theme throughout cold weather operations. Like it's going to be tough just to get there. So you need to take. And that's another thing when it comes to route planning, is like, especially the position I was in, it was like I had to learn, okay, like every maybe 15 minutes or so, we're going to take a security short halt for at least a couple minutes, let guys' bodies regulate, let it come back down to the ambient temperature. Okay. And then we're going to move on. And that's not something that you would regularly do elsewhere, but that's something you have to think about, that like there's going to be guys who are going to be sweating, they're going to be too hot, and they're not going to want to ask their squad leader or something like, hey man, can we take a break? Like, no, Joe's not going to ask that,
Yeah.
So, and it's the same thing for like the civilian consideration, however you're set up, like keep the boys in mind, just like we talked about it earlier. Take breaks, let your bodies cool down, so that you can fight once you get to that objective. And then other ways that there's huge benefits is obviously like, communications, retrans stations, huge, OPs, huge. Like there's a lot of benefits to being able to successfully operate in the mountains, and you just have to be prepared for it and have that skill set for it. Anything on there?
No, that's good stuff.
Good, yeah.
I just always want to open up,
for sure.
And then we've got water routes, dude. This one is a huge one. This one's a huge one, and it's huge because it depends on where you're at. So. And where we live, and you guys feel differently. I personally on these rivers wouldn't feel comfortable in their level of freezing over to like really trust them to navigate out. What about you guys?
Definitely not.
Yeah. And so I think that's more of like an Arctic thing to like some ice road truckers, like they're literally driving those,
Yeah.
So that's where basically like that's the kind of thing where water routes really become a huge benefit, is that they can be highways. But it's kind of a double-edged sword, because while it opens up, it opens up so you're not having to go through vegetation. It's also like a highway for everybody else that's aware of them. So like if you're combating a conventional force, they're going to be using those same rivers to maneuver their mechanized units.
Yeah.
So that's something it's just like traveling on a regular highway. Like if you're going to use it, be aware that you're more than likely going to be exposing yourself and going to run into contact. But if you can read the ice and understand it, it can be, like I said, just a highway, really easier transportation. But it's also a double-edged sword in the fact that because most rivers do like that S shape thing, they just like squiggle, it can add a lot of distance to your route. So something that would be like 2 mile straight line distance could become 4 miles if you follow the river. So just something to be aware of. And then it's kind of crazy, there's just a couple numbers on like how deep the ice needs to be to support you. So like you only need 2 inches actually to support soldiers on skis, only 2 inches of ice, versus like a Humvee needs 13 inches. So and there's ways you can check that if you just it's relatively pretty easy, but just send 2 unlucky fellas out and check it out with a auger, and like just one of those like hand torque augers, and then you can, once you break through, just measure down, see how thick the ice is, and that's like a good way to test before you send out your whole unit on it. But personally, I wouldn't, just for various reasons, like it's going to be something that everybody's going to be using, as well as like I don't feel confident enough testing the ice, and because it's also like, just because you test ice in one spot doesn't mean it's that same exact thickness in 3 miles, so
yeah, I guess that goes back to just knowing your area in a way.
Exactly.
If you're looking at it from the Minutemen perspective, it's like you should know Like, I'm not going out on the Kenai River. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Enough people die going out
So
there,
dangerous.
so
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yep.
It's a fast moving river, and
Yep.
it does freeze, but it doesn't really freeze.
Yeah.
But-
Any very like strong current rivers are always going to be a risk, especially when you get out towards the center, because
Exactly. Yep.
the ice is very thick towards the shore, and then it gets shallower and shallower as you get to the center, and then you get I'm trying to remember the technical name of it, but basically it's like shifting ice, where you have like different plates of ice that have frozen at different times. So they could have different thicknesses. So then once those things start to kind of break away, big openings will open up, and then you basically got like all these chunks of ice that just start moving around, and you can just get sucked under. And once you're sucked under in a river that's frozen over the top, I mean, it's over. That's it. Because I mean, the river's still moving quickly underneath the ice. You know, it's not like the current stops just because it's frozen. You've got huge, massive water that's passing underneath the ice all the time.
Have you guys ever heard of needle ice?
No, what is that?
It's like on lakes it can happen. It'll look like literally looks like needles like facing down into the water.
Whoa.
And it's like deadly. Like it looks like it's thick is the problem. Like it looks like it's really thick ice if you see it. But if you like take a stick and just push into it, it just all those needles separate from each other, and like there's guys just die all the time from it because you'll fall into it and you can't get out. Like you can't find, like there's nothing like it.
Oh,
We actually saw it. Me and our dad were looking at it when we were up doing that training in Amos Lakes
oh yeah.
Yep. So when we were doing that, he was like, "Look at that, that's needle ice." And I was like, "I've heard of that." And he's like, "Yeah, watch." And he pushed it with a stick, and he's like, "Yeah, you'll just die in that." And I was like, "That is insane."
Moral of the story is literally everything's trying to kill you up here. Yeah. No, personally, I choose to usually stay away from bodies of water, at least again for where we're at. Know your area. Further up north, would feel pretty confident about that. But
Lakes are safe up here, but that's in. I mean, you're going out into an open area, so it's,
exactly. Doesn't make much sense.
It's a linear danger area, so it's like,
yeah. So then, if you're, regardless of which one of these areas you're operating in, it's important to understand trail breaking. So when you're moving off trail, somebody in your team is going to be breaking trail, and it's important to understand like just how physically exerting that is, and kind of like the best way to do it. So you want to be rotating, like whoever that lead guy or lead group is, and then depending on whether you're pulling, like we're kind of talking about like an Akio, or if you're pulling a polk behind you, you want the guys who are in front to even, like, say one guy is going in one direction, the guy behind him will offset just a little bit to the right, and then the guy behind him will offset just a little bit to the left to really open that up for the polk or sled that's being pulled behind. And it's like in the Army, they're using the Akio sleds, which are just crazy heavy. They're kind of really stupid, to be honest. And so we won't go into that. But on a civilian side, you can utilize a polk, which are awesome. We use a polk whether we're snowshoeing or skiing, and it is like we have this really big canvas tent that we'll use kind of like as a base camp for like a longer excursion, and it's with like that and the stove it comes with, it's over 100 pounds, and it has these poles on it that go from the sled, and then there's carabiners on the end. I'll just attach to my pack, and I can't even feel it behind me, like that flotation of it just gliding across the snow. It's like crazy, and that's something that you see across all. Like people in like those Finnish, Norwegian countries are partner forces. They do the exact same thing. Endurance, like backpackers, they do the exact same thing and they won't even wear a pack. They'll just put all their gear on the polk, which is like an awesome way to do it, because now you have nothing on your pack and it's like almost weightless. But yeah, so that's a huge consideration.
On that, how does that? Because I've never done that. So, how does that do going downhill?
Yeah, I'm actually really glad you asked. So if you're going downhill, whoever you're with, they need to be behind, also attached, to keep it from basically falling into the person who's going downhill in front of it.
Okay.
Yeah. And different systems utilize different, like ours has two, there's some sort of metal, I want to say like aluminum. There's some sort of metal poles in the front. So the times where we have gone on slight downhills, it's not coming crashing towards me. But like the Yakios the Army uses, they're just ropes. So that'd be like a couple 100 pounds just coming down on the person that's in front of it. So yeah, you definitely want to
just takes at your ankles and you're along for the ride.
It's bad, yeah. And so you definitely want somebody behind with a rope. Not just one person. You want to call people behind with a rope to make sure that it's not just going flying downwards. That's thanks for asking though.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if you're looking for a really good way to maneuver your sustainment equipment across a cold weather region, especially one that has snow, polks, absolutely fantastic option. Basically a flotation device for all your gear, and you can last a really long time if you utilize a polk and some sort of heated tent, and they're really sweet. But yeah, so anyways, for the trail breaking, that's just kind of something to keep in mind. And then depending on how many people you have, if you have enough people to send like a forward, like a reconnaissance group ahead of your main body, because you obviously don't want the guys who are pulling the polk or sled to be your lead group. Yeah. For various reasons, especially if you take contact. I can't move. I'm attached to this 200-pound sled. Like, that'd be really bad. So,
oh man.
So it's definitely ideal to have a forward group, and they don't gotta be crazy far ahead, but maybe like 100 meters, 200 meters ahead of your main body, to one, break trail, to two, conduct reconnaissance as you move, and that if you do take contact, they're gonna hopefully see it before you run into it, and then they can, go from
start
there.
maneuvering
Exactly.
stuff. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. But just in general, that was kind of like techniques for trail breaking. But the bigger point here is trail breaking really sucks.
It does.
So it's something that you really need to take into account, and you need to rotate guys. If you have just the same guy breaking trail for 5 miles, dude, he's gonna be down bad.
Yeah,
he's gonna be down bad. So
yeah, and it's pretty straightforward. I mean, you can what we always did with trail breaking is you have your main lead guy, and then if you're just doing like a personnel trail where you don't have to make it wider for a sled or anything like that, you just alternate feet, so that way you've knocked down like a flat path, and even just being that third guy, it's so much easier. But yeah, and then the way we always rotated was then as soon as you're tired, you don't even say anything, you just step off to the left. Basically, you're like, that's it for me. Yep. And then number 2 rolls in and takes number 1 position, and then you become the rear guy. And
awesome. Dude, it reminded me of the time we were out practicing that exact thing.
Yeah.
And I stepped off to the right or whatever to let someone by, and like I look over my shoulder and just no one's passing me. It's because everyone was so smoked that no one wanted to take the lead. I was like, no, dude, get out there.
It is tough,
dude. Everyone just kind of looked at me like, no.
Seriously?
Seriously. Yeah. No, it really stinks, man. It really sucks.
You're gonna talk. I thought you were talking about the time a certain somebody, I'm not gonna say his name, but got up there and he became the number 1 man and just took like 3 steps and just moved off to the left and like looked back at everybody.
Oh, dude.
And it was like,
classic.
Then he's like, I'm just kidding. And like he kept going. But it was like the way he started walking too, it was like, oh yeah, good. He's going to be able to go for a long time. It was just like, and he just stepped off to the left. Yeah, and we're like, dude.
Yeah.
But
yeah. And that's I think it's really important to kind of come back to you just can't buy your way out of suffering, dude.
Yeah.
The skis, snowshoes, whatever it is, like it's not just a freaking purchase that makes everything easy. All of a sudden, they don't exist, man.
Yeah.
You're gonna
suffer well, man. It's biblical.
Suffer well.
It's biblical.
Yep. Yeah. So, with all that down, let's get into some patrol base operations here.
Sweet.
Get a little bit into some more tactical. I mean, we've been in the tactical here for a bit, but some more tactical considerations. I'm not going to talk about like how to establish a patrol base. Go read a Ranger handbook or something like that if you want to understand how to. Yeah. I don't know. I think that's a pretty well known, understood concept.
We've talked about it before too. So
nice, sweet.
Go back a few episodes.
Heck yeah. But some wintertime considerations, because depending on like the area that you're establishing it in is going to like drastically affect your risk for cold weather injuries or how easily you're spotted. So like this kind of comes back to like how you're operating and sustaining your unit as a whole in a cold weather environment. It's no longer like we're just going out and it's like just bivvies and like it's super low profile. The reason the Army carries those Accio tents with like the fuel stoves is like because you can't just be exposed to those elements. You have to have some sort of respite away from them, and they're not super warm, you know. The ones I've stayed in, like we were lucky if it was like 20 degrees in there, but it's like enough to where you're not just standing in negative 40 anymore, you know. Having a little bit of difference goes a long ways. And so I would say that the same thing is necessary for civilian considerations for the Minuteman. You need some sort of warming environment. You just can't go forever like exposed to that. You just can't. So because of this, like when you have to set up some sort of shelter and it is, you do use some sort of stove, whether it be like fuel or wood stove, you want to have better considerations for where you're setting that up at. So when you're looking at the Arctic, the subarctic, and the temperate areas, unfortunately, the Arctic, it's basically all open. So you're just going to get blasted by that wind. You know, it's going to be really hard to set your spikes in on that tundra and all that frozen ice. So you're kind of SOL, I'm not going to lie, in the legit Arctic. But in the subarctic and the temperate regions, you do have access to forested areas. And if it's out of like a forested area, marshy area, or like the tundra, I'm always going to choose like the forested areas for obvious reasons. Like it provides wood. So if you have a wood stove, fuel source. 2, it provides cover and concealment. It also provides cover from the wind. The wind's not just going to be blasting you. And then thermals, it's really hard to get around that heat signature that you're creating by having some sort of heated tent. But at least if you're in a wooded area, you can maybe hide that signature a little bit better, you know, have a better chance.
Yep.
So if you have access to a forested area in your local environment, I would highly recommend setting up your patrol base in a forested area. When you go to set in, this comes back to like the tracks that you have. Everybody understands the dog leg concept when you go to set in for a patrol base, but this is going to be kind of extra important in a cold weather environment where you're literally leaving tracks exactly where you're going. So usually what we would do is have the main body element who has the tents. They would dogleg and go to the patrol base area and begin setting up. The remainder of the element would actually continue forward and they'd walk, and then teams would kind of just like randomly shoot off the trail. And then they would always circumvent back down. Like they'd basically do a full 360 go, like, you know, way out, and cloverleaf back onto the main trail, and then enter back into the patrol base. And it does a couple of things. Obviously throws off anybody following you, kind of like they start getting, whoa, there's a bunch of different trails, like where do they go? And like out of all those options, you know, they could just choose the one option that doglegs right into the patrol base, or more likely they're going to choose one of those options that like circles back in on itself. And what that does is that your LPOP that you set up there at the dogleg, they're going to see that enemy patrol move past. Hopefully they just see them move past. They don't take contact or anything. They're going to see them move past, and they're going to know that enemy element is going to eventually circle back on, because all those tracks you made circle back. And so it's honestly pretty awesome, because that they walk past, your OP radios back like, hey, you know, these many guys, blah 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 blah, and then you bring forward some more guys from your unit, set up an ambush. Those guys circle back, and boom. So
ambush time.
Set the trap.
Bait and switch.
Conditions set. Yeah. So that's just like one big consideration for establishing your patrol base. Is definitely going to be more aware of like what tracks that you leave leading into it. Other things with the patrol base is that the priorities of work are going to be kind of switched around. Security, no matter what, is always going to be number one. That doesn't change. But almost following that is going to be like water procurement and getting those shelters set up. That's like, and that comes again back to like practicing with your gear. You know, there's guys who setting up the Accio is not easy, but there are like teams who could set it up in like minutes, and that's huge. Like the faster you get that set up, the faster you get like that warming tent going, because you just did say 10-mile movement, you sweated your butt off, and then now you're coming and you're going to start getting stagnant. You need some sort of respite from those conditions quickly, you know, before cold weather injuries start popping up. So it's really important that you get that shelter set up, and you need to be proficient at doing that. So whatever your shelter is, get good at setting it up. Like, you know, that's just as important again as practicing with your firearm or understanding your snowshoes. Like get good at setting up that shelter so that you're not running any cold weather injuries. Water procurement, again, said that, but it's big to start if you guys are out of water and you're not nearby a water source like a river or lake or something like that. It's really important that guys start boiling snow for water. Yep. Another thing is that the LPOP, like, usually you set a dog leg and freaking like the LPOP is like there, and you just, oh man, wait, what happened to Jim and Carl? Like, oh, they're still the LPOP. What? It's been like 5 hours. You just kind of like, you just almost kind of forget that they're even out. I shouldn't say forget, but I never did that. But you can almost forget that they're out there. You need to switch them out pretty quick. Like with that, I'd say like an hour. It was probably like the max you should be looking at for any security personnel at one being stagnant in one position. About an hour is probably total max that they should be there before you switch them out and get them into a warming shelter. And so that goes for all your security. And then the other thing in a cold weather patrol base environment is that your security, they can be stagnant, but if they're stagnant, understand that it's going to be shorter periods of time that they can do it. When we would do security, like during the nighttime, we could maintain 33% security whilst having roaming patrols. And that just helps a ton because, like, if you're at least walking around, like, you're still, conducting security. I actually think it's better to be roaming around than just laying prone in one position, because we've all been laying prone, air quotes, pulling security during nighttime at 0200, and it's like
pulling security at the back of those eyelids, dude.
Yep. And so it's I think it's definitely better to be having that roaming patrol. Oh yeah, he knows. It's having that roaming patrols going on.
It happens to the best of us.
Happens to the best of us, brother. Helps keep them warm, and I think that you're conducting definitely better security, while doing that. You got anything to add so far in here?
Dude, you are crushing it, and I'm loving it, dude. This is good, solid stuff. It's bringing back a lot of memories too. Man, I'm trying to think. Honestly, I think you've nailed it all, dude. Okay,
like I said, just like to open it up.
Yeah, man.
Another big one, we already mentioned it, but I just highly recommend not pulling security in the prone. But depending on some environmental factors, you can kind of, it's a little bit flexible, but I just wouldn't wouldn't recommend it. The Fear Patrol base latrine considerations, dude. Man, latrine considerations.
It's important, dude.
Yeah, man, it really is. Yeah, and I kind of, there's like I feel like there's a couple people out there that may say different things. If we're being honest, like, whether it's cold weather, hot weather, dude, really everybody should be using a wag bag. Nobody wants to do it, myself included, but you should be using a wag bag. But I also feel like in a cold weather environment, if everybody defecates in the same spot, you can there's an opportunity there to completely cover that up with snow and leave no trace, or at least you're not going to leave as much trace as all the tracks that you left everywhere else, because you can't cover up all those tracks. So I think it's at least less of a consideration, whereas in a warmer environment, you could move through somewhere and there's not going to be much sign other than like garbage and defecation. So you really need to be careful about it. Whereas in a cold weather environment, it's like you can't cover up all your tracks. So it's like if you can cover up at least your defecation and your urinary locations, like, I don't know, I think there's some space in there maybe.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's actually what we did. We would often dig a latrine pit, and that's where he did it, and it's managed within the security, but it's far enough away that it's, you're not worried about hygiene considerations. But and then we would bury it, and you can absolutely conceal it. It's all gone, you know. And it'll be, it'll break down and go away pretty quick too, because it's farther down in the snow. Usually your feces will just freeze and stuff, but a lot of that will, as temperatures fluctuate and stuff. It's not like in the summer they're going to be like, whoa, we found evidence of no, that'll all be pretty much gone.
Yeah,
so
totally.
It's absolutely a good way to do it.
Yep. And then another practice that's usually practiced, whether it's warm weather or cold weather, is defecating in the same spot, like having one designated spot for that. Really important. I'd say it's extra important in a cold weather environment, because if you are melting snow for your water and you got guys just freaking doing it, just freaking dropping it everywhere, dude, that's gonna be bad.
Don't be pulling no Afghans around me, dude. I'm telling you what, these guys bathe upstream and drink downstream. It's not Yeah.
No.
None of that.
You can give your whole team some bad dysentery and stuff, man. All types of bad stuff that is going to shut you down real quick.
And whole units have literally died in the field from that kind of stuff right there. That stuff is so important.
Exactly. Yeah. So, and that goes for both defecation and urination as well. And that urination is kind of double faceted. So you want to urinate all in one spot that's identified, so you're not pulling snow for melting from there, as well as in pretty common places using that as a metric to see how hydrated your guys are. When you can see their urine in the snow and you can see, dude, this stuff looks blood orange. Like, whoa, we need to get some water, dude. This is bad, and so
that decrepit rust looking piss, dude. It's like, whoa, how are you alive?
Yeah, so it's definitely keep an eye on that though. That's a really good practice, part of looking out for your boys. We kind of talked about thermal considerations, but yeah, it just kind of comes back to having that balance between like having a warm enough shelter where guys aren't becoming cold weather injuries, but also trying to hide that thermal signature as much as possible. Another one that other people have spoken about pretty well understood is that your weapons need to stay outside of your warming shelter. And there's like, it's not cool because like your weapon's kind of far away from you, but it doesn't just need to be like outside somewhere. Like, it needs to be organized. You need to know which weapon system is yours, exactly where it's at. We would usually have like our rucks set up and it'd go by like team and by squad. So there was no mixing up like exactly where your ruck was at, exactly where your weapon was at that was on it and covered with a poncho, so it's not just getting snowed on. And I think most people know like why you don't want to bring your weapon system inside, but
I don't know if people do. I mean, basically you got condensation. That condensation is going to freeze, and then your weapon system is no longer functional. So It sounds weird. Like, I'm sure to a lot of people, they're like, what? Leave your weapon system outside? Like, when you're talking extreme cold and you're dealing with a heating structure and stuff like that, yeah, you're going to be the constant going from hot to cold will condensate and freeze, and that's how you have a frozen system that doesn't operate.
Exactly.
So.
Yep.
Also, your optics go out the window as well.
Big time.
True.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. And so on that, the only things that should really be coming in the tent should be your sleep system, any drying clothes that you need to dry out, batteries, for sure, and then water, and your food, if you're going to eat inside, but not like bring it all inside, just like whatever you're eating at that point in time, bring that inside. But everything else should be packed up outside, ready to go. And it's really, you would think that it would, kind of being set up like that would be a huge hindrance. But I've seen firsthand like how quickly guys can move from being in their sleep systems, like in their level 1s, to outside on their weapon system, like engaging enemies, like during exercise. Like it's just like, it's really pretty impressive, how quickly you can move in and out of there. And another consideration is your sleeping conditions. Like if you are it comes back to like understanding your area. If you're in a super hostile environment, yes, you want to be able to have a good night's sleep. It's important to be well rested and you want to be warm. But if like, that enemy forces are operating within like, a mile radius, like everybody's going to be sleeping like on top of their sleep system in their like level up to their level 5s, so like they're not going to be super comfy cozy, but they're not going to be shivering. And those are kind of things that you want to weigh. So not every single night is it like get super comfy cozy in your level 1s. Like if there's a reasonable threat nearby, you need to be prepared for that. And you can configure your sleep system and your layering system and your heated shelter to where you can still be comfortable whilst being outside of your sleep system and still be prepared to take contact. So something important to think about.
Yeah. Another thing you can do too that helps a lot, especially in that environment where you may have to like roll out and gunfight, is something we'd always do is around our Accio tents, we would pack down the surrounding area.
Yes.
So don't make the mistake of just like setting up your tent and you just have like 2 feet of snow on the outside of your tent. One, when you exfil out of an Accio, you roll out the side.
Yep.
Especially for like we do fire drills and stuff because they're all oil-based canvas. If those things go up, they go up.
Yep.
And but also if you need to roll out because you take contact or something like that, you're not all just funneling out the door. You're just bailing out the side of the tent. And so if you have all this snow packed up right next to it, it makes it a lot harder. So if you pack down like a good footprint, you can even make that kind of a fighting area to a degree. I mean, it's snow, so it is what it is, but we'd usually pack in quite a bit like in the surrounding area and give us like a nice footprint to maneuver around on and places to stage rucks and also like weapon systems and stuff like that just outside the tent. so it doesn't impede access. And I know not every tent's set up that way, but even like more traditional wall tents and stuff like that can be exfilled that way. You just push that, usually that wall layer laps under the floor on tents that do have floors, which I think in this environment, floorless tents are kind of the way to go.
Definitely, for sure.
They're just way faster, way easier to maintain. And then again, you just use your pads and tree boughs and stuff like that for insulation on the ground. But that way you can actually get out of the tent from multiple directions and quickly. So
yeah, and I didn't want to go super in depth on like tent setup just because everybody's kind of using something different. They're all super specific, but I absolutely 100% agree that having the floorless tent or a tent with no footprint on the bottom of it is definitely the way to go. And I can't remember if you mentioned it or not, but you want to dig down to the ground there, wherever you're sleeping at within that tent area. You don't want to just like have all that snow in there.
Yeah.
You want to get that snow out of like that footprint area of where you're setting up your tent, especially if you have a wood stove. Otherwise, it's just gonna be sitting in snow and it's all gonna turn to water and you're gonna get soaked. So I think most people would probably.
Yeah, sometimes you literally can't though. Like, we had times you dig down as far as you can, and then what we would do is dig in drainage trenches, and then they just lead outside, and then all your water goes out of the tent. Yeah. But I actually didn't mention that. I forgot about that, so I'm glad you brought that up.
And then just one more time on the practice setting up and tearing down your tent, being efficient, like getting your gear up and down, because like if you for any reason need to get out of there quickly, like, and you're the guy who is taking forever to pack up his stuff or break down his tent or whatever, or if it's a group tent, whatever, like everybody's gonna be just standing there in the cold, dude. So it's like just waiting on you, and it's kind of like it's important to be proficient with this equipment.
So practice. It takes time and experience to get good at it.
The old patrol-based princess.
Yep.
Hurry up. It's always the guy that looks so disheveled too afterwards. Always. It's like, dude, you have the longest to pack up and you look like just haggard butt, dude, right now. Like, what's going on, man? Your helmet's on crooked.
Yeah, dude. Classic look, man. Classic look. And then it's kind of a patrol-based consideration, kind of like we mentioned, like conducting ambush earlier. And I didn't want to get super in depth on it, but I'm not gonna like break down every battle drill, how it's conducted in a cold weather environment. But probably if I just was to say like one consideration that's gonna be a large consideration is like conducting battle drills. We'll just use Battle Drill 1 Alpha in snowshoes is a nightmare. It is.
I know.
So, dude, like you.
It's also a nightmare without snowshoes.
Oh yeah. Like you in a warm weather environment, dude. Like your team, if you practice to that level and stuff, like that stuff can be can happen quick. Battle Drill 1 Alpha should be like so fast, man, super fast. And you usually train with like understanding of like, okay, like this notional Op 4 has like has a response time of like 15 minutes for follow-on forces, or 10 minutes, whatever. Dude, you'll be lucky to do Battle Drill 1 Alpha over like a 100-meter distance in under 45 minutes, man. Honestly, like maybe 45 minutes is like stretching, but dude, it takes a long time. It is super, super hard, super difficult. So just kind of say that. And there's not really any solution to that, to be honest. It's just, it sucks. But something to keep in mind for those out there, like practice it, get as good as you possibly can, but it's definitely super hard to do.
Also, if it's that difficult for you, it's equally as difficult for whoever you're fighting against.
Oh, so. Totally.
Yep.
Totally.
And that's why I think even historically you see a lot of tactics based around area denial.
Yep.
Like it's beast mode in the wintertime.
Yep.
Because you can just do what the Finns did and be like, you're not getting in. Like we're in these mountains and we're in this snow and we're happy to be here. Have fun.
Yep.
Keep coming.
Damn.
And then you'll expend a ton of resources. And we referenced earlier in the podcast the islands of Attu, and basically like we allowed the Japanese, as America, we allowed the Japanese like to, get in those islands and basically like, but that's as far as you come.
Yep,
and to this day, there's still bodies up in those mountains.
That's so crazy, man.
Yep. They just went up there and died, and that's a horrible way to go.
Yep.
But a lot of that fight was just, there wasn't even that much gunfire. I mean, there was, but a lot of it was just due to literally just practicing area denial and them not making any progress, and the weather got them. So, yep.
Well, that's all we got for patrol-based considerations and a couple tactical considerations for specifically for warfighting, and that's the part when we start talking about battle drills and stuff like that. That's the part where it's really cutting edge. We've figured out a lot because really it wasn't too. There was obviously the Winter War with the Finns and the Russians, and then World War II was the first time that America really started caring about the Arctic environment. Is when we started coming up to Alaska, and dude, you talking about tough, man. Those guys. It was the Army that built the Alaska Highway. I was like, that must have sucked.
Oh,
like that.
I can only imagine the Army doing it too.
Yeah, and so there was definitely some hard. Yeah, right. There were some hard lessons learned during that time, and fast forward to now, and we know, but how to conduct combat operations in the cold weather environment is definitely something that's still like. Yeah, something as simple as like conducting battle drills and snowshoes. That's something, dude, haven't got it figured out. It sucks. Yeah. And a lot of like that stuff. Well, I think a lot of people do agree that it's like a more defensive posture environment, like you talked about for sure. Yeah. But yeah, so I was kind of considering going over like thermal structures or snow caves, but I think that's way more of like a visual thing. And there's definitely videos out there from like bushcraft individuals and stuff like that that can show how to set those up. All I'll say is that like if you are in an area where thermal signature is a huge priority, then if you want to use a thermal structure, which is basically like a survival shelter, utilizing stuff that you would have on hand like a poncho and 550 cord, they can provide a significant amount of warmth. It's actually pretty incredible what they can do if you build it right and if you insulate it right with the snow. So definitely check those out. That's definitely something that like us talking about it'd be hard to really gain anything from that. Yeah. Definitely go look up a video or something like that. Or man, we should do something like how to. We should really do that. Yeah.
Just do some joint content, man. That'd be sick. Why not? I don't think anybody's doing it out there right
honestly,
now.
Honestly, though, yeah, seriously. And then the same thing with like snow cave construction is just another survival structure to
snow caves are OP, dude. Yeah, I think they're the way to go.
Seriously, yeah.
Overpowered. They are, dude. You can hide from. They're easy to build. You just need a lot of snow, basically.
Yeah,
they're easy to build. They're
Yep.
relatively quick.
Yep.
And they can keep you warm, man.
Oh man, yeah.
Especially if you.
I was about to say, dude, literally just something that's convenient here too, like super hasty, is like spruce trees make like an automatic shelter. You just literally spread out and just dive down into like the like and they're like deep well too. Like there's been some like when I did that cold weather training, we did that. Like the teacher was kind of showing us that. And I jumped down into one that like I could stand up in, and I was still not above the snow, and I was like, "Holy smokes, dude!" Yeah. It was hard to get out of. I had to get help to get out of that, but it was like, "Whoa, this thing's deep down here."
Seriously, yeah,
yeah. And you're talking like patrol base and stuff like that, like. That's a good little security position to be in something like that.
You can create a really good fighting position out of one of those.
Oh, yeah. Imagine just getting shot by the base of a tree and you just have no clue what's going on. The trees have guns. Dude, scary stuff.
Scary, dude. No, that's my go-to as well because I like if I was doing something more long-term, like I would probably set up a shelter, but like for a couple nights outing or something like that, I'm not going to waste like all my time and energy setting up a shelter. But like, just finding a good base of a tree and just cold bagging it there. And for the listeners, cold bagging is literally just setting up your sleep system out in the open or like exposed to the elements. Like without using like a shelter or heated tent. But cold bagging is kind of like slept on. I feel like when most people think of cold weather environments, they think like that you need a shelter. And don't get me wrong, if it's like negative temps or something like that, I would recommend. If it's below 0, I would kind of say you should probably have some sort of shelter. But like I've gone down to some pretty cold temperatures just cold bagging and have always been, again, not comfy cozy. Like
no,
but like pretty decent. Yeah, absolutely. So cold bagging will take you far ways. Trust your sleep system, stay dry, and cold bagging is legit. You don't need a whole. If you don't want to use a tent, if you don't want to use a polk, if you want to carry less weight, dude, you can absolutely cold bag for a pretty long period of time.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the perfect way to find that out is just going out and doing it.
Exactly.
Like right now when you're not worried about an enemy like trying to hunt you down.
Yeah.
It's like have a truck nearby that you can warm up if you need to, but like push yourself and see what your equipment can do.
Yeah, we did it often in the military where it was just basically like what do they call that when they're letting you build confidence in your like in your gear. What's that called again? There's like a name for it. It's like
I don't know.
Just sounds so just.
But we did it for our sleep system up in Fort Greeley, and it was literally like we cold bagged it, but we all laid, like our whole platoon was like right, like butted up right.
Nice.
We did penguin style, dude, where you're like right up against each other. But we were just outside a heated structure, so then if there was ever anybody that needed to warm up, they could always take the coward's way out and go inside. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, it was like literally almost -50, and we were outside in our bags, and it sucked. Like it's like you wake up every 45 minutes. And
Yeah, you don't feel great. It's not a good night of sleep,
but you rotated around. Like we literally, someone on the guys on the outside would be like, "I'm too cold." I'm like, all right, and you'd get out of the way and let them roll into the. It was so army, dude. But
that's good stuff.
But it was confidence building. It was the modular sleep system, the full all layers and the bivvy.
Yep.
And you're just out there, and they were like, do not go into your sleeping system. They told us the exact thing, like, don't go into your sleeping system with all your cold weather gear on, like just your silkies, silkies, and then if you really need your waffle layer, then put your waffle layer on, but nothing more than that. And yeah, dude, it's doable. It sucks. But I agree. I would say once you get down to that sub-zero, especially like below -10 and beyond, it's like you're really, especially for longevity,
exactly,
being sustainable.
Yeah, you can do it for a couple. You can do it for one night easily. You can do it for a couple nights, but then after that, you're going to really see a big downward slope in terms of like your efficiency because you're sleeping so poorly and stuff.
Yeah.
And you're becoming more susceptible to cold weather injuries because of it. So, but yeah, absolutely, dude. Man, I'm telling you that modular sleep system, man,
it works.
It's cheap and it works, man.
Yeah.
So let's move right into maintaining weapons in cold weather environments, and I think this is a good one. Probably start off with when to use, like what lubricant to use for your weapon system based on the temperature outside.
That's
man,
so good.
Yeah, dude, that's a big one. I mean, dude, we saw it just the other day, and it was only single digits. It wasn't crazy cold, and wasn't it single digits?
I thought it was negative.
Was it?
I thought it was negative 13.
Yeah, you guys were out in them sub-zeros. It was like,
dude, it was cold that morning, man.
Dude, you're playing what?
Yeah, when you guys first went, it was like, I think it was like -10ish, and then later in the day when I was driving,
coldest day of our morning, or coldest day of the winter so far, and that was the day we went to go shoot. I was like, yeah, we're doing it,
dude. When I looked at my iPhone, I thought it said it was like 7 degrees or something like that. Man, what? I was like, I thought it felt colder too. That's crazy.
Yeah. So my up at my house, because it was a little bit warmer where I live, I was in single digits. But when I went to that range, it was saying like negative. I think I got -13, and then some of the other guys were saying the same thing as what they were getting.
Built different.
Yeah, dude. I actually didn't have that much layers on either.
Yeah,
I had
I
had level 1 and I had a level 2 top, and then other than that, I just had Gore-Tex outer, so nice, Gore-Tex pants and Gore-Tex top, and that's all I was wearing.
And that's a great example of like the differences in the body types and thermal and your own regulation. I was wearing 1, 2s and actually three tops. So yeah, I mean it's a little bit of difference there.
But I knew we were going to be moving. Like I knew, like I had some drills planned out that we were going to be keeping our temperature slightly up. So I was like, I'll be all right. I'll stay a little cooler and not sweat as much. But
yeah, no, we definitely noticed like some sluggishness in our weapon systems for sure that day, and ran into a couple malfunctions that like maybe in a different environment definitely wouldn't be running into. So I mean, CLP, just talking specifically about CLP, freezes at -35 degrees Fahrenheit, and so obviously it wasn't freezing on us, but it was very evident,
gumming up,
for sure. And so. In the Army, they call their cold weather lubricant LAW, LAW. I don't know. Do you know anything about like the civilian equivalent? Because I actually need to get some.
There's a few out there. So I know a lot. I know Frog Lube's pretty popular. It does not work in freezing temperatures.
They make one though,
but they make an Arctic Frog Lube.
Oh,
okay. I was supposed to say, whoa.
Yeah,
I literally told him about that, and he's like looking at me like, "You liar."
No, they do, but it is specific to cold weather. So that's one. I know that the what's that other lubricant that's really popular? The Fire something. I don't know. I always forget, but it's hard to beat good old CLP.
One of the guys dropped it. He said it was good to like out to -50.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one that was.
I thought he was talking about the frog thing.
No.
I can't remember now.
He was talking about
is it the Fire one?
Just keep going. I'll just
Okay. There's a bunch. Do your research.
Yeah, do your research.
It's one of those things that it's really easy to find nowadays with the age of the internet. Like people are good about having details in their product listing. So read it, and if it's not there, ask them. And if they're like, I think it should work, then go find a different company to buy lube from because they haven't thought about it. So,
yeah. And I know for between CLP and law specifically, you cannot mix the two. Do you know if that's kind of standard? You can't mix like a CLP equivalent with a extreme cold weather lubricant?
Man, I don't know. That's a great,
like you said, just pay attention.
Into.
People need to definitely if you're listening to this, pay attention whatever your lubricants are. If you can't mix them, don't mix them.
Yeah, generally it's a good rule of thumb to not mix them.
Yeah,
and
I know.
To try to stick with one thing. I mean, thankfully, like in the civilian sector, we're not really using any specialty weapon systems. Like a notorious example is the Mark 19. You can't use CLP on a Mark 19.
Yeah.
You have to use a Teflon-based cleaning and lubricant. So, you can't. You got to be careful if you've got multiple weapon systems that are more specialty, but in that more civilian, more modern Minuteman side, it's probably just all carbines, So
totally.
for the most part, and you can get away with like one lubricant type. But did you find it?
waiting on the answer.
Oh, okay.
I'm calling. What is it? I'm using a
lifeline.
Yeah, lifeline.
I love the commitment you guys have to like finding answers on the spot, dude. Like the 10th group rabbit hole you went down.
Yeah, it's because honestly, it's part of it's just like it'll get forgotten, and if you're like, we'll find that and get back to it just won't happen.
No, I feel you.
And also, I don't want to say anything wrong. We've said things wrong before, and we always try to go out of our way to like correct it. But
nice.
I don't know. That's what happens when you're doing a multi-hour open forum podcast. Sometimes stuff gets said wrong.
Yeah,
it just is what it is.
Happens, dude.
Deal with it. Do your own research, man.
Seriously, yep.
Yeah.
So we talked about condensation on the weapon system, and that's just kind of like one part of like the greater idea is to keep snow and ice from your weapon system.
Yep.
So the condensation is going to be one big ticket item that's going to cause ice, but snow as well. If snow just keeps getting in it, or if it gets in it once and you just let it sit there, depending on the snowpack especially, it's going to freeze, it's going to turn into ice, and that's going to be really bad, especially around your muzzle. That's probably the number one area where you're going to, dude, like you were talking about earlier, it's super easy to just fall in snow. But you got something?
Yep.
What is it?
Breakthrough is the company name. They make solvents and lubricants and all sorts of stuff, but apparently they're rated to super cold. I don't know how cold. I'd have to actually take the test the guys.
Nice.
Anyways.
Cool. Nice. No, that's good to know. Yeah, the muzzle is going to be that number one spot that you want to pay attention to snow, keep the snow out of. Like you were talking about, like, dude, it's just too easy. Dude, you're going to be falling all the time. That just happens when you're going through snow. So you're just going to be falling all the time, man. And every time you fall, like you need to pay special attention. Like, hey, check out my weapon system. Is it still good? Is it clear snow? If it isn't, just knock it out if you can. But yeah, if you let snow get in there and then eventually turns to ice, and then you go to fire it, dude, that could really be really bad depending on how much ice is in there. So there's some people out there, I only saw like a couple times guys actually carrying de-icing stuff, like a little bottle of de-icer.
De-icer.
Yeah. To clear out something like that, which like, dude, honestly, not a bad idea. Pretty good idea, I think. But also just like, I don't know. I just pay attention, try to make sure the snow doesn't get
for locks and stuff like that.
Did you guys ever cap
them? Yeah,
them?
no, I was literally just about to say that's what we do, especially out hunting is, there's not snow at that point in time, but just for like anything, dirt, anything, we just put some electrical tape over it. And, I think most people know like it does not affect the ballistics of the round whatsoever. Totally safe, totally good to go.
Gone on your first shot.
Yep.
So,
no,
we literally had these little plastic caps. Yep.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Just plug it, dude.
No, I was curious if you guys still used them. When I was in, they literally issued us these little plastic muzzle caps.
Oh, no.
And they're like really thin, like plastic, and it slides perfectly over the A2.
Wow. And
you just slide that on. It's like kind of pressure fitted onto your muzzle device.
No,
and then, when you fire your first shot, it's gone.
Did it stay on pretty tight?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it pressure fits on. It's like, it slide that thing on there. And some guys would run like electrical tape around the back, but I never did. It's like, it literally looks like the same cap you get from like when you buy a brand new gun, and it has like that weird kind of rubber plastic like cap over the end of the barrel to keep the threads safe. It's like that, but it fits over the whole A2 birdcage
Wow.
on the M4.
No, we would just use BFAs, and then we'd go to fire our first round, and then
Whoa,
big brain,
dude. Quick story about that.
no.
We had a guy, dude.
no,
this was
dude.
crazy.
Stop! Oh my god,
I'm dead serious.
No way.
We did. This was up in Donnelly training area, and we were doing not in the winter, but summertime. Actually, it was like one of the shoulder seasons because I remember it was dark, but there was no snow, and which that matters for Alaska because in the summer it's just sunny all the time here. But our saw gunner, I'm not going to say his name, but
Dude, it's always the saw gunner.
yeah, dude, we went and
big
did
dogs, dude.
we went and did
dogs out there.
Like a lane where it was all blank firing adapter, but there was no op4 or anything like that. It was like set targets, but it was a non-ballistic range, so it's like all plywood structures and stuff. And so it was just like maneuvering. It was a little bit of like Battle Drill 1 Alpha, so squad attack, and then you like roll into like mount stuff, so like CQB stuff, and you move through this objective, and then you set up defensive perimeter because it was like a lane, that everybody was going through. So, and it was all under nods, using your IR devices and stuff. And then we would defend this structure once we got to the end of it, like the inside of it. It's like a living room kind of was the layout. So BFAs, everyone's doing checks, and like the ammo station, there's a specific ammo station for live fire, and there's a separate ammo station for blanks. Well, long story short, somehow a drum, and those drums come preloaded.
Yeah,
a 200 round drum of live ammo made it into the blank firing station, and
just no one noticed.
Dude, well, I remember the whole time because he was in my team, and I remember being like, that is so loud. Like, why is that saw ridiculously loud? Because blanks are just not as loud.
Yep.
And so at the end, we're like, okay, like lock and clear, and we're doing that, and like the squad leader's white lighting around, and then he's like, yo, like sees like bullets. Dude. And then they shine up at the thing, and all that was left was like the back end of the BFA was like still rung,
somehow just
stuck onto the
on.
muzzle device. But dude, he had been going through with live fire the whole time.
Wait, so he shot with the BFA on, and it
shot it off.
Dude, what?
I've actually seen that as well, but I've seen it the other way. I've seen it where we got to the live iteration. We were doing CQB, same thing, saw gunner. I wouldn't drop his name either, but anyways, big dogs, dude. We like to shoot with BFAs on. He forgot to take he forgot to take his BFA off because we were doing night fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. He blasted his BFA right off.
That's crazy, man. Are they designed to blast off? I thought it was like catastrophic.
I think it can be. Yeah. I don't know if they're designed to blast off or not. I was always told that, like, I know that BFAs on 240s can be,
dude,
you can stack, because it's just, how that 240 BFA is just a tank.
Yeah.
I've heard they'll like, it'll just stack bullets inside the barrel and just ruin the barrel in some cases. Like, it won't shoot the BFA off, but
dude, that's honestly like nightmare fuel. Like,
dude, it was horrible. Like, it was like everybody got brought into question.
That could have been so
dude, ours rode under the
man.
radar, dude.
Well, so the blame ended up ultimately falling on the ammo station, thankfully.
Yeah,
but
100%.
they were really hammering on this guy, and it's like, finally, it was actually a pretty high up guy. I think it was like our sergeant or our first sergeant was like, "You guys are rolling on 2 hours of sleep." Like it just kind of rolled down to like, nope, that's an administrative failure.
Totally,
like that separate ammo station had live ammo, and that's kind of what it came down to. But it was the fault of technically the team leader, technically him, because like he should have inspected his rounds, which he just did the thumb trick. He thumbs them and, oh yeah, it feels good, and it's like, I don't know. And it was, it's pre-deployment workup. So you're doing like, it's the tempo's high, and you're mixing in live fire, blank fire, live, you're doing this and that, and OP4 and simunitions. Like it's just a bunch of mixture of stuff. So he probably just thumbed it and felt live rounds and was like, feels good, and locked and loaded. But yeah, it was a big deal. People freaked out about it for sure.
Now there's minimum like rest periods that you have to have between your blank to live iterations when you do live fires now. Yeah, because and I'm sure that's probably part of the reason why. But there's just because there's so many.
Dude, during our generation, dude, we were blasting some BFAs, dude. Dude, I remember ours. The dude just like, they found it in the shoot house, and they were like, "Who's missing their BFA? Like, who shot this off?" And I remember we scrambled. Someone had an extra one to give him one. And dude, we just flew under the radar.
Joe
And
shenanigans,
yeah,
dude.
and they were like, well, it must have happened from someone else that was using this training area, some old BFA, and we just kind of flew under the radar. But dude, he told us though, he was like, dude, that's my BFA. He's like, I noticed it as soon as I went to pull up, I saw that yellow, and I was like, screw it, man, I'm already committed now, dude. He's like, I started just ripping. He said, I saw that thing just get destroyed.
Dang.
I was like, well, you were just risking it.
Well, yeah.
Anyways, not anything to do with the topic.
Side tangent.
No, a good one. That's crazy, dude. That's wild, honestly. Yeah, dude. Don't let ice get in your stuff.
BFA is not an acceptable option for.
Yeah, I shouldn't have brought it up. Other breakages and malfunctions you can kind of expect, and this goes across the board. Whether you're talking about firearms, you're talking about machinery, any kind of equipment, dude. The extreme cold is going to cause metal and plastic to become more brittle than what it is at warmer temperatures, and that just it really sucks, honestly, dude. The amount of like maintenance you have to conduct on everything, like this morning, man, generator.
Yeah,
yeah, dude. You gotta do maintenance in the cold weather. So definitely like carry extra parts for stuff that you expect to break, whether it's like parts for your rifle, parts for whatever other key pieces of equipment that you're utilizing. Bring some extra parts if you expect them to break, and kind of extra batteries goes hand in hand with that. Another huge weapon consideration is going to be visibility issues caused by like the condensation in the air. I was hoping you guys could probably touch on this between like on everything from like the visibility issues as well as like internal and external ballistics considerations. I feel like you guys would be like the guys here.
Dude, there's a lot that goes into that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's like you could start getting pretty in depth on and going down the rabbit hole on a lot of this stuff. The best thing I can really say to keep it kind of short and without getting into a whole other podcast episode would be
totally, yeah.
Like you've got to go out in this time of year and get dope.
Yep.
You have to know because your barrel will perform completely different in extreme cold than it will in just standard conditions.
Your bullets will too, though.
You do have usually have a POI shift, and then initially or I guess eventually, as you continue to shoot, your barrel will heat up, and that temperature change gets factored in as well. So there's a lot of things to consider, and it's a lot more work, and that's just the kind of the price to pay for living in a austere cold environment. But you have to have like wintertime dope for your weapon systems. I mean, it's not like a huge difference, but it's enough to, if you're being serious about your gear, it's enough that you should go do that.
Yeah, and depending on the mission, like if you're having to take shots at distance, then yeah, it is going to be enough. Now, if everything's close up, if everything's within, 200 meters, it's probably not going to matter.
Yeah.
But if you're starting to push that, you're trying to make engagement to like 500 or something like that, then it's like, okay, yeah, we're going to actually have to, know your system.
Yeah, and another consideration that kind of goes back into the ice and stuff is that if you do get into an engagement and then you're doing like your lace reports and stuff like that, and now you're taking a little tactical pause, regrouping, whatever it is, watch your gun, because if it's laying in the snow, it's going to melt snow. That water is going to deposit on your system, and then before you know it, you've got ice hanging off your gun, and ice will shut down a weapon system. Yep. Doesn't matter what it is. You got guys that are like, oh, the AK, and dude, go watch the Grantham Arctic whatever video where he's out there shooting a bunch of guns after freezing them, and like all of them end up failing at some point. So I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's a single one makes it, but very easy to mitigate though. Like just pay attention, keep your gun from condensating, and if you're going to shoot it and then you're going to be in the cold, there's not much of a way around that, but just pay attention and keep it cleared if you can.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Well, one other thing that just popped in my head because we're talking about weapon systems and kind of like cold weather injuries was, dude, putting your face, getting your cheek weld on your weapon system, dude. Talk about cold, man. So I just kind of thought about that, and that's another benefit of wearing a balaclava in a cold weather environment, man. Just having some sort of protection against that the butt socket rifle, dude. Getting that cheek weld, because man, it's just cold.
Dude, I know guys that have literally gotten frostbite on the tip of their nose because they would touch their nose to the charging handle, and they'd get frostbite like literally on their nose, like a square frostbite. I know. Dude, some guys hang on to that.
I gotta put my nose on my charging
I
handle.
know. It's like, what in the world?
And then, dude, last two things I got for TTP is gonna be fighting positions real quick, and then overweights.
Yes, I forgot we're talking about that. I'm so excited.
So real quick on the fighting positions, nothing too crazy. When you're digging out your fighting position in a cold weather environment, it's going to be super dependent on like the snowpack, like you were kind of talking about, like digging out like your the ground for your tent. Like it can get really hard depending on what the snowpack's like. So wet snowpack is going to be easier to shape and is like really strong, whether you're trying to build some sort of survival structure or a fighting position. Dry snow is going to be a little bit less suitable for construction because it's just, fluffy. It's not going to pack as well. And then hard pack snow, that like you might find that snow that's even got mixed in with a little bit of ice because there might have been some moisture in the air, maybe like some sleet or rain came down after the snow came down, is going to be the hardest and really good for shelter making. And something, dude, that's pretty actually crazy, that I don't think many people know, is that snow can actually stop a 7.62 NATO round. Did you know that?
No.
Are you serious?
Well, how much snow?
Yeah, no, it's not like inches, don't. I don't want anybody out there going taking just taking cover behind freaking
throw up some snow.
Oh man. But MooseRider said this is cover, not concealment. This is great. No, dude. Yeah, that'd be bad. No, don't do that. No, it takes of new, like fresh fallen powdery snow, it takes 13 feet of it to stop a 7.62 round, which honestly, not that much, like, to be honest.
Yeah, that's less than I thought it would be.
Yeah. And then if you get into hard packed snow, 6.5 feet, all it takes, dude, of hard packed snow. 6.5 feet.
I mean, that's something you can make.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, and the most of the time, like, it's not hard to find a big mountain that's already close to 6 feet, in depth. So you pack it up, and I'd be interested in like
test that.
I was literally supposed to say I'd be really interested to actually test it. Like, I mean,
just lay down and no, I'm just kidding. That'd be actually sick though to take like some IPSC targets or something, and then pack the snow and mess around with different distances too, and see like shoot 5.56 at it and 7.62 and. Yeah, a bunch of common calibers and see.
Yeah, because it's coming out of the doctrine, so I'm assuming like they conducted some sort of test.
It had to be tested.
They had them tested at some point. So yeah,
it makes sense.
Yeah, we gotta try that out though. It's pretty crazy. And then, dude, all right, let's close out here with the big ticket item here, dude. Overweights.
That's why you came.
Yeah, that's why
you came to the. No, I'm just kidding.
That's why we're here. No. Yeah, there's like, I mean, if there's anything to be gained from this whole conversation, is that there's more to being a cold weather environment warfighter than throwing on a pair of overweights and being like, I'm Arctic now.
Yeah.
But you can look the part.
Yeah, you can look super Arctic high speed. Why did I just say that? Cut that out, dude. Cut that out. I'm so serious. I'm so serious. You gotta cut that out. Dude, please. For my own mental health.
Unscripted.
Oh man. Okay, anyways. I'm going to go play in traffic after this podcast. Anyways, no, so when we're looking at overweights, man, this is like, dude, I recently saw something. It's like, he was saying how like, there's a lot of things that you can do that can be specific to your environment, and that like, it doesn't have, dude, I hate doctrine just as much as the next guy, just to be clear. But when you're talking about a subject, like for example, BD6, there's a lot of people out there that do BD6 than other than just military. And even within the military, you have conventional way to do BD6 with conventional forces, and you got special operations forces who do it. LEO does it a different way.
Yep.
So there's a lot of different takes on BD6. And all of them are valid, and all of them have pros and cons.
Talking about entering and clearing rooms.
Yeah, just to clarify.
Battle Drill 6.
Yeah, Battle Drill 6. So, but on the opposite hand, when you look at something like cold weather warfighting or Arctic warfare, dude, there aren't multiple organizations out there doing it. There's one organization. There's a lot of people that do stuff in cold weather, but you're talking about specifically about conducting warfare in cold weather environment. There's one organization that does it, and that's, multiple militaries, but like there's only a couple militaries out there that do it, and our partner forces are doing the exact same thing as we are when it comes to overweight camouflage. So it's like kind of frustrating seeing people be like, oh, like this is what I do, and who cares what doctrine says? Like, just kind of hating on doctrine for the sake of hating on doctrine, which again, I'm all about hating on doctrine too. But when it comes to overweights, there is like kind of a tried and true way to wear your overweights that just works. And it's just kind of like, sorry, but that's just, that's kind of.
And you can hate on doctrine all you want, but if it works, it works.
Exactly, dude.
And if it's working, I will go a step further and say, and if it works like to a standard level where tons of organizations are utilizing it, then why are you doing something different?
Exactly. Yeah.
It works for a reason. There's a reason it's there.
Yep. So when we look at our overweights, it's going to be dependent on your environment, and you could go on a 10-mile movement and you could change your overweight configuration a couple times maybe within that movement, depending on what immediate micro terrain that you're moving through. So because of that, I usually like to keep my camouflage in a relatively handy area, so I can just toss on the top if I need to, or if you have a helmet cover, toss on a helmet cover or something like that. But most of the time, what it's going to look like is that you want to wear, in most environments, like really commonly, is you're going to want to wear overweight bottoms, because where does the snowpack accumulate? It's going to accumulate on the forest floor or in the open, on the ground in general. And then you're going to want to wear we'll just use OCP for this example, or multicam, a top, some sort of either green top or dark colored top. And we were kind of talking about it for us specifically here. I think that the darker the top you can wear, in terms of like darker, I'm not talking like black, but like darker browns or darker greens. If you
like
are
an M81,
exactly,
for a good example.
Yeah, I think M81 is a really good top, and it's because of like, at least for all the spruce that we have around here, birch forest might be a little, or aspens might be a little bit different, but for all the spruce we have around here, when you look at a snow-covered environment, it actually, like, you can't even really see the browns or greens that those spruces are. It really just looks really dark. So I think M81 is a really good top to have there. But what happens there is that play between your overwhite bottoms contrasts really, really well against the white ground, where the woodland top plays really, really well against the woodland background where all the trees are at. Now there's a couple exceptions here where, not even really exceptions, but where the snow maybe just fell, and so there's a lot of snow on the trees as well. Now, this is an exception where it's like, okay, now I'm going to wear an overwhite top and brown bottoms. If this is the case, you're going to wear overwhite bottoms and an overwhite top, and you're going to break it up with like whether it be your flick, or if your overwhites just are already broken up, like like Veristelica has ones that it's broken up by like that gray, or Cryptek has some out there that are broken up by different colors, but you want to break up that white with some other colors in there, and just utilizing your flick or LB is a great way to do it.
Yep.
Yeah. But you're not gonna. It's if you go over white top in this scenario and then OCP multicam bottoms, it's not, that just doesn't make sense. You're actually like just contrasting yourself. Yeah. Completely. And usually that time where it's like new snowfalls happen and it's hanging on the trees is usually short term. It can last maybe up to a week, but usually at a certain point it falls off the trees. If it doesn't, then like just keep running that overwhite bottoms, overwhite top, and breaking it up with your flick. And then the only time, and that's really like the meat and potatoes right there. It's either overwhite bottoms with OCP top, or overwhite bottoms, overwhite top, and break it up. The only time where I would run something different would be in a true alpine environment. Yep. And at that point in time, I wouldn't want to be broken up with colors at all. I would want like a straight, no joke, white. And that's something that like you kind of should plan for beforehand in your route planning, understanding like, okay, I'm going to be going up a mountain. So like,
above the tree line.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Above the tree line. And so there's not going to be any brush, any trees or alders or whatever kind of low brush that you have in your area. There's not going to be any of that. So that's when you are looking for that true, no joke white that blends in well on that mountain, because there's nothing else up there except for that white. So unless you find yourself in that kind of environment, that OCP top over white bottom, or over white bottom over white top with broken up by like your flick or some other greens is going to be the way to go for sure.
Yep. Yeah. I'm glad you covered down on it, because I think it's just very misunderstood. Yeah. I think, and I know it looks cool. It's like the snow falls and it's like, oh cool. I just bought the Super Gucci Multicam Alpine. It's like hard to get, whatever. Awesome, dude. I'm proud of you and I want you to wear it, but it is, I'm honestly getting so tired of seeing overwhite top and camo pants bottoms. Yeah. It is not a thing.
Yeah, dude.
It literally makes no sense. Stop it. Stop doing it.
Stop it.
Stop. Big companies. If you're listening, you're not, but you should be. No, I'm just kidding. No, but stop doing it in your brand stuff. It's cool. It looks, I get it, but yeah. And then same thing with your rifle. Like, there's not a huge need to like spray paint your rifle all white. You can break it up. Like we use the camo form, the white camo form stuff.
Great option.
And usually just do like the forend, like the longer part of the gun. Again, like the part that's majority of the time
below
it's
the waistline,
hanging down. It's below your waistline, so you don't want it to contrast harshly against your over white bottoms. So the part that's making contact or down in that perspective of your over white bottoms, then use white. You can also just use literally. It's the cheapest way to do it. Go over to Walmart or a place like that and get like ace bandage wrap, like white. Yep. It works super good. It's sticky. You just wrap it on the gun.
That's exactly what I use. Yep.
Yeah.
And then I would actually like add, I mean, this is just extra for no reason. You don't have to do this, but I would just add like I just get like a little brown paint and just kind of a couple marks around that white tape just to break it up a little bit.
Yep.
But I mean, if you want to, you absolutely do not need to do that though. But yeah, just something to break it up. It does not take a lot. Same thing for your flick. If you want to break that up a little bit, there's a couple patches of white tape here and there. It really does not take much.
Yeah. Yeah. It's actually super simple. It's like over white bottoms are going to be what you're running pretty much all winter long. I mean, it works super good. You don't even have to have a camo top. Like even if you just have an earth tone top, it's amazing how well you'll blend in or how much better you'll blend in. Like you just said, I do agree. I think those darker greens and darker browns are way better. Like M81, MO5 winter is another really good one to consider. It's one of the finished camos. Even like Fleck Tarn, like weird, if you want to be super fancy, some of those weird like Eastern European, Northern European camos honestly work really good. But OCP too, like multicam, it works good. So yeah.
And like you said, there's a lot of options. You don't have to like I said, Veristelica, I think that's a really well thought out pattern right there in the way they break it up. I feel like most people look at that gray and be like, why is it gray? Why is it not like brown or green or something like that? And we were talking about it earlier, but when you look at, your environment might be a little bit different, but at least for up here, you look at a mountainside in the wintertime on an overcast day, even really a sunny day, those like spruce forests on the sides of the mountains, you can't see the greens. It doesn't look green. No. Even close up, it doesn't look green or dark brown. It looks gray, almost black. So the way they break theirs up with those grays on there actually makes a lot of sense. I was using
you're talking about their over white top?
Yeah, their over whites. Yeah. Yep. Is it broken up like that on the bottom too, or is it just white on the bottom?
I don't own their over white bottoms, but I think it's the exact same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So they have MO5 Snow, which is what that is, and then their MO5 Winter is actually like greens and browns, but it's got like small sections of like gray in it.
Okay.
As well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then
kind of an off white almost even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
It reminds me of like what's on like a birch tree, like that color of bark.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. And then I've used Cryptics. I believe they call this pattern Obscura Gram, if I'm remembering that correctly. Whoa. And it's like an over white. It's got a little bit too much. As I played with it some more, I think it's got a little bit too much green on it. I think the green's a little bit too light. So I actually got their.
I know what stuff you're talking about.
Yeah, and I was like, the green's just a little bit too light, and there's just a little bit too much of it. But if you wore like straight over white bottoms, and you just wore that top, that could work out really well. But I also got their Wraith pattern, which is more of like a just over white, pretty similar to Veristelica. Lots like blacks and a little bit of gray, breaking it up instead of greens, and those are solid too. But also you don't need to spend a ton of money on over whites. You can. I've seen guys using those painters suits that totally works, and I mean that's awesome because you can also customize it. Like you could carry one that is just straight white for alpine areas, and you could carry one that you could break up with just random like little slashes of green paint, whatever you want to use, or brown paint, or dark brown, black paint, whatever you want to use to just break it up. That could work awesome. Could work super awesome. So there's lots of options, and you got and I know there's like some guy probably out there who's like, I saw this one photo of like some of those 10th group guys, and they were just wearing white over white tops, and like OCP bottoms, and because I have seen a couple photos of like those units, and that kind of goes back to like what we were talking about. All these units, even like 10th group guys and a couple of these SOF units, just started getting into the Arctic like 2 years ago when Russia, like that whole near peer thing was like popping off. So like prior to that, they only had experience really in the Middle East, and so they're learning the same. Like last time I saw those guys, like this was like maybe a year ago, they were doing the overwhite bottoms with the OCP top or overwhite top and bottom. They were not doing like that. Those were I'm saying this to say those are old tactics, and they have since learned from like people who are practicing it up here, the NWTC and things like that. So yep.
Yeah, I think there's only one environment that I've seen that it makes. Even then, I'm still kind of like conflicted with it, where you'll see an overwhite top of some kind, usually broken up, not straight white, not like the USGI, just straight whites, but something like maybe Multicam Alpine or one of the Cryptex or something like that, and then like OCP bottoms, and it's in your cold, arid kind of environments where you have a misting effect, where like if you're up close to somebody, like it's such a little amount of snow that micro, so like being close, you can see the texture of the earth and the earth tones, but macro, so like farther away, your eye can't differentiate that, so it just looks more white. So your horizon's a lot more white than your ground in that kind of consideration. And I've seen that work, but then again, I'm kind of like, well, then just camouflage yourself to the environment you're in. Then
also, I feel like if you're worried about that, you're using very poor patrolling basics, because you're like camouflaging for skylighting, which you shouldn't be doing that, and you should be like using the terrain like staying low on a hillside and stuff like that. So you're not like having backlighting happening and stuff like that. So
but I've seen an argument.
I've seen that as well, but
up.
I just feel like it's easily avoidable if you know how to properly move through terrain.
I would even go farther and say that for the climate zones we are talking about, temperate, subarctic, and Arctic, you're not going to see that. You're not going to run into that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be overwhite bottoms, usually a standard camouflage top, and then occasionally you'll have an overwhite top that you can pop on.
Yep.
And our overwhite tops that I like to run, it actually is the Varstaleka top. And it's literally it's very oversized, and it literally gets thrown on over all your gear, and then it can zip open and you can access your LBE.
Yeah.
And I love it. It packs down into literally like a baseball size. It weighs nothing. It does provide a little bit of moisture and wind protection, but not a lot. It's literally just a camouflage layer.
Yep.
So you have your standard layering system on underneath it, and you're just putting it on to give you that additional camo when needed.
Exactly. Yep. And that is, I totally forgot to mention that. That's what you want out of your overweights. This is not an additional part of your layering system.
Yep.
It may, just because the materials that it's made out of, like provide some sort of moisture protection or water resistance, or maybe a windbreaker. But this is not like another part of the layering system. It's meant to keep you warm. It's purely for camouflage. Ideally, like it's as light as possible. You can just throw it on and off. And the other thing that you mentioned was, I've definitely seen people ask, am I supposed to wear this over my Flick LBE or under it, and that is where it kind of I would say almost always you want your war fighting equipment accessible. I've always worn it underneath, or the Varstaleka one where you can access it really easily. Also awesome. The only time where I'd say wear it over all of your war fighting equipment is when you are again in that alpine area where it's just straight white, and you can wear it over your Flick, and then when you need it, just pop it off or unzip it or whatever you need to do to access it. But you don't want anything breaking up your silhouette in that alpine area. It's just straight white. That'd be the only time I'd wear it over everything.
Yeah, another thing you can do as well is if you don't have like a zipper design where you can't get to it, and you're gonna just put it on for like a short amount of time, like maybe you're crossing like a more open area that's mostly white. It's like, okay, I gotta throw on an overwhite for this. You can just throw it on and then just literally just tuck that front material up behind your mags. Nice. On your chest rig, and then you still have access to all your gear. Yep. And you have mostly white on still. So
yep. Nice, great TTP right there. Yep.
Sick. Well, did we make it?
Dude, we made it, man.
Dude, that is a monster.
That's a lot of info, dude.
But I'm stoked. This is one that I've really been looking forward to for a long time, and we've been talking about it off and on, and then started talking to MooseRider, I was like, dude, would you be down? He's like, yeah, let's do it. And I was like, sweet.
Love this stuff, man. It's really awesome. It's
Yeah.
pretty. It's, I mean, again, cutting edge of warfighting right here, man. This stuff it's getting learned out as we figured out as we go. People are just now learning this stuff, so it's really, really cool.
Dude, I'm blown away that I had no clue that women were issued specific sleeping systems.
Oh no, I didn't. Did I say they were issued? I just meant they make. I said
No,
they
they make it.
Yeah, they make specific.
I thought
sleep
that was
systems.
like a new army thing.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
They make sleep systems that are specific for women, understanding like their different figure and that they
like their
get
temperature
colder.
rating.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, like
Different.
I knew that women were more susceptible to cold weather injuries and stuff like that. But for some reason, when you said that, I thought like there was a specific modular sleep system for women, and I was like, whoa, I had no idea.
Crazy.
But
I wouldn't be surprised if they did that in the future, though.
Yeah, honestly, it'd be kind of smart, actually. Yeah.
I mean, if the data's that clear, then they should be,
Yeah.
But yeah, well, dude, thank you so much for coming on. You just brought it, dude, and I appreciate it. I think it's awesome, and it's been a reoccurring question we get, like Arctic stuff, which makes sense because people know we're in Alaska, and they're like, "Tell us stuff about the snow," and we're like, "It's cold." No, we've been wanting to do it for a while, but wanted to wait for the right opportunity, and I'm glad that this worked out. So.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I'm really appreciative you guys having me here again. Sweet setup you guys got, and yeah, I mean, just for the listeners, obviously a lot of information there because there's a lot that goes into cold weather environments. There's a ton, but there's something in there for everybody. Again, whether you're the guy in Texas who has just a freak weather incident, or you're the guy in Nome, Alaska.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brutal. Yeah.
Really quick, where can people find you as far as like if they don't already follow you on?
Yeah, I'm only on Instagram. Just handle is at MooseRider6.
Okay.
Sweet.
Is there any underscores or is that?
Nope, just
Okay.
all one
I
word.
couldn't
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
Nice
Cool.
and clean.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this will definitely be, like MooseRider said, tons of information. Honestly, it's just kind of scratching the surface. Like we were able to cover a lot of stuff, which I'm stoked about. We got into way more than I thought we would, but there's tons more. So it's probably stuff we'll talk about at later dates. I'd love to do like more civilian considerations, like non-combat kind of stuff. I think would be awesome to get into sometime. But honestly, a lot of the stuff we talked about can dovetails into a lot of areas.
Yep.
So
Yep.
and it's not just for you cold climate people either, like you were saying. So yeah, well, if we got nothing else, then let's wrap it up and put a bow on it.